Good morning. Good morning. All right, there's a video. Let's make sure we're live, and then I'll deal with my wardrobe issue. 1 second. See if we're live. There we are. Yep. Hi. Good morning. All right, there's a hair sticking up right here. Right, you see it? I see it. I'll try and ignore it. All right. Good morning, y'all. It's a cold one today. Cold one. I'll show you. That's my water. That's water. It was. It's ice. It will be water again soon. Good morning. I hope you had a great weekend. I did. Very busy. Very, very busy. Whole bunch of videos for you. So I've been chopping up a bunch of stuff for you. The Jason commentary ones are the ones that are taking a little bit longer to get up because they're hours. But they're ready. They just got to upload. And I did get you the rest of the convoy. Brendan going up there and talking. So all the Freedom Corp clips. And a couple extras are in there, and I did a clip of the veteran, Chris, and his testimony. I put it up on YouTube and Twitter. You can check that out. It was still really heartbreaking. Even going through the videos as I'm making my clips, things were coming back to me. It's going to be us this morning, so I wanted to kind of recap what we did last week quickly, and we'll touch on the next couple days. We've got it looks like it's going to be Windsor coming up next, and then Alberta after that. And I also wanted to chat about, we got a question in our chat here. So first, good morning. Hey Clay. Hey Terry. Welcome back, guys. It's awesome to see you. Railroaded. Good morning. You know it's cold today. It's cold more for you, right? A little bit more up north. Good morning, Denise. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Jay. McG. Yeah, we can talk about that. What are you talking about, though? We heard some infighting and stuff like that, but I'm not sure about perjury. So you got some more detail? Looks like you do. Can you comment and summarize the soapbox nonsense from last week? Lots of grandstanding and QAnon insanity on the stand. Jay, McG, you might think that. I don't disagree with your perspective. I understand where you're coming from. Most certainly, if a lot of that was news for you and the first time you heard it or the first time you got in depth with it, I can see how you feel this way. But Jay, I don't know what you're talking about when you say perjury. I didn't catch any perjury at all. I caught perjury the weeks before, minor ones, contradictions. One person says there were officers in the room at the meeting, Steve K. And then the OPS, PLT, or was it OPP? There was another person who said, I don't remember those people there. But it turns out they just got some bad information because the information they received said people weren't there. But we had corroboration that, yeah, sure enough, those officers were there. We've had stuff like that, Jay. I have no idea what you're talking about yesterday or last week. Each witness had their version, and all versions worked out. I didn't find perjury. Can you maybe point to a specific witness and a specific piece of their testimony or an event, or what is it that you thought was perjury? Because hearing from Farfada, Steve, and then hearing from Diagonalong, Jeremy, neither one of them said anything that was untrue. So I'm not sure where you're getting this QAnon stuff from. Maybe you're stuck in the States. I don't know what you're talking about. Refresh my memory. We watched every minute. We took notes. We did catch, issues between the players and stuff like that, but I don't know what you're talking about, Jay. Okay? We can talk if you want to tell me more. Morning Railroaded. Bright and early. What I don't know is staggering. Good morning. Good morning to you, bud. Look at that. Lots of love flying around here. And Jay, you can get in on this love. Just, let's understand where you're coming from. Morning, Calgary long shots. Hi. You're new. Nice to meet you. I'm assuming Calgary. And what's a long shot? Is this a sport thing? Is this a political thing? What's your long shot? Are you into bows? Minus 17 here. Yeah, it's definitely minus here. Any idea? I'm going to look in my executive my domestic executive producer, 15 were balmy, railroaded, were balmy. You got 17. Enjoy. Denise, you're just bragging. 9 in Barrie, tropical. Kick off your sandals and have a good time. Oh, look, Jay. Okay, buddy, what do you got here? Perjury is when they lie about not being told to leave. Flyers everywhere, direct evidence. They were all coached carefully. Tamara did not testify truthfully. Okay, Jay. Okay, I'll give you a point there. Half a point, though, okay, Jay? Because here's why. Perjury, you're using the word a little bit too loosely here. You have to have a direct, corroborated, fabricated lie. There has to be some intent behind it. What they did say around notice was they weren't directly told. Okay. And flyers, Jay, as was actually established already, it's not legal notice. Okay. So both sides had flyers and stuff like that they were using. OPS were putting out notices saying, hey, we don't think you're supposed to be here. You should leave. But Jay, as we found out last week, you can't have a notice supersede charter rights, and you can't have a notice establish law. So if there was nothing illegal going on, the notices are just a piece of paper. But with that said, Jay, I do want to come from your perspective as well. Did they know they should leave or were wanting to leave, or people wanted them to leave, or the city wanted them to leave? Well, of course. From the moment they were rolling in, they were unwelcome, uninvited. Of course. Residents let them know, for sure. Did they say, hey, I want you to leave? For sure. Did police say, probably best that you guys leave? For sure. And did the city, during their deals that they were working on through Steve K and stuff, all express a desire for them to leave? For sure, Jay. But Jay, they weren't illegal. You may not have liked them. They may have been annoying. They may have been loud. But again, they weren't illegal. We heard nothing. We had 0 unlawful charges. That came out of the city and the OPS. They didn't charge anybody with unlawful assembly, unlawful protesting, unlawful. What you got was tickets for a lot of parking, and then the normal grumblings of a crowd. My friend, we get assaults, we get people hurting people during Canada Day. Whenever you get a large group together, you get that. This was a very peaceful one in comparison to a lot of other stuff we've already seen. And Jay, we've heard this. It came out very clear. So look, I get you that you want to just say, hey, here's a notice, we want you to leave. And if you don't, you're unlawful or something. It doesn't work that way at all, Jay. The charter is very powerful. The charter supersedes it all. And one day you're going to be very happy that that is the way we do this, because you may be on the other side. Governments change. You may be on the other side one day and say, look, here's my line in the sand. I do not want the government to cross this line. And what's going to happen if you want to go there? We just give you a piece of paper that was Xeroxed out of the police station. You have to leave. My friend, it doesn't work that way. But I do see where you're coming from. Now, it's not perjury, because what they were doing was being careful and exactly, like you said, coached. And I would be careful with the word coached, because there's a legal definition of coached and there's prep. They're very similar, but coached has a illegal and criminal intent to it. Coached means you're telling them what to say. I don't think that happened. With all witnesses, there's prep. This is a process we're taught in law school to go through. A good lawyer will do it. They'll do it many times. They'll do it from an adversarial approach. They'll do it from a comfortable approach. They're going to prep. Nothing wrong with prep, my friend. There's a lot of prepping going on every single witness you've seen, from the OPS, the city, etc. And there's nothing wrong with that. Coaching is a very specific thing, though. And if you're alleging coaching, you're going to have to back that up. So the two things you said in here are perjury. No, there's no perjury yet. And coaching. No, I think you're stretching on both of those. Tamara did not testify truthfully. Maybe. How do we know? This is what testimony is for. We're going to have to get more. But we don't have anything that says she was lying. Is that going to come out next? It doesn't look like the witnesses that are lined up next are going to be to rebut any of the convoy. So, look, maybe what's going on here, Jay, is you're learning things for the first time. don't like it at all, and I get it. But you also have to understand we do have laws and a charter, and just because you don't like something doesn't mean we shouldn't honor our charter. Okay, so let's try some more. I do see some more messages from you coming up, so we'll see where we're going with this. Bowder is as crazy as they come. His MOU. Yeah, there's a lot of people that would agree with that, Jay. Look, I think there was a statement there that's pretty clear. I think there's a lot of people that would agree with you. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have done the MOU. I think, yeah, no, look, I wouldn't have done it. But he's got the bear hug, right? He's not the main convoy. He's bear hug 1.0 and 2.0. He's not the main convoy. So when there's a protest and multiple groups show up, yeah, MOU, I wouldn't have done that. I didn't think that was a good idea. I didn't think that was a good idea at all. But what are you going to do? It's non-binding. Doesn't actually mean anything. You can write an MOU, have a bunch of people sign it. It may make you feel better. It should have been actually labeled petition. I think petition would have been a better term. Because a petition, you can have one side say lots of people supporting it, and here are the things we're talking about. So maybe if it was called a petition, it might have went better. But that's really what it was, because an MOU requires both sides, Jay. So it's not really an MOU. Poor titling. And it should have been a memorandum of demands or petitions, not an understanding, because understanding requires two people to understand. They never had that. So poor title, and also the document itself, I wouldn't have done. I think it was silly. I think sticking to one message would have been good. But again, this was not the main group. This was a separate group, wasn't it there, Jay? Dog Club, long shots. Calgary long shots was a dog. I wouldn't have gotten there, Calgary. I wouldn't have gotten there from that. Unless there's a breed called long shots. I don't know that. But really nice to meet you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoy. And we've got a week of Windsor and Alberta. It looks like Coots and Windsor coming up, Calgary. Jay, I'm on the Love Brother as a native Albertan and a patriot. Cool. The EA was needed to protect our country. This is where we disagree, Jay. And because we're using the evidence that came out, not feelings for us, or at least for me. I'm using the evidence that came out. I kept an open mind, and I was looking for the government to justify. So, Jay, unless you've gone through it all and you can point to specific things that you say the EA was justified for, and remember, there can be no existing laws, and we had several police officers, not convoy, several police officers say we had all these tools, and we were actually already executing, and we actually already had a plan before we even knew the EA was coming down. And that plan that they were talking about is the one they used. The EA gave them a couple little tools that they found useful, but they all testified it was useful, but not necessary. So, Jay, I'm sorry, there's zero foundation. If you think there was something else there, please share it. But we haven't heard it from the actual witnesses, and we haven't seen it from the actual evidence. Unless your evidence is CBC, we are not on the same page, because we're just looking at what's coming out in the inquiry itself. But I'm happy to look at what else you've got, even if it's CBC, because I'll help you understand how they're maybe showing you something that's not quite there. Good morning, Railroaded. Good morning. Good morning, Denise. Freeland went to the USA last week and borrowed $500 billion at 3% interest. WTF. This didn't make the fake news. Really? Why are we borrowing? Oh, no. Is she signaling that we are heading to depression, recession, harder, more inflation? Is she signaling? Whoa. 3% interest. The interest doesn't matter. It's slave labor, or labor, taking away our labor. And the U.S. is in a position to borrow money. That's also interesting. They're just as deep in a hole as we are. Oh, sorry, Denise. You misspelled borrow. You meant printed. You meant last week and printed $500 billion. Gotcha. Because they're broke too. So major collapse, both will collapse. Canada collapses, U.S. goes with them. U.S. goes, Canada goes. It's weird, isn't it, that we're borrowing a bunch of money? Hey, Jay, let's see what you got here. The charter does not protect any illegal. You're wrong. Jay, you're dead wrong. You're actually dead wrong. You don't know the law. Not only does it supersede bylaws, it supersedes all laws. And this is why laws are struck down all the time, because they are found to be a violation of the charter. Jay, you don't know the law. You really should stop talking at this point, my friend, because what you're doing is misinformation. Tread lightly. Misinformation is not a cool thing. There were many, many instances. No, there wasn't, dude. And you're being very selective. There's bylaws, there's quasi-laws, there's criminal laws, and laws are broken all the time. Laws are broken right now without a convoy. So, dude, I think you're way reaching, and I'm starting to wonder if you're a bot at this point, because these arguments are wrong. The charter supersedes everything, my friend. Everything. So you're going to have to come with a notwithstanding clause argument in order to change my mind on that. And that's for the government to define, not YouTube, Twitter people. But happy to look at what evidence you got. What is the notwithstanding clause argument? If you don't know what that is, you don't know the charter. Higher Railroad. Over 400, actually, JJ, 400. So you're wrong on that number too. So not 200, 400. And about 350 of them charged after the fact, all minor offenses. And again, those are charges mean that the law is working. The fact that you're being charged under a law, an existing law, means we didn't need the EA. So, dude, you're taking a big leap here from a couple incidences of mischief to revoke or invoking our ultimate law, the War Measures Act. I don't think you understand what you're actually talking about here and asking for. Please pay attention to what we're doing here. You can go back and replay everything and read the testimony. If you want to read the actual transcripts, are available. But you are definitely not dealing with proper information here, Jay. Provincial and federal law supersede. Absolutely. It goes in hierarchy, Jay, and the Supreme's at the top, and then municipal bylaws, which are stuff that can be done by councillors without even a judicial review, are at the bottom. In fact, maybe your household is at the bottom. So the rules you make at your home level fall below even bylaws. Yeah, you don't know the hierarchy. You should understand it, because I have a feeling you're a very intelligent person. But you should understand at least the hierarchy of how the laws do stack on top of each other. And our charter is at the top. Peaceful. I was there. Good. So were a lot of people. Horns were insane. Sure. I witnessed harassment of elderly people wearing masks. Well, then shame on you for not reporting it, because we don't have any elderly people wearing masks that were victims. So shame on you, Jay, for not reporting it. That falls under bad bystander. So if you witness that, shame on you for not taking action, because we don't have those charges. Charges, not convictions. You can absolutely, Denise. And then Denise, and there's also a little bit behind it too. If a police charges something, sometimes, you know, a little bit more to it. But yeah, you're 100% right. A charge is a charge. But also, this Jay guy hasn't gone through the charges and doesn't actually understand that non-convoy participants were also several charges. Lots of residents were charged for many things. It's just, for some reason, one side completely ignores the reality of it. And it's unfortunate, because it's all there. They actually produced it. The documents are in the database. You can go see it. There were several charges from residents onto protesters. The charter is not on your side. Okay, so you know what? I think it's time for a timeout. You don't know what you're talking about there, buddy. Jay, sorry, but you actually don't know the law, and this is what's called misinformation. So there's a timeout. I don't know if that means anything to you, but to me it does. Because that's misinformation, my friend. You cannot take democracy. You absolutely can. It's actually our duty to. It's our duty when we have a government that's running out of control. It's our duty to, Jay. So sit back, relax, maybe watch this stream a little bit longer, go through some of my commentary. I really, really like and enjoy talking to the other side. It's rare that you show up, but you do have to come with real information, not misinformation. And I'm happy to look at your sources. Just you can't be the source. We have, and sorry about Jay, because you've just misstated so many times here. It's just blatantly obvious that your source is different, and I'm happy to try and rectify that with you, but I can't do it through this chat like this. We've heard testimony that no charges were laid from 100%. Not only did we hear testimony, it was corroborated by the OPS. They gave us a number of 0. There was 5 assaults during the 3 weeks, the total, but they didn't break down the assaults by who. We did see an assault captured on video of of a young girl being assaulted by a resident when they took the sign away. That was a charge, so that was one of the charges. We do know that. I don't know any more about the other 4. They don't release the details, which is really odd, because if it was Convoy, they would tell us their name. But we just know about 5 assaults. That's it. The entire 3 weeks. There's more than 5 assaults on Canada Day, just so you know, because people are people. People bump into each other, get grumpy, and people, you know, take things too far sometimes. It has nothing to do with the protest. There you go, Jill. And look, it's up for the government to prove it now. Okay, not J, McG. It's up to the government to prove it. And I understand that people are annoyed, and I understand that there's a very rich civil claim on the line here for a lot of people. I get it all, Jay. I get it all. I understand. Sounds like is watching clips and hearing a little bit worse than that, Railroad. It sounds like Jay has got an interest in this for sure. For sure. Because it's more than reading clips. Proactively going to streams and putting it in there. Got a desire to get that info out. But sorry, Jay, you just have to read the inquiry, watch the inquiry, get some good commentary on the inquiry to understand that it wasn't true. Sorry, the waking up is tough. The main opinion, it seems, of most people who support the convoy did not support the MOU as well. 100%, because again, it was a different group. But the MOU, as we heard, again, it's not even a binding anything, guys. It's just an attempt to have a more official protest sign. Like instead of a picketing sign, they just kind of took it, feel more official. But they did admit they had no lawyers involved. They kind of just drafted it up, and they misused words, like we're seeing here with this J person. Perjury, coaching, like misusing words, like legal words that actually have meaning. People do that. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. Kind of why I went to law school, so I can learn that, know the difference. It is important. And as we're finding out, justification is going to be an important word everybody learns, and this is what we're going through the inquiry for. Justification. Good morning, Prairie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you have farmer sausage this weekend? You had chicken on Friday. No, that was chicken Thursday, so I don't know what you had Friday. Saturday, Sunday is a blur. Yeah, let me know. Did you have any farmer sausage? Did you butterfly it? Prairie. All right. Okay, let me see what the J here. The courts only can strike down laws, not convoys. Yeah, you're not wrong. And what law do you think the convoy struck down? Didn't strike anything down. Yeah, you're not wrong. Courts absolutely can. Judicial review, judicial findings, precedents, for sure. And that's where most laws go to die, including a whole bunch that were violations of the charter. Just go search Canley charter, find it. There's a whole bunch. There's an entire section in law school about this. Where is it confirmed Freeland did this? Yeah, Terry, let's find out. Interesting. Yeah, $500 billion. I'd love some more information. I'm not saying she did it, but it's very curious. If she did do it, why is Canada borrowing from the U.S.? The U.S. is also in their own troubles. And GM friends, good morning, Barbara. Good morning, Barbara. Azario, I saw your tweet this morning. Thank you. You are great. Thank you. You set the bar high, and I'll do my best to maintain that. Let me just go check the stream, folks. We want to get a nice, good HD stream this morning. Okay, there it is. Let me set up. Good morning, everybody. It was a wonderful week last week. We got a lot of new information, things we didn't know about, things that were embarrassing for all sides, all people involved, things that were not embarrassing. It was great to see some corroboration around what it was that the main organizers were trying to do. Not completely successful, but we also found out a lot more about what the government was expecting of them. They were expecting them to take control of strangers, complete strangers. The government themselves said a majority, about 70%, was the main convoy. The other 30% was a bunch of other groups, and they wanted them to take control of everything. I think that was unreasonable and unrealistic. But now we get to see some more. We're going to Windsor next, folks. Why did the officers nod their head and say good morning to me and my 9-year-old granddaughter as we headed into the red zone instead of cautioning me of the, because it wasn't illegal, every fifth, like 100%. And we heard a lot of stories about, for example, media being swarmed, but media has camera and they didn't show a single swarm. we had testimony from many people. Stunt Dummy was on the ground with video showing a way different story. And he went there masked, double vaxxed, believing the government completely. And he went there to show the stories that he was hearing on CBC that his people were arguing were not true. So he went there for this purpose of finding and showing more of the truth. And then he found the real truth. Not a single flag, no racist. Everybody was there. All flags were there, by the way, rainbow and all. And nobody was harassed or anything like that. Anything else that happened on the fringes of stuff would have been normal things that happened regardless of the convoy. If there were elderly people harassed for their masks, those were jerks. That would have been jerks anyways. And they could have been residents too. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. The officers were patrolling a peaceful protest. I saw him here from Senator. Oh, Dennis. Okay. Denise Batters. I am waiting to hear from. Okay. Please share more information. 3% interest. That's a lot of money. Morning, Barbara. Feel the love. She was in secret meeting last week. She's always in secret meetings. Always in secret meetings. Get an MP in there. Maybe we can open a door or two, see what's going on. Thanks, Denise Jones. Batter's obviously a good source. Yeah, well, if he's a senator, sure. Official. We'll wait for that. No problem, Terry. Good morning, everybody. Morning. Right, Jay, this is my last one, and then I'm going to have to jump on. I know the charter better than any of your... Really? Well, so far you're rude. Mischief is a criminal. No, it's not. It's not a criminal offense. Dude, you even know the difference between summary and indictable. Then I'm not trying to debate with you, but you're very, very hard here. Not protecting any charter clause. Well, because you don't know it. The notwithstanding clause is the one I asked you to defend, and so you don't know it. The notwithstanding clause, as you said, if you know the charter better than any of these truckers, is the only way for you to violate it. And it's a high standard, and it has specific tests, and we've established that a long time ago. Many times the government was successful at that, using the notwithstanding clause. And when that happens, you have zero beefs out of me or people like me, because it's a high standard, it's a high test, and when it's passed, I don't have a problem with it. They didn't use it. They didn't try to. They didn't even bother with it this time, Jay. So good luck with the rest of your stuff here. Going to court, not honking horns, disturbing the peace. Go to court, not honking horns, disturbing the peace. If you have any idea about the injunction, you read it. There was over 20 requests in it. The only one that was granted was the no modified horns and aftermarket horns. The actual factory horns were still allowed. You don't understand what you're talking about there, Jay. Oi, see a troll. Okay, yeah, I think we've got the idea here, Prairie. If it continues, we'll politely ask him to leave. Her, him, them, to leave. This is why protests and questions of flyers of police I know they did not believe 100%. And Terry, I think you or someone else in my comments said, yeah, normally they're supposed to cite the actual laws, but there was none. There was no laws that were being broken, so they couldn't cite a statute, they couldn't cite a subsection, they couldn't cite anything. And you're right, Terry. Normally you'll see a notice, and then it'll say bylaw number 5678. Okay, because it's telling you, it's directing you to the actual law. 100% right. That wasn't on there because it wasn't illegal. Some people don't like it. We get it, Jay. You didn't like it, but it doesn't mean it was illegal. Oh, my. All right. Barbara. Oh, wow. Everybody. All my regulars here. Joe, good morning, Joe. Welcome, Joe. Welcome, Joe. No scrape. You finish your coffee. 100% Terry. 400 charges mean nothing. We didn't even see convictions. They don't come out with convictions. Give me convictions. And even then, Terry, the whole point is they're being handled under the existing law. So you don't need an EA. Oh, they're in my ear, folks. They're going to be getting ready soon. They're going to be getting ready. It's too early for bickering. Sorry, Barbara. You're right. You're right. Let's just move on. I think it was an attempt to add some spice to the show this morning. It might have worked a little bit. But it also helped us see a bit from another perspective and understand maybe people do feel that way. And they're not wrong in how they feel. But the more they know, the more they should understand that maybe their feelings were just as artificial as the narrative that's falling apart. Good morning, Railroad and Joe. Okay, I won't be able to catch up. What do we got here? Yes, yeah, smash it, please, guys. It all helps. Every single like, all that helps. I might get a dislike or two this morning, but go ahead and give me a like, and let's get on with this. We're doing the city mayor of Windsor. One thing interesting about the mayor of Windsor, he worked with Marco. Him and Marco went and circumvented the OPP in order to get things moving, which was weird. We heard from the OPP saying it was weird that the mayor of Windsor and Marco were the ones that sent a letter to the minister instead of going directly to the OPP for the assistance around the bridge. Maybe we'll get some clarification around why that happened. Why was that their channel? Why didn't they use the official channels that were well established? Does it even mean anything? Maybe it was just a convenience thing. Or was it Marco calling the mayor saying, hey, let's go ahead and take the next step. Let's get the provincial minister of public safety involved and kick this off, when the normal procedure would have been mayor to police to OPP. So maybe we'll get some of those answers. We do have the mayor followed by, I believe, Windsor Police and OPP. I can check that again for you and have it for next break, but the mayor's first. Actually, I have the tabs right here.
Order à l'ordre.
Nope. Ran out of time. Enjoy. Thank you very much. And we'll see how this goes. Have a good morning.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. I see we have a different cast this morning. We're moving geographically or figuratively, I guess, to the different area of Ontario. Okay, and who is Commission Counsel this morning?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
The Commission would like to call Mayor Drew Dilkens.
And if you could identify yourself for the...
Natalia Rodriguez, Commission Counsel.
Will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Drew Dilkens, D-R-E-W-D-I-L-K-E-N-S.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Dilkens. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. Nice to see you again.
You as well.
You had an interview with Commission Counsel on September 2nd of this year. You recall that?
Yes.
And we had an interview summary that was made as a result of that interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yes. And you've had a chance to review that summary?
Correct.
And do you have any corrections to make to that summary at this time?
Just a slight correction as it relates to the statement regarding the CBSA and the offer for tow trucks.
Okay, so let's pull that up. It's WTS 6019. And I believe you're referring to evidence that was on page 5. So we'll go to page 5 of that. Okay, and it's the paragraph that says towing resources right there.
Correct.
Okay, so what is it that you would like to change with respect to that paragraph?
So the correction should be that CBSA did not offer tow trucks to the Windsor Police Service or the city. The CBSA offered to help clear the drivers and tow trucks that may be available from the United States. So it wasn't that the CBSA had tow trucks themselves that was offered.
Okay, so they were facilitating the movement of tow trucks and drivers over the border, is that
Correct.
right? Okay, perfect. We'll make that correction. Thank you. And we'll have that witness summary entered into evidence. You also swore an affidavit attaching 2 institutional reports from the city of Windsor.
Yes.
And we're going to bring, well, first of all, we'll bring the affidavit up. It's AFF 6013.
Apologies, Council. Is there a prefix to that number?
AFF 6013. Okay, and if we can scroll down a little bit, do you recognize this as your affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we'll go to the 2 institutional reports then. WIN.IR 701. Okay, and if we can go down a little bit. Okay, and you recognize this as the institutional report for the City of Windsor?
Correct.
Do you have any corrections to make to this institutional report?
I would just make one correction as it relates to, this is probably not material, but for the interest of being correct, there's a mention in there that the city was formed in 1935 and it mentions an amalgamation act. Windsor actually received city status in 1892.
Okay, so Windsor has been a city since 1892, but it was amalgamated in 1935.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We'll make that correction and it will be entered into evidence. And then if we can just have the second institutional report, WIN.IR 702. And this, I believe, is a timeline of key events. And you recognize that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you have any changes to make to that institutional report?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll have those entered into evidence along with your affidavit. So I understand you've been the mayor of Windsor since 2014, is that right?
That's correct.
And my understanding is you've also been the chair of the Windsor Police Services Board since that time as well.
That's correct.
And as mayor, you are also part of the Community Control Group, is that right?
That's right.
And can you explain what the Community Control Group is?
The Community Control Group is effectively the members of our corporate leadership team, so the commissioners and the appropriate people needed to deal with certain events. And basically the idea is if we have a significant event, we give information once to the whole group and then provide a response where everyone is on the same page and understands what needs to be done before we adjourn a meeting.
And when you say commissioners, those are the kind of leads of the different departments in the city?
Yes, it's would be analogous in a corporate setting to the vice president.
Right.
So it's the senior city leadership team, the city manager, and all of the different department heads for each department.
Okay, great. And that includes EMS and the heads of, well, I assume also members of the WPS, or at least one member of the WPS would be there as well?
If required, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And my understanding is the CCG was activated during the blockade in Windsor of this year, is that right?
That's correct.
And what kind of decisions would be made at the CCG level?
Any sort of operational decision that is required from a city perspective, and it could be traffic control measures, it could be the acquisition of public works items, perhaps jersey barriers. It could be procuring any sort of legal resource that is needed. It really runs the gamut depending on what's required in each situation.
And what's an example of the kind of decision that was made for this particular event, which was the blockade?
Well, with respect to the blockade, everyone got together. It was very quickly determined that the right incident command for this event was a police response. And so on the back end, we were providing operational support to police. And that was procurement of jersey barriers, traffic signal control, signage, a whole host of different inputs that would be required to manage what police needed to deal with the event.
And was there also an aspect that dealt with us maintaining city services and ensuring the impacts to the residents and businesses was as little as possible?
That's true. So from a transit perspective, we want to make sure that the transit routes that would have crossed the area in question, that they can continue to be maintained in some order, that people could continue to move throughout the city. And so all of those people were around the table making sure that we were deploying the right response to support police in this endeavor.
Okay, thank you. And so you wore three hats in a sense during the event. You were the mayor of the city, you were the chair of the Windsor Police Services Board, and you were a member of the CCG, correct?
Correct.
And so in your role as CCG, who would have been briefing you? Would that have been Chief Laforet?
Yeah, Chief Steve Laforet is our fire chief. And so he took control of the CCG and was sort of the I would say like the emergency coordinator, making sure that all of the people were around the table and that the facilities were available, and he acted as the person in charge for that group.
And as mayor, would it have been the CAO who briefed you?
Well, I mean, I received briefings from the chief of police at the time, from the deputy chief, Belair, from the CAO, from city legal. I mean, there were a number of inputs coming into me throughout the day. And certainly at CCG, it was during the CCG meetings, it was a chance for us to share information broadly so that everyone was on the same page and that we knew it was required, and we were, for lack of a better term, locked and loaded moving forward.
So in many ways, your three hats were kind of together at the same time. There wasn't really a distinction between the three roles that you were playing.
Almost none.
Okay. So I want to familiarize the commissioner and others with Windsor and the geography of Windsor and the Ambassador Bridge, which is the bridge in question, because I think it provides some context to what we're going to be talking about in the next couple of hours. So I wanted to bring up the map that was circulated earlier. And so this is a map of Windsor, correct?
A portion of it, yep.
Portion of it. Okay, thank you. And we can see at the bottom there, that where the cursor is, that yellow line that goes east to west. Is that the 401?
Yes, the part that's marked 401 will be the portion that goes to the new Gordie Howe Bridge. And then the portion south of where it says EC Row Expressway is basically, it's called the Herb Gray Parkway, but it's a direct connection. It effectively is the 401. It links the 401 to through the city of Windsor to the future Gordie Howe Bridge. And then of course traffic, that bridge is not open yet, but traffic that is trying to access the Ambassador Bridge has to get off the 401 north of EC Row Expressway where they're getting on a municipal road. So they move from a provincial highway to a municipal road.
So maybe we can zoom in a little bit on the municipal road. So that would be the yellow road running northwest. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the name of that road?
Huron Church Road.
Huron Church Road, okay. And so that's a municipal road now within the boundaries of the city, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so to get to the bridge, we're going to zoom in. It's about 5 kilometers, is my understanding, from the 401 to the bridge on Huron Church Road. Is that right?
It might be somewhat less than that.
Okay.
Say between just around a little over 3 kilometers.
Okay, fair enough. And so let's zoom in a little bit there. Okay, and so where would the entrance then to the bridge be?
So just to the left of where your cursor, your pointer is, right there where that green dot is,
Yes.
traffic would proceed north
Yeah.
and continue to follow the yellow line. Now you're on to basically the entrance, the approach to the bridge.
Okay. And so that's still within the city. And is that now, is there any federal agencies that are in that area that are in charge of securing that area?
Well, the response is a municipal response. So if there was an accident, if there was some form of criminality or something that required police attention, Windsor Police would respond.
Okay.
But you were actually now getting on privately owned property. The Ambassador Bridge is owned by a private corporation. And so that private corporation is required to follow the provisions of the International Bridges and Tunnels Act, which is federal legislation in Canada, and that the minister responsible for administering that legislation is the Minister of Transportation.
Okay. And does CBSA have a presence on this portion on the entrance of the bridge?
Yes. So CBSA, you see the red, looks like a customs officer, a police officer. That's where CBSA has their staff.
Okay, great. And so I wanted to make the map 3D if we can, just to show the elevation, because the bridge actually starts not at the river there, but actually further down in the actual city. So I just wanted to show that. If we can zoom in a little bit. So it looks like the bridge really starts. Well, we can see there now it's going underneath Wyandotte Street. Is that right?
It goes over Wyandotte Street.
Yes.
Right.
And so it looks like part of the bridge is actually going through the city itself, not over water. Is that right?
Correct.
And
so the bridge itself, I mean, people would refer to the bridge as the portion of the structure between the two largest pillars. Everything else is the approach. And so the approach to, you can see the large pillar coming out of the water there. Everything leading up to that pillar is the approach, and you can see the rise in elevation as vehicles get on the bridge. And just north of where the pointer is now, that's the University of Windsor campus. It's directly adjacent to the Ambassador Bridge, and they have about 17,500 students that attend that campus.
And the other side looks to be quite residential, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we can zoom back a little bit, yeah, and just move back. So in order to then enter the bridge, drivers would come north on Huron Church Road, and they would enter what we call, is this called a plaza, this area where vehicles would enter to go through customs and go through the border?
So where the pointer is now, you can see if you stayed to the left on that roadway, that would be into the plaza area, past the duty free, and then onto the bridge. And where that pointer was, where the number 3 is, again, if you stayed to the left, you're going to the bridge. To stay to the right, that's how people, a majority of people I would submit, get to the University of Windsor each and every day. So that is one way to get on the Ambassador Bridge. There is a second entrance to the Ambassador Bridge, and that is sort of in the middle of the screen where the yellow dot is right there. There is an entrance point just down, 20 meters or 30 meters. You can turn in and access the bridge that way as well.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is that the blockade occurred at the intersection of Huron Church Road and College Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's go to that area. I believe that's where the green cursor is. Is that right? The
Yes.
green dot. Okay, thank you. So, so now with that in mind, we can talk a little bit about the blockade and how it occurred, having a better understanding of the layout of the city and where the bridge is in relation to the rest of the city. So thank you for that. So you had mentioned that the Ambassador Bridge is privately owned, and that's on both sides of the border, correct?
Correct.
And the southern end, the Canadian port of entry, is, as we saw, within the city of Windsor.
That's right.
And my understanding is that there are a few other points of entry, or there are other areas to be able to get to the US side, including a tunnel. Is that right?
Yes, the City of Windsor and the City of Detroit, we respectively own our own halves of the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel. We manage them together, but ownership rests with each municipality.
And what kind of vehicles pass through the tunnel as opposed to through the bridge? Why would one go over into the tunnel versus the bridge?
The tunnel is predominantly just vehicular traffic, passenger cars. Auto haulers can go in the tunnel, but there are weight and height restrictions. The tunnel's 90 plus years old, so there are height and weight restrictions in the tunnel. So the vast majority of truck traffic uses the Ambassador Bridge. Passenger traffic uses the tunnel.
Okay. And my understanding is there's also a ferry between Windsor and Detroit. Is that right?
That's correct. And the ferry is used for hazardous goods. They cannot cross through. They cannot cross over the Ambassador Bridge if they're carrying hazardous goods. And
does any kind of just regular traffic go also on the ferry, or is that exclusively limited to hazardous goods?
It's exclusive to vehicles carrying hazardous goods.
Okay. And I understand there's also a rail tunnel that connects Windsor to Detroit. Is that right?
There is. Yes.
And what kind of traffic goes through the rail tunnel?
I'm not sure in terms of the volume of traffic, but it is not a double stack tunnel, so it limits the type of traffic that can go through, train traffic that can go through.
And is it generally commercial traffic?
Yes.
Now, according to the institutional report that we saw earlier, my understanding is that there are over 2.6 million truck crossings over the bridge, or there were in 2020. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
And this is about 28% of all of Canada's truck crossings.
Correct.
And my understanding also is that the bridge handles over $390 million of trade each day. Does that sound right?
Yeah, so the numbers vary, and it really, the estimate is between 300 and 450 million, depending on the day, depending on the season. But that, any way you cut it, it's hundreds of millions of dollars a day. So between 3 and 450 is sort of the rule of thumb.
And the bridge also serves as an important corridor for travel for Windsor residents. Is that right?
It does.
And generally, what kind of day-to-day traffic in terms of residents is going over the bridge?
Well, I would say there really are two kinds. And so living in Windsor, we have the benefit of being a sort of that safe, small city community in Canada. And then people who live in Windsor in our area often cross for all of the amenities that you would find in a big city, whether that's sports or dining or entertainment. All of that exists in Detroit, just 10 minutes away. But we also have about 6,000 people who cross to go to work. So people who live in our community and cross to work in the greater Detroit area each and every day. And those are everything from engineers and a whole host of healthcare professionals that continue to cross even during the pandemic.
And now you had mentioned that if there was an accident on the bridge, it would be the Windsor Police Service who would respond to that accident, correct?
If it's on the Canadian side, yes.
Yes. Now, what happens if, for example, someone's trying to cross unlawfully, or there's another type of situation that's not, say, an accident?
Windsor Police, from my understanding, would be the ones that would receive the first call and provide the first response if there's other criminal type of activity.
Does the OPP have any jurisdiction anywhere in Windsor or the bridge, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge. I would say that the OPP is responsible. When we looked at the map just a few minutes ago, where the 401 meets the EC Row Expressway, the OPP is responsible to patrol effectively the 401, which is in our area as well.
Right, but is the 401 is outside of the city limits, is my understanding. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay. And does the RCMP have any jurisdiction anywhere in Windsor or on the bridge?
Not to my knowledge. They have a presence in Windsor. There's a detachment, but I'm not aware that they have any sort of operational dealings with the Ambassador Bridge per se.
Okay. Now, just going back to the arrival of the convoy that caused the blockade, and to even go further before that time, my understanding is that there were slow roll protests that happened at the end of January. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you aware of those at the time?
I really wasn't aware of them at the time. They really had no impact, and the chief of the day hadn't mentioned that to me. And so I wasn't aware at the time.
And these were convoys of trucks going up and down Huron Church Road, kind of slowly in a slow manner. Is that your understanding of what that was?
Correct. And as I came to find out, they weren't blocking traffic, so traffic to and from the Ambassador Bridge was still able to move.
Okay, thank you. Now, at the end of January, were you aware of the convoy protest that was happening in Ottawa?
Yes.
And did you have at that time any information to suggest that those protests might impact Windsor?
I had no information myself, and nothing was passed to me at the end of January.
Okay. So when were you first advised that there was potentially a risk of a blockade to the bridge, or that there was maybe a plan to blockade the bridge?
February the 4th.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to WIN 6010. And this is an email dated February 4th. And if we go to the bottom of the first page, yeah, we can see the email is from somebody at CBSA to Carolyn Brown and some other individuals. Who's Carolyn Brown?
Carolyn Brown is a city employee who's responsible for managing the Windsor-Detroit tunnel, our half.
Your half of the tunnel. Okay, not the bridge, the tunnel.
Correct.
Right. And so she's saying, Mr. Boismere is saying to her, we have heard of additional slow roll protests in and around Huron Church and the Ambassador Bridge over the next few days. Information on social media also suggests that, quote, if we don't see any change by Monday, we will be shutting down the Windsor border crossing completely, end quote. While there is no information that I have been made aware of regarding protests at the tunnel, if any such blockade occurs at the Ambassador Bridge, we may see an increase in passenger traffic and those commercial vehicles that are able to utilize the tunnel. Okay, so were you made aware of this information at the time?
Not from the folks on this email, but I did receive a call from the chief of police shortly thereafter, who told me about the slow roll, and the police are monitoring this slow roll through the city of Windsor.
And at that time, was there any discussion about potentially trying to prevent a blockade from occurring?
No, what the chief told me, Chief Mizuno had said that that's when I found out that it was already happening in the days prior to February the 4th, and that everyone had been peaceful, that there had been no blockage of traffic to and from the Ambassador Bridge. And so what the chief told me is that they were monitoring the situation, and she just wanted to let me know.
Okay. And did the city do anything in response to this information?
On this particular time, I wouldn't say on February the 4th, not right away. I mean, what I did when I found out, I sent a text to Minister Mendicino just to let him know that I had received this information, so that he was aware, because we were watching, of course, what was happening in Ottawa and elsewhere around the country. And I just passed that up to the minister for his attention.
Okay, so we'll go to those text messages since you've mentioned it. WIN 402295. So these are your text messages to Minister Mendicino, is that right?
Yes.
And so the blue is you, and if we go down, there's some white. The white text is him?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we just go back up a little bit. Hi, I know things are crazy for you. Wanted you to know that police here are prepping for the potential return of truckers and other malcontents next week. It sounds like they may be attempting to block traffic to the Ambassador Bridge. So that's on February 4th. As you mentioned, when it came to your attention that there was a risk of a blockade, correct?
That's correct.
And if we go down, he says, thanks, man. Let's try to connect this. Let's go down a little bit more. This weekend, stay safe. Okay, so it sounds like you knew him from before. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. It's not the first time you're texting him.
No.
Okay. And he mentions to connect that weekend. Did you speak to him prior to the blockade taking hold? So this would be Friday the 4th, so either on the 5th or the 6th?
I don't recall if we spoke on the weekend.
Okay. Now, moving forward to February 6th, my understanding is that there was a risk of a blockade at another location in Sarnia. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you aware of that at the time?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about what that was about, where it was and what was the issue?
Well, we were watching, and the chief had called me as well, but we were also watching social media and traditional media as well, and saw that there was a thread and then a blockage at or around the Blue Water Bridge.
And that's in Sarnia?
Yes.
And do you know how long that lasted or when it got resolved?
I don't recall how long it lasted, but my recollection is it was ended pretty quick.
And did that raise any concerns with respect to the Ambassador Bridge and possible blockades there?
Yes, it did.
So let's move now to February 7th, the day the blockade actually happened. Can you just walk us through that day, what it was like for you, when you found out, and what you did that day?
Well, I'll say leading up to the 7th, there was lots of activity over the weekend because you could feel the temperature rising in terms of comments on social media, what was happening in and around Sarnia. We were watching what was happening in Ottawa, and we know anyone who lives in Windsor knows and appreciates how important the Ambassador Bridge is, not just for our local and regional economies, but also provincially. And so over the weekend, we started making preparations to acquire jersey barriers at the request of police. I had made an effort to secure one of our Transit Windsor buses to put on the, I would say, the other side of customs, on the duty-free side of the tunnel, just in case there was a blockage at the bridge and the tunnel, because there was the thought that you could have the closure of both pieces of infrastructure. And we knew that we had to provide a mechanism to move healthcare workers who lived in Windsor and worked in Detroit. We had to be able to get them through the tunnel, even if their cars could not get through the tunnel. And so we moved a transit bus to the other side, to the duty-free plaza in the tunnel, and then there was work being done to figure out how to move that bus through, because we were still in this COVID restriction period, and there arrived can and all sorts of restrictions crossing back and forth through the international border. So work was going on that front as well. And so everyone was working very well together, dealing with whatever information we had, and trying to provide and prepare for the eventuality in the worst case scenario, which would be the closure of Huron Church Road leading to the Ambassador Bridge.
And ultimately, the tunnel was not blocked. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the bus did not need to be used.
It wasn't used, but we made all preparations just in case, because it was imperative that we had access for healthcare workers to get through to the United States.
Okay, so there was a sense that the temperature was increasing, as you say, and then on the 7th, what happened on that day?
Well, on the 7th, we opened our Emergency Operations Center. So that is at one of our fire halls. The chief opened the EOC. There was a meeting, say 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning that day at the EOC, or of the CCG, I should say. And everything was sort of laid out. Here's what we have. Police were on that call. Everyone was briefed on the information that was available at the time. And everyone was on the same page. So preparations were being made if it got worse.
And was there any discussion about doing any kind of actions to prevent a blockade from taking hold? Because it sounds like there was an anticipation that this could happen. It hadn't yet happened. Was there any discussion about trying to prevent it from happening?
There were some efforts by OPP, as I was made aware, up the 401, outside of the boundaries of the city of Windsor, to try and divert truck traffic that may be on the way. But I think it's fair to say that if you know the city of Windsor and anyone who lives in our city, because of the distance from, say, EC Row Expressway, the end of the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge, and we're talking 3 kilometers each way, the number of businesses, the number of homes, the hotels that are built up that require direct access to Huron Church Road, it would be, for all intents and purposes, practically impossible to guarantee with any certainty that you could provide a route for trucks and without having huge disruption to the community, not just the business community, but also the people who live on the west side of the city.
Right, because Huron Church Road does serve as an access point between the east side of the city and the west side. It seems to cut right through the city. Is that right?
It bisects right through. And so you can imagine the Ambassador Bridge when it was built, 90 years ago, that the road, Huron Church Road, was effectively a road with farms on either side back then. And over time, there are still homes whose driveways require access to Huron Church Road. But over time, that's changed. And so again, you have hotels, many, many hotels and motels. You have lots of businesses, and you have a whole community. In fact, the western side of Huron Church Road is one of the oldest communities in Ontario, going back to the mid 1700s. It's called Sandwich Town at the time. And so it's a lot of history in that area, and a lot of people live there. Not just students that go to the University of Windsor, but a whole host of folks. I mean, there's probably 25,000 people who live on the other side of Huron Church Road, the west side.
Right. And so there was a CCG meeting in the morning, and then what happened after that?
Everyone was just making plans, doing the best they could do to support police as they tried to mobilize everything that they required to provide us support. It was very obvious that if something happened here, it was a police response that would be required.
And do you know at what point the slow roll became a blockade and the blockade took hold?
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. I'll take you to an email. It may help. WIN 402223. So this is another email. If we go down from CBSA to Ms. Brown, and this is in the morning. Open source information states that a convoy will meet up in Comber, Ontario between 9 and 10 this morning and start heading for the Ambassador Bridge at 10. Info also states that they will only be going to the bridge and the tunnel will be left open for emergencies and emergency vehicles. So this would have been at 10 a.m. Or at 9:44 in any event, the bridge was still not blocked. Did you receive this information? Was this passed on to you?
I don't recall if that was passed on to me or not.
Okay. And
I say that, and I'll tell you, I was talking to the chief of police or the deputy chief probably 5 times a day.
Yeah.
And direct connection with our city manager and the department heads. So there was no lack of sharing of information in Windsor. We were all pretty much on the same page and aware of what was going on and trying to develop and devise a response, and especially try to help police as they needed.
And so I'll take you to WIN 6098. And this is another update from CBSA to Ms. Brown. And if we go down, let's go down. So actually, let's go down all the way. Let's keep going. There it is. So Mr. Boismere says, I have been advised that all lanes at the bridge are closed and negotiations have halted. Protesters have advised that they are staying put and not moving. They appear to be setting up a camp of sorts. Both lanes to and from the bridge are at a standstill. So this is now at 7:18 p.m. So do you recall hearing it sometime in the evening that the blockade had taken hold?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if I can take you to WIN 402204. Now, this is the CCG meeting that you had mentioned that had happened on February 7th in the morning. looks like this was the first kind of blockade specific or convoy specific CCG meeting that took place. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if we go down, let's keep going to the next page. Yeah, we'll keep going. See, no, let's go up a little bit more. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so I'm looking at the part that says we do have a comprehensive plan. Okay, yeah, so at the bottom there, Deputy Belair. Can you tell us who Deputy Belair is?
He is a deputy police chief in the city of Windsor responsible for operations.
Okay. And you already mentioned Chief Mizuno, who's the chief of police, right?
At the time, yes.
At the time. And so Deputy Belair says, okay, we do have a more comprehensive plan and some fallback and negotiation strategies. There is freedom of movement and we do live in a democracy. If it is an aggressive, keep going down, public demonstration, we have incremental steps to take place as we have done our legal homework. Do you recall what the discussion was around this point, what Chief Belair was trying to express here?
You know, my sentiment at the time was that they were doing everything they could to speak with the protesters, to try and find some way to allow a slow roll to continue if that's what folks wanted to do, but to prevent a permanent shutdown of Huron Church Road.
And my understanding is that in this meeting, the police service explained it had a plan in place if the protests worsened, and that in the meeting, preparations were discussed, such as jersey barriers and mobilizing towing resources. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you explain a little bit the city's role in securing jersey barriers?
I'm not sure exactly who did it, but there was requests made. And so likely it would have been our public works department sourcing whatever we had internally as a city. And then where we were deficient in the numbers required, reaching out to adjacent municipalities and trying to procure the jersey barriers that police had asked for.
And my understanding is that the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario ultimately did provide a significant number of jersey barriers. Does that accord with your recollection?
Certainly at the end of this incident, we wouldn't have been able to do it without them. We needed their help to secure 3 kilometers of jersey barriers in each direction. So a total of 6 kilometers of jersey barriers.
And my understanding is the city was not, did not secure towing capacity or was not able to secure towing capacity. Is that right?
We have police have a contract with a company, which is quite standard, and they provide towing services. And so they had capacity, but there was, also there were threats being made against the company and the owners of the company that if they participated in towed cars, there was all sorts of things going on to sort of attack the company and their reputation online, giving them negative reviews and doing a number of things that happened ultimately. So yes, they are our contractor, they were cooperative, but if the expectation is that they could have helped move all of the vehicles that were there, including some of the heavy trucks, I don't think they would have had, it would have taken a long time, or they wouldn't have had all of the resources required. We would have needed additional support if any attempt was made to go in and move everyone in any timely manner.
So they didn't refuse to provide services. It's just they were one company and couldn't do all of it, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not aware that they refused to provide services.
Okay. But you are aware that they received some kind of negative, I guess, repercussions as a result of assisting.
That's correct.
And my understanding is that originally both the north and the southbound lane of the bridge was blockaded, and then at some point one of the lanes opened up. Do you have a sense for the kind of the movement of the blockade and the different points of entry?
I think police would be better positioned to answer that, but the briefings that I received from the chief at the time is that the ongoing negotiations, they were trying to get a lane open for emergency purposes. And so they were at one time successful in doing that, and then that ended very, very quickly. And part of the issue that we experienced collectively in Windsor is that this was a leaderless movement. You know, there was no one speaking for the group who could guarantee the behavior of the other members. And so police will know better the timing in terms of, you know, the ebb and flow of what they were able to achieve. But the briefings I received from Chief Mizuno was that at one time they did have a lane open, but that agreement dissolved very quickly.
And my understanding too is that the access from Wyandotte Road was open at one time, and then that also became blockaded over time.
Correct.
And when you say a leaderless movement, is this information you received from the police, or how did you come to that conclusion?
Yes, that's information I received from police.
Okay. Now, on the 7th, which is the day of the blockade, I understand you had a discussion with Solicitor General Jones. Is that correct?
In or around the 7th, it was the 7th or the 8th.
Okay. And she asked what Windsor needed to respond to the blockade?
She did. And so obviously the Solicitor General had responsibility for the OPP at the time. And I wanted to make sure that she was informed of what was going on the ground. But my question to the Chief of Police was, Chief, what do you need? How many officers do you need? Because she told me she does not have enough human resources to end the situation that had developed in Windsor. So my question to her is, what do you need? Tell me what you need, and I'll help amplify whatever you need, you know, up the chain with the folks that I speak to. And so she said, I need 100 officers. And so I amplified that with the Solicitor General. I amplified that with the Premier. I amplified that with Minister Mendicino. And then there were conversations later in the evening on the 8th with my Chief of Staff and other Chiefs of Staff at for sure, the federal level. And they asked for that request in writing. And so the Chief in her own right was already working through her channels. And so I asked her, I told her that we're getting the request to put this in writing. Can you please do that? And she did that the next day. And so we received the letter on the 9th. And she sent that letter to asking for 100 officers to the Commissioner of the OPP and the Commissioner of the RCMP. And then we forwarded those letters as well to the folks that we were talking to.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, it started with a discussion between you and the Chief. You asked her what she needed. She told you 100. You then went to Solicitor General Jones and to Minister Mendicino and said, we need 100 officers. And they came back and said, please put that in writing. And then you went back to the Chief and told her, put it in writing. And on the 9th, these letters went out. Is that a fair summary?
Correct.
Okay. So when you spoke to the Solicitor General on the 7th, that would have been to tell her the request for 100. And is that when she told you I need it in writing?
No. She never told me she needed it in writing. And so I spoke with the Solicitor General just because I wanted her to be aware of what was happening on the ground and make sure that she was informed of what was going on down here. And the same with Minister Mendicino, just here's the temperature and the tenor on the ground. Here's what we're seeing, just so they had a sort of situational awareness, I would call it. And so they didn't ask for it in writing. It was through their staff, really at the federal level, through staff at the federal level, who said, can you please put the request in writing? And that was on the evening of the 8th. And then I sent a message to the Chief saying, they're asking for this in writing. And she had one of her deputies or superintendents put that in writing, and she sent it off in letter form to the Commissioner of the RCMP and the Commissioner of the OPP. And
on February 8th, that was your Chief of Staff that participated in that staff meeting. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you recall anything else noteworthy from that discussion with the Solicitor General at that time on the 7th?
No, she was obviously very concerned, very interested, very much wanting to help. And, we agreed just to stay in touch and make sure that we were informing one another of important things related to the matter.
And in terms of your discussion with Minister Mendicino that same day, was it similar kind of tenor? Is that essentially the same type of discussion?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, on February 8th, there was also a meeting of the Windsor Police Services Board, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an in-camera meeting, is my understanding. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes.
So I'll take you to the minutes of that meeting, WIN 401999. Okay, and if we go down. Oh, sorry, I think this was actually your request to call the meeting.
Yes.
So you called this meeting as chair, correct?
Sarah Sabi-Houdin is our board assistant. And so I had asked her to call a meeting of the board. I think I did it. If you went down even further, I think I asked around noon on the 8th.
So, and the minutes of that meeting are actually at WIN 402174. Okay, yeah, there we go. So it was on February 8 at 7 p.m. And we can see the chief was there, 2 deputy chiefs, you were there as well. Some councillors were there and others. And if we go down to, I believe it's, oh, there we go. Chief Mizuno provided an update to the WPS board on the recent situation regarding the Ambassador Bridge blockade. WPS was notified last week of the potential for this protest to take place in Windsor. And then if we go to the end of that page, WPS has requested assistance should we need it from Chatham Police and LaSalle Police. Our top concerns are public safety and de-escalation. What was the board's role with respect to securing resources from other local police forces?
The board took no role in that directly. The board, and I think you see in the minutes, was Chief, do you have the resources required to deal with the situation? What do you need from us? If you don't have the resources, what do you need us to authorize in terms of budget or whatever was in our purview to assist with the chief providing the response that was required?
And did the WPS request any assistance from the board at this meeting?
No.
Okay. And if we go down, keep going. Chief Mizuno there in the middle says, WPS officers are doing a fantastic job. Lessons have been learned from Ottawa and from our own past experiences, and external assistance has been requested. Do you know what the chief meant from when she says lessons have been learned from Ottawa? Do you know what those lessons are?
In my conversations with the chief, the largest lesson learned was not to let this grow. Don't let bouncy castles and hot tubs and sort of those types of amenities come to the streets on Huron Church Road and allow this to grow. So make sure that we're dealing with this, as quickly and swiftly and professionally in a way that, as she said, provides for public safety and de-escalates. But don't, lessons from Ottawa, don't allow this to grow. There may have been others that were on her mind, but that's one that she mentioned to me.
And are you aware whether there were actions taken to contain it so that it wouldn't grow?
Police did take action with respect to Jersey barriers, and so they cordoned off certain streets, and they had control of certain areas that I think made their life a little easier and was able to prevent the situation from getting larger. And
in terms of the request for 100 officers, do you have a sense, or did the board have a sense for how those that number was conceived?
No idea. It was simply a request of the chief. What do you need? Recognizing that they had already on the weekend, let's say of the 4th, 5th, 6th, leading up to this, already put a request in for some public liaison officers from the OPP. And so she was already doing what was required to ask for resources that we may not have had that would have helped provide for what she's saying here, de-escalation, public safety. It was only when it was finally cemented, the situation finally cemented itself and it became a permanent blockade, she had told me, I don't have everything I need. We won't be able to resolve this with the human resources that we have inside the Windsor Police Service. We're going to need additional help. To which my question was, what do you need? How many officers do you need? You tell me, and I will help amplify that, at the political level so that they are aware of what our request is. And of course, the expectation is that she was going to do what she needed to do through the OPP and the proper channels operationally on her side.
Right. And in terms of an operational plan, did the board ever see how those officers were going to be used?
No.
Okay. Did the board ever request to see an operational plan?
No, and I think that would be somewhat unusual for at least for our board. We wouldn't get into that level of detail. And none was presented and none was asked for.
Okay. And are you aware whether those resources requested were ultimately provided?
I think it's fair to say more than what was requested was actually provided. And so my understanding, at the sort of in the final analysis is that we asked for 100. One may look at the fact that the chief wrote one letter to the RCMP and one letter to the OPP and may say, well, in fact, you asked for 200. Even if you look at 200 as, if you look at it from that perspective and you say we asked for 200, it's my understanding that we had at least 500 officers attend to deal with the situation.
And when you say you were amplifying the request politically, what was the response that you were getting from the federal government and from the provincial government?
A desire and willingness to help. There were great lines of communication with Sylvia Jones, great lines of communication with the Premier. Minister Mendicino was excellent, and a great phone call with the Prime Minister that I had that, he was very understanding, and of course, living through the situation here in the Ottawa, had a perspective on what we were dealing with and wanted to help. So all lines of communication were open, and it was back and forth. So it was very good.
And did the board take any specific actions to support the WPS during this time?
No, the board asked the chief, what do you need from us? And her comment effectively was, we have everything we need, or it's being worked on at this point. There was no direction required from the board that wasn't already being worked on. So
it was the board's understanding on February 8th that the only thing preventing the blockade from being dismantled was the influx of resources. There was a plan in place, and they were just waiting for the resources?
Correct.
Okay. Did the board adopt any policies pursuant to Section 31 of the Police Services Act with respect to either the slow roll or the blockade?
No.
Did the board ever direct the police chief in any way as contemplated in the Police Services Act?
No.
And who was advising the board on these issues, on legal issues and interpretations of the Act, et cetera?
We didn't have legal counsel in these meetings. And so you'll see we had in this particular meeting, we had the entire board. We had the chief, Deputy Chief Belair at the time was there. We had our provincial police liaison person from the Solicitor General's office there as well, Dave Tilley. And so it never got to a point where the board felt like or asked a question that couldn't be answered or was unsatisfied in some way. So the board felt satisfied at the end of this meeting that they had asked the appropriate questions of our chief and were supporting her in every way that she asked.
Now, are you aware of whether the WPS had any communications with protesters or blockade organizers?
The chief did tell me that police continued to talk to protesters. Again, I go back to, opening one lane for a period of time that was through a negotiation. And every day, the chief told me that they continue to talk, they continue to have discussion and dialogue. It just, ultimately didn't change much.
Did you have any discussions with protesters or organizers?
No.
Okay. Do you have a sense for whether the protesters were local to Windsor, whether they were coming from the outside, whether they were coming from Ottawa? Do you have a sense for who these people were?
I asked the question because clearly police were gathering intelligence on license plates and, scanning social media and doing the work that they needed to do. And I asked the question on whether or not these were, they generally local folks, or were they folks coming, from elsewhere? And there were a fair number of local folks, as I was told, that were part of the demonstrating group. But I was also told by the chief that there were a fair number of folks who weren't even from Essex County that had come in from elsewhere to participate in this.
Now, on February 9th, you said to reporters that arresting the demonstrators opposed to pandemic health measures and towing their vehicles could lead to violence. And because you said some of them were willing to die for it. Do you recall saying that?
I do.
And how did you reach that assessment that they were willing to die for it?
Well, there was a TV report that was also reported on the front page of the Windsor Star, and it was very early on in the protest that one of the protesters had said outright that this is a cause that they were willing to die for. And there was the reports to me was that there was a very high temperature on the ground amongst the protesters. They were very aggressive in their language and in their posture. And it was that type of comment, willing to die for the cause, that caused police to take a more measured approach into the way that they dealt with the situation. No one need to die on the streets of Windsor or elsewhere protesting vaccine mandates or whatever the protest ultimately was about. And so everyone took a pause. No one wanted to see a repeat. And that was one thing the chief had told me, that there was a concern about what had happened in Toronto at the G20. And so, members of the public in Windsor were saying, why don't you just go in there and end this? Like, it didn't seem like it wasn't something that it was an issue that the police couldn't resolve quickly to the average person. And so the public was feeling, the energy that they wanted to see something happen. And at the same time, police are saying this is not, a typical protest that you would see on a Sunday afternoon on the front lawn at City Hall. And so they were being very measured. They were being very cautious. They did not want to see a recreation of the events that happened in Toronto. And so they were taking a lot of precaution.
And do you have a sense for how many vehicles or number of protesters were involved?
It seemed to ebb and flow. And so sometimes at night, more would come out as I'm told the party atmosphere sort of ramped up. And it could be 200 at one point, down to 75.
Sorry, are you referring to protesters or vehicles? Okay.
Protesters. Sorry, was that your question?
Yes,
okay.
Protesters and vehicles.
Yeah, and vehicles, I'll leave it to Deputy Chief Crowley to answer that. I'm not exactly sure how many vehicles ultimately were there.
Okay. And so, so then is it fair to say that bylaw was not ticketing and towing? They were not enforcing because of the reasons you mentioned in terms of escalating? Yeah,
we would never, with the temperature on the ground and the statements folks were making, we would never send our bylaw officers in to enforce municipal bylaws. In fact, there was a report to me that we had our parking enforcement is outsourced to the commissionaires. And a commissioner did respond February 8th or 9th, went in to issue some tickets and was swarmed and put in a situation that was, she felt was very dangerous, or that they felt was very dangerous, and actually had to be escorted to their car by police and leave, and folks were spitting on the car as the commissioner left. And so the temperature was too hot to think that you were going to send municipal bylaw officers in there without police accompanying them. And so at the end of the day, the thought was that negotiation would be the best way forward. And again, no one need to die or get hurt in this type of protest. Let's find a sensible way through and get everyone to move on so we can get the bridge open and the economy moving again.
Right. And are you aware of any other incidences of threats or violence with respect to the blockade, aside from the one you just mentioned?
Well, related to the blockade, besides the one at my house.
Well, maybe tell us about that one.
Well, one of the folks involved threatened to, I think it was to bomb my house or do something like that. And so, we woke up and all of a sudden there are 2 or 3 police cars around our house for several weeks because of the temperature on the ground and what people were posting on social media and the comments that were being made. It became a very direct threat to me and my family. And so that in itself was concerning. But it was the nature and sort of the spirit of the protest. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. You know, I've lived my whole life in the city of Windsor. It's unlike anything I've ever seen during that time. And the posture and the language was, you know, it was almost as if folks wanted some sort of brawl on the streets. You know, they were hoping police would engage in that way so they could have some sort of, you know, brawl on the streets, if I can describe it that way. And I know police weren't interested in that. As the mayor, I wasn't interested in that. As chair of the police board, I wasn't interested in that. We were interested in finding a way through this that was sensible, that was practical, but ultimately that you know, opened the road leading to the Ambassador Bridge, because it is such a vital economic piece of economic infrastructure, not just for Windsor, Essex County, but for the entire province and respectfully for the nation. We had to get that roadway open.
And are you aware of any other individuals who received threats? Anyone within City Council, anyone within in any other kind of prominent position?
I know Councillor Fabio Costante, who represents the west side of the city, on both sides, frankly, of Huron Church Road. And there was a comment made that they would protest at his law office. He's a lawyer and he has a law office in Sandwichtown. And so there was a comment made that they would be going there to protest at the law office.
Did that materialize?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So I want to go back to the request for resources, if I can, for a minute. Can I take you to WIN 401623? And these are the letters that Chief Mizuno sent. I believe this one is to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. There we go, to Minister Blair, and that's on February 9. And I just want to go down. Yeah, here we go. So it says Windsor Police Service is requesting a minimum of 100 police officers be dispatched to the city of Windsor to bolster current and potentially future requirements. Okay, and if we go down, just want to see the signature. Yep, Pamela Mizuno, Chief of Police. Thank you. So that's the letter that she sent to Minister Blair.
Yes.
And if we go to WIN 401648. So this is now also dated February 9, addressed to the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Solicitor General. And if we go down, I believe, so this one is also requesting 100 police officers. I believe it's the same letter. The letters were also asking in the second paragraph, marked police vehicles and tow trucks, including heavy tows for large transport vehicles. And if we go down, it's also from Chief Mizuno. Now, you had mentioned that your understanding was that the requests were made to the RCMP and the OPP. Are you aware of other letters that were sent to the commissioners of the OPP and RCMP?
No.
Okay, so these would be the requests, the letters that were sent.
Those are the letters that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If the chief, I know, was having conversations with her colleagues that I wasn't, that I wasn't party to.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what we were asked for, to put it in writing. And that's what she did. And she sent it off from her office to Minister Blair's office and to Minister Jones's office.
Okay, and on February 9, that same day, your chief of staff scheduled a meeting between you and the Office of the Solicitor General. Do you recall that? I know we had a discussion on the 7th or the 8th, and now it looks like there's another one on the 9th. What was the purpose of that discussion?
It was just an update. And so, I was just trying to keep everyone updated.
Was anything requested at that time or offered in terms of assistance? Nothing
more than the 100 officers that we had asked for.
Okay. And if we can go to WIN 401583. So this is now text messages between you and Premier Doug Ford, is that right?
Correct.
And so the dark is you speaking, and then the light colored text is Premier Ford. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it looks like he is asking you to call him on February 9. Did you have a call with him on February 9?
I did.
And what was the discussion on that call?
Obviously, he was receiving, I shouldn't say obviously, but he was receiving phone calls from businesses as well who were concerned about the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. I gave him sort of a situational briefing on what we had going on down here. And, you know, that we had asked for 100 officers. So it was I think a fairly quick phone call, just a couple of minutes. And, you know, he was stressing to me the importance of the Ambassador Bridge and that we have to find a way to get this open. And I certainly agreed with him and understood that as well.
Did he make any offers of assistance or anything of that nature?
No, I had told the Premier that we asked for 100 officers and that OPP already had some resources on the ground, PLT, liaison teams that were already here.
Yeah.
So I told him that and told him about the 100 officer request. And then he asked for Minister Mendicino's phone number, which I texted to him.
And now this is 2 days before the province declared a provincial state of emergency. Did that come up in your discussions with him?
Never, no.
So he didn't ask you whether you wanted that or whether you needed that or anything to that effect?
No.
Okay. What about the Emergencies Act, the Federal Emergencies Act? Was that ever discussed with the Premier?
Never.
Now, the next day on February 10, you spoke to the media and said that additional resources were being deployed by the OPP and that the Premier and Solicitor General were responding rapidly to your call for support. Was that accurate at the time?
I'm sorry, can you ask?
It was on February 10. You told reporters that this request was being actioned very quickly and that the OPP was being deployed and that the Premier and Solicitor General were responding rapidly to your request for resources.
I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. And do you have a sense for when it says there OPP resources started to arrive? So by the 10th, you were receiving, or the city was receiving OPP resources?
Yes, we had some resources, cars that you could see, OPP cars along the Huron Church Road. And the chief told me that there were PLT units that were already here negotiating. And then she did tell me that public order units were also starting to arrive.
Because my understanding is that the Windsor Police Service did not have at the time a PLT unit or a POU unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they were coming in from other, the OPP was providing those. Is that right?
Yes, OPP, RCMP.
Okay. Do you have a sense for when our RCMP officers arrived in Windsor?
I don't exactly know.
Did the board have any role in swearing RCMP officers in?
No.
Do you know how that was done or who did that?
I just was aware that that was an issue, and I'm not sure the mechanics behind the scenes on you know how that was resolved.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that there was an injunction that was sought and granted with respect to the blockade, correct?
Correct.
And how did this idea come about? Who was the initiator of this?
Well, I was, and on February the 9th, you know, in sort of the mid to late afternoon, I'd had a conversation with our Commissioner of Legal Services, Shelby Askin-Hager, you know, about the prospect of an injunction. And she wanted to think through it and make sure she understood the best way to move forward with that idea. And then on the 10th in the morning, we had to move quickly if we were going to make that happen. And so I said, we need to do this. And the reason for doing this was, there were multiple reasons. What people need to appreciate is that not just the temperature on the ground of the protesters, but the temperature of the general public to this protest was amplifying as well. And I could not, as mayor, I could not, as chair of the Windsor Police Services Board, direct police operations and tell the chief or the police administration how to move forward and when to move forward. I had no clear line of sight on how many resources were coming here. I knew there, I'm getting dribs and drabs of, yes, some folks are en route. Well, are they en route from Alberta? Are they en route from Newfoundland? Are they coming from Aurelia? I have no sense of the timing. And so the public temperature to this protest was also growing rapidly to the point where you had Facebook groups being set up where people wanted to go out and undertake sort of vigilante type justice on the streets to remove these protesters themselves. And it was, as it relates to, the pandemic that we'd all lived through, in Windsor, we had lived through the same thing that many others have lived through, the stops and the starts of businesses, people not getting paid for a period of time, and going through that frustration and friction as we've all dealt with the pandemic collectively. And so just when we were at a point where there seemed to be light on the horizon, this was seen to be very, how do I say it, assaultive to many people in Windsor, that this was a small group of people, a relatively small group of people who are now going to jeopardize their employment. And so you had, like I said, Facebook groups that were starting where people were suggesting, and union leadership suggesting they were prepared to help move the protesters themselves and take action themselves. And so part of the reason for applying for the injunction was to send a signal to the public that I'm doing everything, that the city is doing everything, that city council is doing everything we can from our side of the table to try and resolve this issue. It was really the only positive step I could think of taking that would be helpful in terms of a signal to the public. Before I did this, I did talk to the chief and said, would this be helpful to you? And she said, listen, it won't hurt. And so on the morning of the 10th, very early, we activated legal teams to start putting the materials together, trying to see if we could get a scheduled appointment in court to present the application. And I worked with our Commissioner of Legal Services and our city manager and all of the right people on the city side to see that move forward very quickly. And so, the conversation really was first thing in the morning, 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and by 2 o'clock we were appearing in front of Justice Morwitz to have this discussion.
Right. So I'll
and I would just say,
yes,
so the one part was the public, letting the public know we're doing everything we can. The other thing was putting, another arrow in the quiver for police. It was another tool that they could use with respect to saying you are now in violation. If we were successful in getting the injunction, that you were in violation of this injunction, and it was another arrow in their quiver.
And so City Council adopted a resolution that an injunction be sought, right?
Correct.
And this was on February 10.
That's right.
So you were able to call a meeting that quickly to get everybody together from the 9th when you kind of conceived this to the 10th.
That's right.
And it seems like the police was on board with the injunction. They thought it wouldn't hurt in any event.
Wouldn't hurt.
And so ultimately, as you say, the injunction became effective at 7 p.m. on February 11, is my understanding. Is that right?
That's correct.
And why was the city an intervener in that application and not the main applicant? Do you know?
I think through our discussions before we proceeded, we talked about who was most impacted. And how could we tell the story here about who was impacted? And it was clear in the first 60 minutes of Huron Church Road being blocked, our phone rang at the mayor's office from our largest employer, Chrysler, or now Stellantis, to say, what's going on at the Ambassador Bridge? There are 5,000 people directly who work in that facility making Chrysler Pacificas and minivans that rely on smooth and efficient border crossings because the whole industry, the whole auto industry works on a just-in-time basis. There's no parts being stored on site. They are brought in and that bridge is moving and the material is moving across that bridge every hour of every day. And so it's for perspective, the average part that goes into a car that rolls off the assembly line at the end of the manufacturing process, those parts have crossed the border on average 6 to 7 times, back and forth, Detroit, back to Windsor, as they continue to be, upgraded and built. And so within the first 60 minutes, they called and said, what's going on at the Ambassador Bridge? And so we knew that the APMA, the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, the CVMA, the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association, were impacted dramatically by the activity at the bridge. And so they were certainly, good parties to put forward the request. And then we took the role, we played the role that we played, I think, appropriately.
And so my understanding is the Attorney General of Ontario was also an intervener in that application.
That's correct.
And how did they become involved, and what was the coordination with them like?
I'm not sure.
Okay, who took the lead on the injunction from the city's side?
Shelby Askenhager, who's our Commissioner of Legal Services.
Okay, so she would have had the coordination with the Attorney General, is that right?
She would be the one in the best position to answer your question.
Okay, fair enough. So as we said, on February 11 at 7 p.m., the injunction came into effect. It was extended then on February 18, is that right?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did it change on the ground? What impact did it have, if any?
Well, I think that once the injunction became effective, that it sent a signal to the public that this has now, from the public watching from the outside, that we have done all that we can do. And again, it gave another tool to police to go in, and they did. When the police went in and actually had to arrest people, those folks were charged with violating the terms of the injunction. And so it sent a signal, but I think, I would like to think that from a protester's perspective, it also meant that the protesters had their day in court, had the opportunity to present their position to Justice Morowitz, Chief Justice Morowitz, and have a conversation in court through the established legal structures that we have in place. All parties had a chance to do that. And Chief Justice Morowitz ultimately made his decision that was favorable to grant the injunction. But everybody had an opportunity. In fact, our application on February 10th was delayed and heard on February 11th to ensure that all parties, including the protesters, were given notice so that they could participate. Police went out and plastered every telephone pole, the Jersey barriers with copies of the order. We had to set up a website. We promoted it on social media. Certainly it was amplified in every major media source and through every social media channel that I saw.
If you could just slow down a bit
Sure.
for the interpreters.
Thank you. That there were great efforts made to make sure that all parties who had an interest in this application had an opportunity to have their day in court.
And the city, in fact, assisted to distribute these pamphlets once the injunction was granted to give notice of the injunction. Is that right?
Correct.
So would you say there was adequate notice given about the injunction to those in the blockade and in the protest area?
Absolutely.
Did it have the effect of having people leave? Did anybody leave as a result of the injunction, or was it simply that then they were charged with violating the injunction once the arrest took place?
The reports, I wasn't on the ground, but the reports that came back to me is that many of the protesters were looking at this as, another court order, another law, another thing that just, was dispensable. They could violate it. It was no big deal. It was just words on a paper. And so I'm not sure that it had, on the face of it, I'm not sure that it had the effect of having people say, oh, there's a court order, I'm going to leave now. I think it just, gave them, the protesters, another thing to rally behind, saying nothing's going to make us leave.
Now, was there any discussion with the Windsor Police Service about whether they had the resources at that time to enforce the injunction, and whether that was a concern at all?
Well, I think it's fair to say as we got to, that was a Friday, the 11th, as we got to the Friday, all of the communication from the chief to myself was that we had major resources that were here on the ground, and the plans were devised and being, sorted out with the help of the OPP commander and our own incident commanders. Everyone was working through how to effect a resolution to this blockade.
So fair to say that the injunction and the resources were coming at the same time, essentially.
Exactly.
So there was also a board meeting, special in-camera board meeting on February 11th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So that was the second board meeting with respect to this blockade. And I'm going to take you to the minutes, WIN 402173. Yeah, and if we go down, if we keep going down. Okay, and yeah, keep going down a little bit. There's a part where you ask a question. I'm just trying to find that. Keep going down. Okay, let's go back to the first page. Oh, there it is. Chair, Mayor Dilkens, is there anything required from WPS from the board? Chief Mizuno, no other resources required at this time. We initiated OPP resources Wednesday. Additional resources are flowing in. RCMP have come to town as well and are helping. So this lines up with what you're telling me. By the 11th of February, it sounds like resources have been mobilized. They're starting to come in, and there's no real concern over resources anymore. Is that right?
Correct.
And if we go down a little bit more. So Chief Mizuno there says, if and when we take action, we will be well positioned with resources to support that. State of emergency does help and gives us additional tools in terms of future protests. Now, this is on February 11. I assume she's referring to the provincial state of emergency, correct?
That's correct.
And do you have a sense for what those tools were that the provincial state of emergency could assist with?
I don't recall the entire list, but I knew that there were significant financial penalties. And the province, through their emergency action, also sent a very strong signal that if you continue to participate in these protests, that at these locations or border crossings, that you could lose, if you were a truck driver, your commercial vehicle operating license. And you could also lose your driving license if you were, just not a truck driver. And so those are pretty significant penalties that I think sent a signal to any reasonable or sensible person to say, we better think long and hard about wanting to continue the protest at this location, because the disincentive is huge.
Right, and do you have any sense for whether that provincial state of emergency encouraged protesters to leave the site?
I think that provincial emergency, when the police were ready to move, and they did the next day and ultimately cleared it up 2 days after this meeting, that you had compliance when the Jersey barriers were moved, when the police put their line in place and they started moving forward with their line, and they got to the point where their vehicles there, the vast majority of people ultimately left.
Now, I want to go back to your discussions with the Minister of Public Safety, Minister Mendicino, at WIN 402295. And these are the text messages that we had seen before. And if we can go to page 3. So you say, I told Premier I spoke to you and he asked for your number. I get the sense he is going to follow Alberta and Saskatchewan. What did you mean by that?
The Premier, I think, appropriately was feeling the temperature across the province, was seeing these protests probably in Ottawa, but certainly in Windsor as an outlet for some who wanted some of the restrictions to be lifted. And, Alberta and Saskatchewan had moved to start lifting some of the restrictions. And my sense from the Premier is that he wanted to find a pathway to get back to normal, as soon as it made sense as well.
And did you have a sense that that was because of the protests across Ontario?
No, not necessarily. I think my my sense from the conversation is that, again, he had his finger on the pulse of the people in Ontario and was watching, of course, what was happening across the country as well, and was feeling, some of the frustration that we were all feeling with respect to the lockdowns, recognizing that, it was January of 2022 where we were in a lockdown as well,
Right.
Provincial lockdown. So the Premier sensibly was echoing some of the sentiments and looking at this as, a percentage of the population who was protesting because they felt most aggrieved by this.
And if we go to page 9, go down. You say, I'm told our police support is going to be good. I think protesters are looking to make show of things. So in terms of the police support going to be good, was that from your discussions with Chief Mizuno?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I should say Chief Mizuno and Deputy Chief at the time, Belair.
Belair, okay, thank you. And my understanding is you texted, once the injunction was granted, you texted the minister as well as Deputy Premier Jones and the Premier to let them know that the injunction had been granted.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And if we go to page 12 of this document, okay, and he says, do you think it will end today? And you're saying, I'm thinking it will. So what was your sense on February 12th of where things were at in terms of resources and a plan to move forward to clear the blockade?
That everything was in place, that the resources were in Windsor, that the plan had been devised, and in fact, on the 12th, the police started their operation. They put out the line with public order units and all of the equipment behind them, and they started to move forward on the 12th to deal with the situation on the ground.
And in the text above, you mentioned the congregation from Harvest Bible Church. My understanding is they had something to do with continuing the blockade at some point on the 12th. Can you explain that situation?
So the picture above my words, I think, is a link or a screenshot from the pastor at the time. I'm not sure if he still is, but as the police started to move forward and make advances on the 12th, there was a call put out by the pastor at this church to ask for folks to come down and support the protesters. And very quickly, what might have been 100 to 200 people turned into 600 people, including parents with kids and strollers. Like it was almost unbelievable how fast that situation grew in terms of the number of people. But seeing the police action, I mean, it was disheartening to see the police action and them making advances, and then to see parents bringing their kids down to that situation. And that's exactly what happened, which is largely why it wasn't resolved that particular day on Saturday. It took until Sunday for the situation to be resolved.
I see. So the police started moving in on the 12th and weren't able to because now the number of protesters grew in size.
Well, and I think someone in the police structure, probably several people, said this would be, the most sensible thing here is to wait, because at some point these kids are going to get cold. It's February. They're going to get cold. They're going to get tired. They're going to get hungry, and they're going to leave. So we're not going to move forward with the policing posture they had in place when you had a lot of young kids there. They were being very wise in their approach and saying, let's do this at a different time when it makes more sense.
And if we go to page 12 of this, oh, we are on page 12. Okay, keep going down, please. Keep going down. Okay, so you say it will end today, fingers crossed. Police have full control of the area now, and this is now on the 13th, correct?
Yes.
Good. Bridge reopened today. If so, it will be later once Jersey barriers, etc., are removed. There is still some activity in the plaza at, I can't really read that.
Tecumseh and Huron.
Tecumseh and Huron Church. Police just got permission from owner to trespass these people. Stay tuned. Okay, keep me posted. Headed into meetings with the PM. And if we go to page 18. So this is now 3:40 PM on the 13th, and he says, about to head into meeting with PM, any critical updates? And you say small flare up, a block from Huron Church, a few arrests made, simultaneously working to get Huron Church open, 25 to 30 malcontents on scene. Keep going down. Update, about 25 arrests now, police hoping to reopen bridge tonight, trying to secure 1,100 jersey barriers, failing which one side of Huron Church will reopen and operate for two-way traffic like a construction zone. And if we go down, and then it looks like then on the 13th, that's when the bridge reopened, is my understanding, or the blockade was cleared on the 13th, right?
Correct.
And then on the following day, he asks, how's it going this AM on the 14th in the morning? Smooth so far. And then you say, are you guys taking some legislative action re Emergencies Act? And then he says, we'll call you this afternoon. To the extent you can be supportive of any additional authorities that gets Windsor the resources you need to keep the bridge open, people safe, that would be great. So I want to ask you about that exchange. What gave you the sense that there was some consideration of the Emergencies Act being considered at that time? I
had seen a report, and I don't know which media source, CTV or CBC or Globe and Mail had made some post that I saw that proposed that may be in the works. And so it just caused me to send him the question.
And he said he would call you about that. And he didn't respond over text, but he said he would call you. And did you have a discussion?
I don't know. We did not.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay. And then what did you understand him to mean when he says, to the extent you can be supportive of any additional authorities?
Well, I think, we all know that act has never been used before. And we all know that it's a serious act and requires this type of thing to happen afterwards, which is extraordinary. And so if they were going to move forward with that, I think he's saying, if you could express, the way I took that is if you could express what was happening on the ground that would help justify this, that would be helpful to us. And I think it's really, really important, to reflect on that statement, but also use that statement based on what we were seeing on the ground in Windsor. And so there may have been some great relief. There was great relief to a lot of people in Windsor on the 13th. Once the folks were moved, all of a sudden, in lightning speed, 1,100 jersey barriers were replaced, 6 kilometers of jersey barriers, creating a direct pipeline from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge. But the piece that needs to be explained here is the heightened state of alert that was in place by police in the community and the city with respect to some sort of recidivism that may happen as a result of this blockade being moved. And it's the type of behavior that's happened throughout the pandemic, where you have members of the public in Windsor saying, there's a protest, we're all supposed to be masked and meters apart from one another, and there's a protest and 100 people down, by our great Canadian flag at the waterfront. Why aren't police doing anything? Why is that behavior being allowed to continue? And it's hard to explain to people that if you move 100 people out and take action against these 100 sort of lawbreakers or rule breakers, that you could have 3,000 the next weekend. You become the rallying cry for this. And so that was the thought in place here from a police perspective. It's conversations that we certainly had amongst many of the senior staff and myself at the city is, this action needs to be resolved. This action needs to be taken to resolve the situation on the ground. But what happens after they're gone? And so the number of police that were sent to the city of Windsor to move the protesters out was one thing, but a significant number of police resources remained in order to make sure that this didn't flare up again. And so from an Emergencies Act perspective, anything that would send a signal to people contemplating coming to Windsor to start this over again, I thought from my chair was extremely helpful to send a signal. You had the city declared an emergency, the province declared an emergency, and then the federal government declared an emergency. And I think that ought to have sent a signal to a lot of people that this is a serious matter and will not be allowed to happen again.
Now, on that point, the city of Windsor actually declared a municipal state of emergency after the province did. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was on, I believe, on the 14th. Is that right?
That's correct.
So maybe just explain why the municipal state of emergency was called after the blockade had already been cleared and not prior to that.
Yes, thank you for asking that question. And so what happened is we had a council meeting prior to me signing off on the declaration of emergency on the 14th. One of the concerns that council had generally was there was a portion of the resolution in front of council that provided wide latitude to the city manager to do a number of things that council didn't feel comfortable giving sort of carte blanche to the city manager at that particular time. And we're talking about acquiring resources, moving transit routes, like the city operational type stuff. That I said, well, don't worry. If you have a concern with that, let's not get held up with that. I'll declare the emergency, which then would wrap that authority up to me, and anything that's required with respect to dealing with this direct pipeline that's been created, I'll have the ability to deal with. And so I signed it on the 14th, and I ended it 10 days later.
Right.
And so that allowed us and I don't even think there was much that came out of that in terms of, needing to be dealt with operationally. Everyone just sort of figured it out, and we did what we had to do. I think I may have given free transit to people who started on the west side of Huron Church to be able to get to the other side because the disruption was big. There were a few things like that, but nothing material, I would say, was done by me with respect to that emergency power.
Right. And as you had mentioned, the injunction was really a signal to the public that the city was doing everything it could. Why couldn't the state of emergency also be a signal, even if measures wouldn't necessarily be used or there wasn't much additional powers that could be gained from it? Wouldn't it be a signal to the public that the city was doing everything it could?
Do you mean why didn't I sign a declaration of emergency prior to the 14th?
Yes.
Well, I felt like that wasn't going to provide anything new that I needed at the time. So we didn't have, police were telling me what they needed. I was trying to amplify their requests from a city perspective with respect to public works and jersey barriers and all the things that we had to mobilize. No one came to me saying, we can't do this, or they're charging us 10 times the amount. Nothing would have benefited. I can't see the situation becoming better because I signed it at that particular time. What happened on the 14th, though, when everyone woke up and they saw this tunnel from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge in both directions, if you live in Windsor, you know that was like a major thing. All cross traffic was blocked. Bus routes were rerouted. There were going to be impacts on business. Many businesses, over 200 businesses that were, impacted as a result of that particular action. And again, that wasn't something that was my decision. That was a police decision to put these jersey barriers in place and create a safe pipeline to and from the bridge. And so I anticipated that there would be some requirement to deal very, very quickly on the municipal side with the stuff that we deal with operationally, that tool would have given me the benefit of acting quickly. And so that's why I did it on the 14th as opposed to doing it earlier, because I didn't see the need to do it earlier.
And so the purpose then was to get some sort of financial compensation for the businesses that were prevented from getting business because of the jersey barriers that were blocking east-west traffic? I
just knew, not necessarily. I knew that what had been done was going to have some form of material impact on a variety of different operations and businesses, a material impact on the way people live their lives on either side of Huron Church Road. And what I wanted, it wasn't so much at that time sending a signal to the public, it was just saying, okay, council, if you feel uncomfortable giving the city manager that authority, I'll take that authority under the Emergencies Act and be able to deal with anything very, very quickly. And again, in 10 days, once the situation stabilized and normalized, I signed off and said there's no longer a municipal emergency.
And how long were those Jersey barriers in place along Huron Church Road?
Weeks, several weeks. I can't remember the exact date when they were finally removed. There was an incremental, for a couple of weeks they were there, and it was a direct pipeline, and you had hundreds of police on duty making sure that if trucks stopped, that they were acting very quickly to have folks move on. But incrementally and over time, you saw certain Jersey barriers removed at certain intersections so people could cross here on Church Road. And then police maintained I would say a heightened state of readiness at those locations, just in case there was a flare-up.
And what was your understanding of the potential of another blockade taking hold after the original one was cleared?
This is the important point, again, that there was the thought, and the chief expressed this to me, and Deputy Chief Belair at the time expressed to me, that they were quite concerned that something would happen, that there would be behavior where folks would come back, and they didn't know when, they didn't know how many, and there were police resources deployed along the 401 outside of the city of Windsor to sort of monitor this type of activity. There were resources allocated to scan social media and some of the likely sites to sort of gather intelligence on that front as well. But the thought was that they were coming back, and there were some attempts. There were some attempts that police intercepted, as I'm aware of.
And my understanding is that there was also the concern that once Ottawa was cleared, that those protesters would come to Windsor.
Correct.
And what can you tell us about that?
Again, just monitoring what was happening up in Ottawa, knowing that there was a high level of frustration amongst that protester group, that, if they were looking to continue that type of protesting activity, it's one thing to do it in Ottawa at the seat of the federal government. It's another thing to do it at the busiest border crossing between our two countries that has a significant impact on the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians, not just people in my community, people all across this province that rely on smooth and efficient border crossings for their livelihoods, who've been impacted, over a couple of years with the pandemic. And so, I think we all knew that if you wanted to have the biggest impact economically would be in Windsor, leading up to the Ambassador Bridge.
And if I can take you to WIN 50972. Now this is February 16, so a few days after the blockade has been cleared. And this is a briefing. I believe these were some remarks that you gave. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you go down, keep going. So there, the bolded section there, you say, let me be clear, this remains a national security situation that prevents us from simply reopening Huron Church Road to regular traffic at this time. What did you mean by national security situation?
Well, I would add even national, economic security situation. The amount of trade that crosses at the Ambassador Bridge is material. It's material for our province, material for our nation. And so every day that bridge is closed, it has a huge impact on the lives of tens of thousands of Canadians who rely on smooth and efficient border crossings for their livelihoods. And so national security situation, we had the deployment of 3 kilometers of Jersey barriers in each direction. I didn't make that decision. That was a police decision using the intelligence that they had and all the tools and information they had at their disposal in order to find a way, the best way forward to get access to the Ambassador Bridge from the 401 so that this bridge was open, that the economy was moving once again, and that they could maintain control of what I would argue is a piece of infrastructure that is in our national economic interest. It is a very material, critical piece of national infrastructure that just happens to be owned by a private interest.
Did you have any discussions with Minister Mendicino or anybody else at the federal government about the risk of another blockade after the one on the 14th was cleared?
I probably did. You know, there were check-ins. Minister Mendicino was very good at checking in, saying, how are things going today? He did that many days in a row. And to the extent I had information from police where there was something worth reporting, I sent that back to him so that he had situational awareness of what we were dealing with on the ground. Minister Mendicino is someone who he lived in Windsor. He went to law school at the University of Windsor, so he also knows the area. And once you have a perspective of what it's like on the ground, it's easier to have a conversation. He knows the impact of what happened on Huron Church Road without me even having to discuss it with him. He just intuitively knows that because he had experience in the area. And so, yeah, we went back and forth, and he was very good at checking in, just asking for an update and trying to gather information for his perspective.
So in terms of continuing threats to the Ambassador Bridge, you're getting that information from the Chief of Police or the Deputy Chief of Police. You're not getting any information from any federal entities giving you kind of intelligence or information.
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were any of the federal emergency powers ever used to prevent further blockades?
I'm not aware.
Now, on March 17, you wrote to Ministers Mendicino and Blair and to the Solicitor General explaining some issues that you believed had been brought to light by these blockades. Do you recall that?
Was this the letter asking to have a sit down and try and figure out the path forward?
Yes.
Yes.
And so what were some of those concerns that you had at the time?
Well, the Ambassador Bridge in the city of Windsor is a unique circumstance. So you have, as I said, the Ambassador Bridge, the busiest commercial border crossing between the United States and Canada, which is privately owned, that sits at one end of a municipal roadway, and 3 kilometers on the other end is a provincial highway. And so, you know, the 401 is a roadway where there are no traffic lights. It's sort of barrier free. But as soon as you get off onto Huron Church Road, you're on that municipal road, which falls under the responsibility and authority of the City of Windsor and the Windsor Police Service. You have 6 or 7 traffic lights. So trucks, as they make their way from the 401 to the Ambassador Bridge, have to go through those series of municipal traffic lights. And it is a unique situation that you have, you know, a provincial highway at one end, a municipal roadway linking what I would suggest is sort of important federal infrastructure. And so my request to them, to the other levels of government, was we need to sit down and figure this out. We need to figure out, in the event that something like this were to happen again, how do we respond and you know, sort of pull the template off the shelf, that the response is seamless, that it's not you know, a day or two here trying to figure out how many folks we need and who's going to do what and who should take the lead, and then ultimately who's paying for it. You know, so the City of Windsor has carried all of the water. We're paying all of the bills, $5.3 million for the execution of this particular police action, which was absolutely necessary, but I would submit is completely unfair that the City of Windsor is shouldering those costs. It was not a typical municipal policing matter. In fact, it was a national economic emergency. And we responded appropriately. The Windsor Police did a great job. The OPP did a great job. The RCMP, they all worked very well together. But we need to figure this out moving forward, because the Ambassador Bridge is not going away, our municipal road's not going away, and the 401 is not going away. So what does this look like in the future? And that was my request to them, is to sit down and try and figure out how we do this together in the future to eliminate any sort of delays that might be inherent in the way we moved in February.
And have you had any response back?
No.
So can you give us a sense for the impact of the blockade, specifically on the auto sector in Windsor?
Well, it was, you know, almost immediate. Again, within the first hour, our largest employer called saying, what's going on? The very next day, on February the 8th, they suspended some of their manufacturing operations, and it was intermittent during the week of the blockade. We also had parts suppliers that basically stopped producing parts because they had nowhere to send them, and they don't stockpile large quantity of parts. And you know, there was a huge impact in the auto sector. But don't forget, even in Essex County, you know, City of Windsor is plus or minus 230,000 people. If we take the neighboring county, and we're part of that county, just not part of their government, it's about 450,000 people total in that area. We have the largest greenhouse operation in North America, second in the world next to Holland. And so a full 80% of all greenhouses in Canada are in Essex County. And so the produce that is produced in those facilities that operate 24/7, 365, the vast majority of it is exported to the United States through the Ambassador Bridge. And so the regional impact, which we cannot discount, was material. It was major. And you know, having folks idled, having plants idled is not good just for our economy. It also had an impact on the US side because of the integration of our supply chains. And so that's why we had folks from the United States, you know, senior leaders in the United States calling for an end to this as well and trying to push for a resolution because it was impacting their economy too.
And what discussions did you have then with counterparts or others in the US?
You know, I spoke with folks at Homeland Security, but more from an operational perspective at the bridge, so the port director at the bridge. And I spoke with the mayor of Detroit, you know, once during the blockade, just to sort of, you know, touch base, because I was getting a lot of media questions about whether I'd spoken to the mayor of Detroit, and I knew there really wasn't a whole lot that he could do, but I wanted to touch base with him. So, you know, we were trying to resolve this situation. There wasn't a lot that I think could be provided from the U.S. At one point, we did have an overture from the governor of Michigan's office to provide tow trucks. I think she made a comment to the media, and then folks brought that to our attention. And when we reached out and had a conversation with her chief of staff, it really wasn't that the state of Michigan had tow trucks. They just offered to facilitate an introduction to tow truck companies that may be able to provide the support.
I see. Any other discussions with U.S. folks?
No.
Okay. So I want to take you to WIN 401628. And these are remarks that you gave. Now we're going back in time on February 9. But you said at the bottom of, the top of page 2, you said, if Canada becomes known as a difficult jurisdiction to do business with, to move goods in and out, for example, then supply chains will evolve and reconfigure to remove this element of risk and avoid Windsor, Essex. What were you basing that information on? Well,
I think everyone is aware now, so I can contextualize this a little differently than I could at the time. Everyone is aware now that the City of Windsor was successful in landing a $5 billion investment from LG, a joint venture from LG and Stellantis. And so they're building the first Canadian electric vehicle battery manufacturing facility in the City of Windsor. All of that discussion, all of that work, and the pre-planning was well underway during
City services, social services, medical services, transportation? What can you give us a sense?
Well, major. And so let me mention several. When this all started, EMS had to move an ambulance to the other side of Huron Church. They had to make sure that they could cover that part of the city. Our fire chief moved and deployed fire resources. There's a fire station literally 100 meters from where the protesters were protesting, but it's on the east side of Huron Church. They moved a truck to the west side to make sure that they could get there and provide service to the west side of the city. The transit routes were disrupted. The natural flow of people back and forth and having Huron Church Road closed was significant because there are no grocery stores on the west side of Huron Church. They're all on the east side. And a lot of folks have to take the bus. They don't have their own car on the other side of the west side of Huron Church. And so they require the city system to be able to move around and live their daily lives. The University of Windsor. The University of Windsor is directly adjacent to Huron Church, directly adjacent to the Ambassador Bridge. The primary route that people in the city of Windsor would use to get to the University of Windsor is Huron Church Road. So 17,500 students that attend the University of Windsor. You have a high school that was actually in the protest zone, Assumption High School. It's been there for probably 100 years. And so that school was directly impacted by the protest activity. And I mean, those are several, but the impact was material during the protest and then even after the protest because of the deployment of the Jersey barriers along Huron Church Road had a direct impact to the hotels, the motels, the businesses, the small businesses, large businesses, grocery stores, you name it. They were impacted, including the high school, including the University of Windsor, because everyone had to find another way around.
And you had mentioned that the cost to the city was over $5 million, correct?
Correct.
And most of that, I understand, was for the Windsor Police Service. Is that right?
It really is a mix, and we certainly have welcomed any audit of those expenses. Some police services sent us a bill. Some police services didn't. But we had to pay for the Jersey barriers. We had to pay for overtime. There was a whole list of expenses that made up the $5.3 million that, we are carrying that cost at this particular time.
Right, because in addition to OPP and RCMP, there were several local police forces that came to assist, correct?
Correct. And so public order units, I know some were deployed from other parts of Ontario, but we contracted directly with the City of London. They have trained resources. They have a standard contract that they sent to us. I signed immediately, but the provision of that service was $200,000 plus or minus. We had to feed people, but the chief asked for 100 officers. I'm told that 500 showed up. Well, they may not have charged us. Some of the services may not have charged us for the salary and benefit costs, but we still had to put some of those folks up in hotels. We still had to feed them. We had to move them around. There were direct costs, which we would welcome any other level of government to audit. But at the end of the day, it's the residents in the city of Windsor who have carried the full share of those costs to date.
And just to be clear, the blockade was cleared and the bridge reopened before the Emergencies Act was invoked. Is that right?
On the 14th, so the 13th around midnight into the 14th, I think the bridge opened around midnight on the 14th. So the Emergencies Act was invoked sometime on the 14th. So yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, great. So none of the measures in the Emergencies Act were used to clear the blockade since it came after, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for you. Thanks.
Okay, so I think this is probably a good time for the morning break. So we'll take 15 minutes and then come back to continue.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Thank you all. Most of you stayed. That was just a Starlink one this time. I still have power. And then all of a sudden I got the black screen. Hey, comes back up pretty quick though. And I was typing the message about Stellantis there because he kind of just name dropped him a few times, didn't he? First, they called him within an hour to complain that their whole business was coming to an end. And then name dropped him about a $6 billion investment with LG and batteries. Doesn't sound like a business that's about to crumble for a weekend worth of blockage, but there you go. Stellantis. And as he was talking about that, I was typing it. There goes my internet. But anyways, some interesting things we heard from him, no doubt. A lot of blaming, skipping the prime minister or the premier. Got some text messages with Marco involved. Kind of knew about that already. Sounds very weak. Our entire economy is going to collapse nationally if this one bridge is down for more than 72 hours. None of that's true, Mayor. We know none of that's true. But the big breaking news this morning is Doug Ford. He doesn't have to go. He's got parliamentary privilege. The judge upheld his privilege. The judgment basically said, as long as the parliament's in session, and as long as that privilege applies, and he doesn't want to go, can't make him. Why is he distancing himself here? Because if he could actually help Ontario and help the truckers and help Freedom and help all that stuff like we would expect from him, why doesn't he just voluntarily go? He was asked to go. He could have gone. He fought it. Why doesn't he want to go? I'm confused. I think maybe he just doesn't believe that this inquiry is trustworthy. Maybe he's hedging all bets that even if it goes, for Freedom and the recommendations come out, then it would have done it anyways without him. So he doesn't see his involvement in that. But if it goes the other way, where it was anti-freedom and the Rouleau Commission has become this new word of anti-protest, anti-freedom, and he testified during it, he might feel he contributed to that. I don't know. I'm trying to put my mind in his mind to wonder, why would you not want to contribute to the Rouleau Commission, which may define freedom and protesting for us? Or at least limits on the government, not define our protests. We didn't do anything wrong. Define the limits on the government. Does he not think it will go that way? I don't think he knows, right? I don't think he knows. But Liberal commissioner, maybe he's thinking that way. Maybe he knows they're just going to roll out all of this national security crap. Maybe he just doesn't want to be part of it. Some chatters thought maybe it'd be an embarrassment for him. So he's trying to avoid some embarrassment. Maybe he should have stepped up a lot stronger and said, you don't need the EA, like, at all. Maybe he should have came in as a province more. Maybe he just stood up and said, you can't do that. What you're even talking about doing in the public order stuff on the provincial level is not even allowed. And we should have heard from him, but he doesn't want to be there, and nobody's going to force him to be there. I don't even think public opinion would force him at this stage. But speculation is all I got at this stage on why he's not there. All I can suggest is maybe he doesn't want to be associated with it if it goes the wrong way. But even then, could you not stand up strongly against it, Ford, even if that happened? Interesting. I do like the rhetoric I'm hearing, though, about joining Smith and Moe, and I'm surprised. I thought maybe BC might be the third province to jump on that movement. I'm surprised it's Ontario, but I'm very pleased. So if some of that rhetoric is coming to fruition and Ontario's willing to start standing up against the federal government, well, that's good news. I don't care if he doesn't show up to the inquiry then. Like, maybe he's got a different plan. Maybe he has a different battle. I'm excited. Some of the rhetoric coming out of Smith is exciting. Is she calling for another convoy? Why? I saw somebody put together a video kind of implying that she's calling for another convoy. That would be interesting. But let's keep an ear out for that one. How we really corroborated this morning was Ford is not having to go. He could still go voluntarily, but he's not going to. He fought it, so we're not going to see that. This particular witness, I didn't like him. Right off the bat, we got authoritative responses from him. We got kind of words that were leading down the road of dictatorship, the Stellantis stuff. Let's go. So you're talking about another convoy there, railroad with Smith? Sure. If she's doing it, if Moe's behind it, if Ontario gets behind it, where's Manitoba? We have a clear road all the way there, right? But yeah, Because I think at this stage, I think it's pretty clear to anybody that paid attention to any of this inquiry, there was no foundation for the use of the EA. Full stop. Like, full stop. And I think at this point, maybe a lot of people are feeling a lot more emboldened and more comfortable about repeating, because the first time was legit, peaceful, and kind of effective, and that we got this kind of push going. So maybe now the next one is, no, we've got far more confidence that we're not moving. And if you need to get violent, then you're taking that mistake again. Terry, this business, yeah, this is a mayor, is all about big business, and he slipped that in there. LGs to Stellantis, $6 billion. Couldn't say anything at the time. So thanks a lot, Mayor. You just told us you're not being transparent. Do these witnesses hear themselves sometimes? You know, you just told us you were withholding information, like business-related information, during a national emergency, according to you. I think it's very peculiar that any company is calling anybody within an hour of something starting. Are you joking? There's so many snowstorms there. There's so many accidents. There's so many other ways that this thing can be blocked. Repairs, other maintenance. Are you joking? This is not true, people. There's a script. There's strings. Why is any company, regardless if they're doing a $6 billion investment or not, calling a mayor within an hour to direct concerns about business loss? Something so fishy about that one. And then circumventing the normal procedures of using the OPP. Why? OPP had the right data. As we've heard so many times the last few weeks, OPP had the right reports, they had the right information, and they deal with 200 protests a year, and some of them are in Windsor. So the OPP would have been like, you know, what problem? This is something we deal with all the time. And then we hear the mayor talk about, we should learn from this and be more prepared. Mayor, you are lying. This is the one time I said perjury in here, because that is a lie. Every single city has emergency plans, and your city has plans because of protesting with the bridge. This is not the first or the last time you'll have to be faced with that. Your city also has emergency plans for snow. You also have emergency plans for large protest. You have emergency plans for unrest, natural events, massive events, national security events, even those. They're all there. So for you to even apply or suggest or tell us that the city of Windsor is lacking that, that's perjury. That's what perjury looks like, because that's not true. You have binders super thick, categories listed, checklists. They pre-existed. Of course they do. Everyone has them, and I know that. I've seen the county level ones. Everyone has that. Of course, we've learned from a lot of mistakes in the past. So that little line of questioning, that one I would call perjury, because implying that they had no emergency planning or preparedness in the city of Windsor is a lie. Skipped over the governor did offer, didn't provide, wasn't specific, and didn't say armed or not, did provide the assistance of the National Guard if asked for. One of those, hey, if you need help, we're right here. Under the whole economic trading, we got people on both sides of the borders that need stuff narrative. Wasn't gone any further, but it was there. And then we heard from our favorite witness that we'll never see on the stand, the tow trucks. Once again, they pulled up again. So not only does Ontario have tow trucks, Windsor had tow trucks, we now hear that tow trucks across the border were being offered. Maybe not specifically truck number 123, but here's a list of all our tow truck providers. And guess who wouldn't care as much about business in Ontario being affected them? Well, international tow truck drivers wouldn't care about not getting that deal from this guy in Ontario because he saw his truck and logo. What does he care? He doesn't operate there. So now we're hearing we have international partners providing tow trucks that would have had zero reason to be worried about their business, probably didn't need to be compelled other than the Benjamins, and would have done it. Of course, people. What world do you want to believe exists? One where you can't get a tow truck, or one where there's ample tow trucks around? Well, we know which one we live in, but here we go again. Cross-border tow trucks are available. And then there was something about a tow truck issue with traffic, and they had to get in there and get tow trucks out or something. I didn't quite catch all that because I was running around a bit, but there was something about they had to clear a tow truck issue. In either case, there's tow trucks everywhere. So, the one person we're not going to hear from is tow truck operator or business owner. We kind of heard one from Chris. Let me see what his name was again. The very, very first man, Chris Barber. We kind of heard from him because he was a business owner, trucker that, of course they're around. It's kind of weird. The government says it's so hard to find tow trucks. I think the truth is they found it hard to find tow truck participants that wanted to participate because they actually didn't agree with the government action. I think that's far more likely than anything else. But anyways, there we go. We're harping on tow trucks too now. Exactly. Where's Manitoba? Hey, Prairie. Yeah, where's Manitoba? You're right between. You're going to be, part of the road, Trans-Canada, right through Winnipeg. Well, around the perimeter. But anyways, you get the idea. Where's Manitoba on this? He admitted he didn't even talk to protesters. Of course, he skipped official channels. He's getting phone calls from Marco. He's getting phone calls from Stellantis. We already looked into Stellantis. They're working on global initiatives with the WEF. It's just one of the many things that is out in the public, and we can go look up. But again, they got that magic. It's called the mayor button. And boy, do they panic fast. Did they get their board together? How quickly does Stellantis work that they realize that they're in so much trouble? They call the mayor within an hour. Wow. I don't buy the call for distress from the local business. What I do believe is in order to produce this narrative, they absolutely needed the cooperation of public and private to create a situation where people can understand. You tell the people in Windsor their jobs are on the line, all of a sudden people in Windsor are a lot more accommodating to not having their jobs on the line. You tell enough people that a union this and union that and business this and business that are going to shut your jobs down in hours, you're going to actually create a whole whack of fear. Why are you doing that? Again, snowstorms will shut you down longer. Emergency lanes were open. We heard that testimony too. The city put in the barriers, not protesters. The city even complained about the cost of the barriers they were using to cause the problems in the traffic. Like the city of hypocrite leadership, not the people, but the leadership. And then we got companies with that magic phone number. Part of Michigan's problem was that the truckers were there to support the Canadian truckers. That's right. And their concern was their own protesters as well. That's right. And that's why the National Guard conversation came up very quickly, Eleanor, because the U.S. also wanted to quash any support and replication of the Freedom Convoy. It actually was in their best interest to assist the quelling of the Canadian one. Why they're so quick to offer like any resource, because a replication of it after a successful movement in Canada would have been a lot harder. But in either case, you're not wrong. They weren't doing it because they're trying to help the businesses. The businesses had Blue Water Bridge, they had the tunnel, they had Sarnia, they had plenty of ways to get across. And yes, just-in-time manufacturing and deliveries is a thing, but it does have buffers, and none of them fail in 72 hours. None of them fail in 72 hours. So that's all fake narrative you're hearing. Okay. Yep, he sure made those protesters sound scary. Can't talk to scary people. Never analyzed what was meant to a hill to die on. The die thing scared him. No, I don't think so. I think he's faking that, Terry. And the one person showed up at his house. Yeah, Terry, I think he's just repeating the narrative. He needs to kind of produce a big problem because some of the actions he took requires one. So till the day he dies, he's going to at least say he feared for everything, because he kind of has to. At this point, once you made your bed, you got to lie in it. And once you respond to a situation harshly, you now need a situation to justify it. So till the day he dies, he's going to fear for the life of all the people that were not hurt. And using existing laws to protect him too. He said he found his police cars in front of his house. I don't even think he even mentioned a snowball was thrown. So he didn't even mention people showed up, just the police. So like we're not that sensitive, and he was not in any danger. We don't do that. The protesting side is not interested in political casualties or political trauma or political anything. Not interested in that. That's not what this is about. Nor was it, nor will it. And they can keep trying to say it, not going to make it happen. So Terry, I think he's doing fabrication there. I don't think he believes it, but till the day he dies, he has to say it. That fish was that long for the rest of his life because his actions were based on a fish of that size. He can't. He would be admitting to a few things that he'll never admit to. Lots of U.S. truckers supported. They certainly did. They certainly did. They certainly did. And one thing I want to talk about briefly here, because it's the end of the chats and I haven't gone to my starts. I'll save those for maybe the break. Truckers were targeted. There were 4 ways to cross the border with goods. I'll get into that a little bit later because it sounds like we're about to hit back. Oh, maybe not. The truckers were targeted. Ship captains, so boats were not. Airplane were not. Only airlines did some sort of mandates internally, but there was no government mandate on pilots. I know I'm a pilot. I never had one. I flew non-vax, no problem. Can cross the border, no problem. Pilots had exemptions. And then trains had exemptions too. Everybody had exemptions. They removed the exemptions for the truckers, and that's what caused it. Okay, to be clear, there's many ways to cross the border with goods, economic goods, and only the truckers were targeted, not any of the other ones. So I want people to understand that, yes, this is not about people having to get the mandates. The truckers had an exemption and it was removed. None of the other exemptions were removed, though. I'm not saying, you had to do them all to make it fine. I'm just saying it was targeted. There was a reason why truckers were provoked and targeted. And as we heard from Bridget's video at the time when it happened, it was harsh. It was harsh. They won't talk to her until she puts a mask on. Threatening police on her for coming home. It was harsh. Sorry about that noise, folks. If that kicks up again, I'll try and mute. It looks like a hot mic or they're playing with the mics again. Hopefully we don't get French on the English.
Order
thing.
à l'autre.
But here we go. Looks like we're here. Okay, enjoy. I'm going to go and grab a bite. Talk to you soon.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now if I could call on the Democracy Fund to go first.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor. My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm Counsel to Citizens for Freedom, group representing the peaceful protesters in Windsor, Ontario. First of all, Mayor, congratulations on your recent re-election. I understand we heard earlier that you've been the mayor and the chair of the Police Services Board since 2014, but you also served prior to that in the capacity as a city councillor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when did that start?
December 2006.
And so since your tenure of December 2006, would you agree that you have got some significant influence and connections within the city of Windsor and are a central point of contact for organizations such as the University of Windsor, the businesses in the area, and that you wield quite a bit of political influence?
I would say that as mayor, certainly you're in touch with a lot of different people in the community, businesses, residents, and institutions as well.
And so in terms of the division of the powers, because I understand you do wear several hats, one being, again, the chair of the Police Services Board. In your capacity as chair, you said that it is not the board's responsibility to direct the activities of the police. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't direct police operations.
Would you say that you influence what tactics and methods they may use?
No.
And when it comes to requests for resources, is that usually something that comes from the police and that request is made to the Police Services Board, or is the Police Services Board itself making requests for resources and things like that from the city?
We go through an annual budgeting exercise. So the chief presents a budget to the board. We go back and forth until we land on something that ultimately gets approved by the board, which is then sent to city council. I'll speak slower. A budget approved by the Windsor Police Services Board is then sent to Windsor City Council for approval. And the chief would lay out in the budget document what is needed for each department. If something extraordinary happens, if there's an expenditure or a request outside of the normal budgeting process, the chief would then make a request to the Windsor Police Services Board, and the board would make whatever decision they felt appropriate.
Understood. And in your capacity as mayor as well, I presume that you also had regular communication over the last couple of years leading up to the to the protests with the Windsor Essex County Health Unit and the Chief Medical Officers of Health of the region. Is that correct?
Frequent, yes, not daily, but there has been more contact during the pandemic between my office and the health unit than any other time that I can recall.
And would you say that over the last 2 years that there was in that increased communication, is it typically the city seeking guidance from the Windsor Essex County Health Unit, or is it that these decisions are being made together in a collaborative fashion? What's that relationship between you and the Chief Medical Officer of Health of the area?
They have very distinct roles as spelled out in legislation. And so there are oftentimes, because none of us have ever lived through a pandemic before, or at least most of us haven't, there are times where during the pandemic, we've tried to sort out a course of action with the health unit to have a better understanding of where the medical officer of health may land on a certain topic. But ultimately, my experience with the medical officer of health is they may give you an impression or some guidance or some, opinion, but ultimately they left it to the city to make every decision.
And so would it be fair then to say that typically the recommendations, because we saw a number of Section 22 orders issued by the health unit that were the subject of some of the protests that led up to the demonstration at the bridge, would it be fair to say that the recommendations of the medical officers is the medical advice, and that the actions of the city council in terms of the bylaws and the orders that are being passed are more of the political aspect of that?
Well, the medical officer of health independently makes any orders that he makes. It's not dependent on us in any way. And then, of course, city council passes bylaws, resolution, and policy, which is our normal governance role.
Understood. And just in terms of that community control group, so am I correct that this community is a community control or corporate control group?
Community control.
And the community control group, they met during the week of February 11th on a daily basis, 9:30 every morning. Is that correct?
I don't know if it was every day, but we met very frequently.
And did you attend all of those meetings personally, whether remotely or in person, or did you rely on others to communicate and relay to you the information that was discussed during those meetings?
I'd have to look at the minutes themselves for each day. I attended several, but there may have been a time where I didn't attend. And if I didn't attend, my chief of staff, Andrew Teleszewski, would have attended.
And so I presume then that the days that you did not attend those briefings about the bridge, you had other priorities to attend to at the time.
Correct.
And I guess you had an understanding that, whether it's your chief of staff or the police services or whoever else attending those meetings was in control of that situation, and that your immediate attention on that was not required. Is that correct?
Well, the CCG does a good job at providing one source of information to multiple people so we're on the same page, but it's not exclusive. And so I may have had on any given day, probably more than 5 conversations every day with the chief of police about the activity that was happening in Windsor related to the Freedom Convoy. And so it didn't mean if I wasn't in that particular meeting that there was an absence of information, because there was great communication throughout the city, great communication intergovernmentally at the time and for the duration of the protest.
Okay. And when you speak of the duration of the protests, is it fair to say that as mayor of Windsor, part of your role and responsibility is not only to represent the majority of citizens that elect you, but also the minority opinion?
I represent the city of Windsor. And so certainly I absolutely represent the people in the city of Windsor.
And so would it be fair to say that part of your role and responsibility then is to attend to those minority opinions and views, or at least to take them under consideration, particularly when there's active protests in the city?
Of course, you would consider what's being said on social media. You would try to understand the perspective, and as we did here, trying to find a resolution, trying to get this thing over with so we could open the route to the border crossing.
Right. And I understand that you testified earlier that you at no point in time actually went down and spoke with the protesters at the Ambassador Bridge protest. Is that correct?
Correct.
In terms of the leadership, were you aware that many of those attendees had also been protesting on almost a weekly basis since 2020 down at the Great Canadian Flag?
No.
You were not. As mayor, are you typically informed by somebody within the city's apparatus of the protests that are happening?
Only if it was exceptional. So for example, if there was a protest on the lawn of City Hall today between 4 and 5, I may never be given notice of that. I may walk out and see the protest, but it's not normal that for sort of a general protest, which probably happens every week in some form, that the mayor's office would get notice of that.
Okay. So you say that you didn't receive notice of, the anywhere between 25 to 50 people that gathered almost on a regular basis every weekend down at the flag. You say you were not aware of those.
Oh, I was notified of frequent protests at the flag, but I think your question was I aware that people who were at the protest at the flag were also part of the protests of the Freedom Convoy? I can't create that connection.
Okay. And in the information that you received about those weekly protests leading up to the Ambassador Bridge, were you able to identify any of the organizers or the leaders of those protests?
Yes.
And did you at any point communicate the names or identities of those leaders to the Windsor Police Service or anybody else within the city?
I didn't have to because the police were attending those functions independently.
And so you saw the interaction with the protesters, or at least the leaders of those protests, as more of a policing matter than a political matter.
Well, and I don't know if it was weekly. I don't think it was weekly protests at the flag, but going back to when they started the protests at the flag with respect to COVID restrictions, there were points where the gatherings were illegal. They were contrary to provincial legislation at a minimum. And so police were there because you again had illegal activity, but you also had members of the public who were saying, why aren't you guys doing anything about that? Why are you letting this illegal activity happen when we have to follow the rules? We are following the rules, and clearly this behavior is not following the rules. It's illegal. Why are you not taking action?
Right. Would you agree with me that over the course of the 2 years those protests were building, there were many changes to the legislation, and there was different times where perhaps the number of people allowed at one of those protests was within the bounds of law, and other times, that there could be further restrictions in terms of the number of people that could gather, and that was a fluid situation, and that not all of those protests were illegal?
I don't know, because I wasn't receiving a debrief after every time folks gathered at the flag to protest COVID restrictions. So I can't help you with an answer there because I just don't know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the protests leading up to the Ambassador Bridge, there were multiple occasions where there was a far bigger turnout of protesters and demonstrators than ever appeared at the bridge?
I'm aware of I forget the fella's name, but he had some notoriety online and came to Windsor a couple of times, and that seemed to generate more activity at the flag when he came. Chris somebody, I think, but I can't remember his full name. But anyway, this person, when he came to Windsor, and there was at least two occasions that I'm aware of, more people seemed to gather on those 2 occasions over 2 years.
And did I hear you correctly earlier that your understanding of the composition of the protesters is that many of those at the bridge were locals, and it was not all from out of towners, and to the extent there were people from out of town, a lot of them were coming from Toronto and other places in southwestern Ontario rather than Ottawa?
Yeah, so my understanding was it was about 50-50 from the chief.
Okay. And so then, as your role as part of the CCG, would you say that part of your responsibility was communicating with the other branches of government, whether it was, I think we saw some text messages earlier with Minister Mendicino, with the Solicitor General in the province. So one of your key responsibilities was being that spoke on the wheel to these other government agencies. Is that correct?
And our local members as well, members of provincial parliament and parliament.
And so can you just explain who is Brian Massey?
He's the NDP member of parliament for Windsor West, which is the area where Huron Church Road and the Ambassador Bridge is located.
And did you have much correspondence or communications with him during the ambassador, well, during the time leading up to the ambassador protest?
Leading up, I mean, I'm in frequent contact with him about that particular issue. I don't recall any conversations specifically about the protests that were going on. But when it happened, I did have communication with him once it set hold in Windsor.
Okay. Could we just pull up a document here, Win 401659? So, Mr. Mayor, we heard earlier that you said, the traffic at the Ambassador Bridge is of particular economic importance, that every hour of every day, there's goods and services crossing that border, and that in your opinion, a significant interruption to those products and services flowing across the border is of economic importance. Did I hear you correctly on that?
That's correct.
And I believe, Mr. Massey, if we can scroll down here on this letter, appears to be dated February 9th to many of the other federal ministers. And if we scroll down, and if we look at the top of the second paragraph there, it says that traffic disruptions along the road corridor to the Ambassador Bridge are not uncommon. So, do you have any idea of what Mr. Massey is referring to here?
I don't. I mean, unless he's talking about just sort of general construction that happens on Huron Church Road, which is, a requirement on any road. I'm not aware of any major disruptions.
Okay. So I understand that in your capacity as mayor, you may not hear about every protest that's going on in Windsor, but do you recall a protest in March 20th of 2019? I think this was during your tenure, where a gentleman named Eddie Haddad, is that name familiar to you?
Yes.
And who is Eddie?
Eddie is a Windsor resident, recently ran for city council and has run several times in the past. And
do you share my understanding that he's also currently the chair of the Liberal Party of Canada in the Southwest Division?
I don't know if he holds that position.
And did you ever receive any indication that he was also the chair of the Essex Federal Liberal Riding Association?
I have no idea if he is or not.
Do you recall hearing a statement from him on March 20th of 2019 in relation to a protest dealing with funding for the university that apparently led to a temporary blockage of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor? And Mr. Haddad's quote saying that we're going to continue to shut down the bridge at every protest we do until they reverse the cuts. Do you recall that?
No.
So in addition to construction, do you recall any other interruptions to the flow of goods and services across the border at the Ambassador Bridge?
Over what period of time?
Well, let's say most recently. Is it true that on October 3rd of 2022, both the Ambassador Bridge and the Windsor Tunnel were shut down for a marathon?
Yep, that happens every year.
That happens every year.
Yep.
And is it your understanding that as part of that planning, both the bridge and the tunnel were completely shut down to commercial and pedestrian traffic for a period of time?
Correct. It's the Detroit Free Press Marathon that happens every year. So it's very well defined, very well prescribed, and the entire community on both sides of the border knows it's going to happen.
Right. And were you also aware of a CBSA strike and protest in support of that over some wages, or the fact that they had been working without a contract that caused some major slowdowns and disruptions at the bridge in August of 2021, as I understand it?
I wasn't aware of any major disruptions at the bridge, but.
So would it be fair to say then that this particular protest that happened in February of 2022 was not the first protest that impacted the free flow of goods across the border at the bridge?
Well, I would say it was the most unique and caused a complete shutdown of traffic to the Ambassador Bridge. The others that you're trying to compare to are very distinct and different.
And different, but also insignificant to the point that you don't recall that as a major event. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, you'd indicated that, for example, the Detroit Marathon that happens every year, it's well planned, it's well thought out, so all parties kind of have noticed that this is happening. Would you agree with me that the primary concern, perhaps from the city's perspective as to this particular protest in February of 2022, was the uncertainty in terms of how long it might last, and whether or not the city or the province or even the federal government had the resources to handle that type of demonstration?
Yeah, we didn't know whether the slow roll was ever going to become permanent. We weren't certain on that. And how long was it going to last? It was a complete closure. The other ones were very time limited for very discrete events. And this was something that, there was no known end date.
And when you say it was a complete closure, are you aware of briefings through that CCG group where at various times there was certainly at least one lane open or two lane open to allow traffic and at least emergency vehicle access?
Well, again, I think I mentioned that this morning, that there were times when the chief told me that they've regained control of one lane, and they thought they were talking to someone who had authority as a group leader to make sure that they could have emergency access through one lane. But then that quickly did not last, because one party was never empowered to speak for the other parties, and they decided to sort of block that lane. And that was part of the problem here, that this was in many ways a leaderless movement where, there was no one specific to talk to and no one responsible for the outcome of the entire group.
Understand. And you spoke earlier too about, constructions and other delays. And the importance of the just-in-time delivery system for many of the auto parts manufacturers locally. Would you agree with me that a slowdown or a significant slowdown, whether to construction or otherwise, would also have an impact, albeit not as severe, but it certainly has an economic impact on the auto parts manufacturers?
Not necessarily. And so as long as one lane is open in each direction and vehicles can move, that works. I mean, we could work with that over a short period of time to continue commerce back and forth and let healthcare workers get to work. That can continue as long as one lane was open. And that is what police were trying to do from the very beginning, was find a way to keep one lane open, allowing the protests to continue, the slow roll protests to continue, but allowing one lane in each direction to be open so commerce could continue.
Right, and so the traffic disruptions, but the border's still open. When we pull up POE.CFF, I believe it's 701. Just scroll down here, just notice the date that it's May 13th, 2019. And is this an accurate representation of Huron Church line here? What are we looking at in terms of the nearest cross street where those traffic lights are?
I would have to have you tell me that answer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that this is close to the Ambassador Plaza and that we're looking at roughly 200 to 300 meters, maybe a kilometer away from the mouth of the bridge?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that this type of traffic and slowdown is not unusual along that main corridor in your experience since 2006?
I would say that there is, because of the number of trucks that use Huron Church Road, there is always the need for some form of repair, rehabilitation, or construction along that road. We receive money from the provincial government under a program called Connecting Links, which is designed to fund repair and renewal of roads that are municipally owned, but really serve a greater purpose, like Huron Church Road. And so this is an example of construction where traffic is continuing to move in both directions. And there's construction happening today on that road that would look much the same, where it's disruptive, but it does not stop international trade.
And so you would agree with me then that this picture here in terms of the delays in the traffic is also emblematic and similar to the current state of the bridge since, let's say, the beginning of this summer?
Yeah, there is ongoing construction on another portion of Huron Church Road, which would look similar to this as well.
Okay, understood. I'd like to briefly touch on sort of who knew what when within the CCG. You had indicated earlier that you were made aware of some demonstrations in Sarnia, and that there were the slow rolls happening in Windsor. But am I correct in saying that Chief Mizuno was not terribly worried about the slow rolls that were happening at the end of January? That was no particular cause for concern.
Yeah, she expressed to me that those were peaceful, that the vehicles continued to move, and international trade continued to move as well.
All right, and were you also made aware that the OPP had shut down the highway junction at Highway 402 in an attempt to block either the west or eastbound traffic and to control that situation on or about February 6th?
I don't recall.
Can we put up document Win 6041? And if we can scroll down. And so this email, I understand, came from Joe DeDeckert. Do you know who he is?
Nope.
But would you agree with me that if we scroll up here, that this was sent to a City of Windsor employee, Carolyn Brown?
Looks that way, yes.
And so you were never advised as to the contents of this email or this particular update that the OPP had shut down Highway 402?
Yeah, I don't recall seeing that email.
All right, if we could scroll down a little bit further there, that the OPP in fact shut down the highway and that no traffic was able to go westbound to the US through Sarnia due to police action. Is that a fair assessment of the content of this email?
I think it speaks for itself.
Understood. And so if we could pull up Windsor document 000 6 zeros and 39. And who is Andrew Ray?
That's me.
Okay. And so were you informed then by Stephen Laforet, and Stephen Laforet is the Windsor Chief of Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And he also sits on the CCG?
Yes.
And so he notified you about the protest at Blue Water Bridge. He was informed that by EMO that the 402 is now closed, and it was closed by OPP and not by a blockade. Were you made aware of this fact on February 6th around 3 in the afternoon?
It looks like that email was sent to me, but I don't recall reading it.
Okay. And I think later in this document too, that they say that they are trying to block off the Ambassador Bridge, or at least threatening to do so. Is that further down in this email? Oh, we can scroll up a little bit. There's concern based on some limited intelligence the convoy will be or is heading to Windsor today. Earlier intel indicated that the bridge was going to be targeted on Monday. So would it be fair to say that on February 7th, you had some intelligence that there may be an action at the Ambassador Bridge?
I think it was even earlier than that. And so I wasn't too concerned about, I mean, I was interested in the Blue Water Bridge, but that's not within my scope of responsibility. But I think if as soon as February 4th came and the chief told me, and she actually elevated the fact that there was a slow roll protest, we started making arrangements that weekend. I think I mentioned this morning with respect to Jersey barriers. We started making arrangements with respect to moving the tunnel bus. And I initiated that action, trying to get the tunnel bus on the duty-free side so that we would have a way to get healthcare workers through the tunnel in the event that there was a blockade at the tunnel as well. And so we didn't, I mean, we started that particular weekend making arrangements, not knowing if the slow roll blockade or protest would ever become a full blockade.
Okay, and then if, so after you were made aware of the potential action in Windsor, you basically left it to the Windsor Police Service to implement the plan and to deal with the possibility of a blockade. Is that correct?
Well, again, they had a role to play with respect to actions at the Ambassador Bridge. I was looking at other things as well. Again, the tunnel bus issue, and making sure that, the chief had the resources she needed as things developed, making sure that they could respond very quickly, because we were watching what was happening in Ottawa. We were watching what was happening across the country. And we collectively wanted to make sure that we were finding best practices so as not to see that type of behavior happen in Windsor as well.
Understood. Can we pull up Windsor Win 402174? These are the in-camera meeting minutes from February 8th, 2022 at 7 p.m. Do you recall being in attendance at this meeting?
Yes, sir.
And if we scroll down here, I believe it's on page 2. I'll scroll down a little further. I think there's a quote there that says that at any point we can extend the circle of control. Do we see that here? Perhaps closer to the bottom of the page. Perfect. So that's Deputy Belair saying that at any point we can extend the circle of control. What did you understand that to mean?
That if this escalated, they could expand the area in which they were going to provide enforcement.
And did you have any understanding in terms of what was within the circle of control on February 8th at 7 p.m.?
No. I mean, I just assumed it would have been Huron Church Road, but I was never given a plan that delineated the boundary.
Okay. And I believe somewhere in here, Chief Mizuno says as well that we are ready to ask should we need assistance, and that the amount of assistance will be dictated by what happens in the coming days. Do you recall hearing Ms. Mizuno or Chief Mizuno saying that?
Yep, I believe that to be accurate.
Perfect. And if we could just pull up your witness statement. You said earlier no changes needed to be made. I believe this is WTS 5019. I believe in that document, you said you weren't sure where the number 100 came from, referring to the request for additional officers.
Well, I know where it came from. It came from the chief to me, but I never asked her to sort of explain to me how she came up with 100. I simply asked her, what do you need to help get this situation resolved? She got back to me and said, I need 100 officers.
Okay, if we could pull up document Win 402306 at pages 10 and 11.
I've been fairly liberal, but you're now well over your time, so you're going to have to wrap.
I thought we had 45 minutes here today.
No, you have 25 minutes.
Okay, I'll pick things up then. Okay, if we look at page 10, and we scroll down, on the right side, is the text messages that are darker, is that you to the chief?
That's correct.
And is it there that you indicate that we need to make an official request to the province and feds for the 100 officers?
That's correct.
So could you help me reconcile that? Was the request for 100 officers or the estimate of 100 officers, did that come from you or did that come from the chief?
100% it came from the chief. Is that February the 8th?
If we can scroll up. I believe, yeah, if we go up a little further, I think there's a timestamp on it.
There we go.
February 8th in the evening, right?
So February the 8th, that's correct. And so February the 8th, the chief had told me she needed 100 officers, which I amplified up to the provincial and federal governments. What happened in the evening of February the 8th, my chief of staff, Andrew Teleszewski, had a meeting with chiefs of staff at the federal level of government who asked that we put the request in writing.
Okay,
Teleszewski then told me that we need to put it in writing. I sent it to the chief saying, we need to put this in writing.
So your testimony is that the request for 100 officers came directly from the chief of police and it was not at your direction?
Correct.
Okay, could we pull up Windsor document 402295? I believe these are text messages between the mayor and Minister Medicino. So if I've got the timeline correct here, so February 8th at 7 p.m. during the in-camera meeting, Chief Mizuno says, we are ready to ask for assistance should we need it. Then later in that evening, you text her, and it appears to say probably about 100 officers. If we're looking at here, page 4. So on Wednesday, the following evening then, it appears that Minister Mendicino is under the assumption that the police chiefs, that would be Chief Mizuno, told the OPP Commissioner that they're not requesting additional enforcement resources. And you said that that was inaccurate?
I said wrong, because that's completely contrary to the conversation that I had with the chief and that we had discussed with the board.
And if we scroll down a little further here, you had indicated earlier, correcting your statement, that CBSA went to offer tow trucks support to Windsor, and the local police was saying that that wasn't necessary. Is that correct? Or that they weren't interested?
That's Minister Mendicino's text to me.
Right.
And so what I said was that we were offered tow truck support, but it was, and what CBSA offered to do is to find the pathway to allow tow trucks and tow truck drivers into Canada, which may not normally be admissible, sort of as a matter of right. They agreed to work with us if we needed to bring in US-based tow trucks to find the pathway to get them through the border so that they could be of assistance.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say then that the two parts of this conversation we saw you having with Minister Mendicino, Minister Mendicino was incorrect about whether or not the Chief Mizuno had requested resources, and was also incorrect as to the type of assistance that was offered by CBSA?
I think what happened when I received that message from Minister Mendicino and my response was wrong, I called the chief immediately to make sure I understood what was going on. The chief explained to me that in a conversation that she had had with Commissioner Carrick, that at that precise moment in time, they weren't asking for any more because officers were coming in and she didn't know how many officers were coming in.
Understood. Okay. And it was also your understanding then that there was a plan in place as early as February 10th to dismantle this protest. Is that correct?
Well, I knew that officers were coming in. I did not know. The chief could not tell me how many officers were coming in, nor was I aware of how long it would take to resolve the issue.
Okay. Can we pull up WPS? I believe that's...
I'm going to have to stop you. You're now well over your time. So if you could wrap up, please.
Okay. There's some latitude just to show a couple pictures here to make sure we're on the same page in terms of what the enforcement action did look like on the February 13th. If we could pull up CFF 609.
Sorry, Council, is that, is there another digit after the 9?
Not according to this note here. Okay, we can skip that one and look at CFF 0000260 instead. And so those officers there, you're saying those are Windsor police officers or are those OPP?
I can't tell from the flash on their arm. Does not look like a Windsor flash, though.
What about CFF 0000261? Those appear to be officers on the roof. Do you know if those are Windsor police or is that OPP?
I can't tell.
Okay. And you indicate that you weren't sure exactly what time on either the 13th or the 14th that the bridge had been cleared completely. Do you recall reading a report from, again, I believe this is Chief of Fire Stephen Laforet, that the blockade is clear and that all needs have been met? It's at 9:52 p.m. on February 13th.
Yeah, I do recall the bridge had been, the roadway had been cleared earlier than the bridge opened. And so they had to get the barriers in place once the people were moved out and the vehicles were moved out. They had to get the barriers in place before they could open the bridge. And then, of course, they had to make sure.
But the area was secure.
Everybody. As secure as it could be, but there was a heightened state of alert on that particular day and for weeks afterwards.
Understood. And just in terms of the intentions of some of those protesters there, I understand that you referred to what happened at the Ambassador Bridge almost as a last of the Mohicans moment, and that when asked to clarify, you indicated that some people there were willing to die for that cause. Would you agree, based on some of your observations, that in the evenings, at least, it was a party atmosphere, that the vast majority of protesters there were not willing to be shot in the streets to maintain that protest, and that it was by and large absolutely peaceful?
Well,
Special, but thank you. That was a compound question that my friend has asked. I think it's an unfair question to the mayor, and he hasn't provided any of these statements for him to see. I object to that question.
Okay, I'll move on there. And just to clarify, so Chief Pam Mizuno, she is no longer the chief of police in Windsor. She announced her sudden retirement on March 22nd. Is that correct?
She has retired, yes.
Okay, I asked.
And lastly, I think I can wrap it up there.
Ago,
no more questions just for this witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Government of Canada.
Good morning, Mayor Dilkens, Commissioner David Shiroki for the Government of Canada. So in your evidence in chief through the Commission Council, you'd indicated the city had supported an interim injunction that was granted on the 11th of February. I'd like to pull up the reasons for that interim injunction, which I think can be found in a number of places, but at OTT 407333. And as that's being pulled up, you'd indicated in your evidence in chief that there were concerns about vigilantism leading up to enforcement, and that was a factor that went into seeking the injunction. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Where were these concerns coming from?
Social media, for sure. A Facebook group had been set up. We had local labor leadership that was being very vocal about gathering a group of people and going down there and ending this blockade. And so it was a theme that I would suggest had a head of steam fairly early on, because everyone appreciated the impact of what was going on here.
And were you aware of any organized efforts either through that social media or through announcements through official groups?
Well, I'm aware that there was a discussion with police that had people lower the temperature. People who were purporting to want to do that, to lower the temperature and just let us resolve this in a peaceful way.
And so we have the document open, which are the reasons that were for the injunction granted on the 11th of February. And specifically, I'd like to go to page 9, and in particular, paragraph 46 of the decision. And so, paraphrasing a bit, the court finds that there's no question that the blockade had caused and would continue to cause irreparable harm to Windsor. Would you agree that the harm that's being discussed here by the court, and in fact the harm that the city of Windsor was talking about in supporting this injunction, was the harm caused by a continuous blockade and not temporary increases in traffic?
100%. The harm was economic harm to a lot of people in the community.
And is it your understanding that roughly around midnight, either the night of the 13th or the 14th, the blockade was cleared and the bridge reopened to traffic?
Correct.
And with respect to the timing of that enforcement, in your evidence in chief, you indicated that there was a delay in enforcement due to the arrival of children at the protest.
Correct.
What were you hearing from police about the impact of the presence of children at the protest?
What I heard from the chief is they were going to stand down on the Saturday night, resume enforcement on Sunday. There were people live streaming on social media from the area, so I watched some of that as well, and media was there reporting. And you saw the numbers of protesters swell dramatically. And it was all of a sudden you saw kids in strollers, you saw young kids, and it was, I would submit, in direct relation to the sort of call to support by the pastor in that one particular church.
All right, and sort of in a similar vein, I'd like to take the witness to WIN 402238, please. And while that's coming up, you'd indicated the city had asked for an extension of the interim injunction and that this was an indefinite extension. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the document that we're pulling up again are the court's reasons for granting that indefinite extension to the injunction. If we could go to page 8, in specific paragraph 47. And at the bottom there, I think it's at Roman numeral 4. The court found that the city of Windsor had established a continued threat of a new blockade. And with respect to, again, the evidence and the submissions that were being brought to the court to extend this injunction, is that the concern? Was it either a continued blockade or a reemergence of the blockade?
Yes, more a reemergence. I mean, at the time, obviously, it was to try and have everyone move on. But again, I think I've said this several times, the heightened state of alert that everyone was under, that police were under following the removal of the protesters in their vehicles, I've never seen that in my city in the past. And so there was a strong concern that this would happen again, which would put us on a cycle of having, another week of trying to move people out and mobilizing resources from across the province and across the country.
And so the city provided a number of affidavits in support of this injunction extension, and I believe the application record from the city is at WIN 50925, and I won't ask that be brought up. It's a very long document. I just would like to refer to it, that there was evidence provided that spoke to this continued risk of a blockade reemerging. And so a document that I would like pulled up is WIN 50803. I'll just wait for that to come up. Mr. Mayor, what are we looking at here in terms of geographically within Windsor?
The yellow line is Huron Church Road, and the X's are intersections that access Huron Church Road.
If we could scroll down briefly. So there's an indication there, no local traffic beyond this point, and that's the period, you spoke of sort of a tunnel. I know there is a literal tunnel, but the tunnel leading down Huron Church Road to the Ambassador Bridge, that's the area you're speaking of?
That's correct. Once you pass that red bar where it says no local traffic, you basically had to get on the Ambassador Bridge.
And if I told you that this was a map of the traffic structure on the 16th of February, would that sound about right to you?
That's correct.
So this was a closure of a major municipal road in Windsor, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it impacted residents in nearby homes and neighborhoods?
Massively.
And you'd indicated the specific neighborhood of Sandwich Town as being to the west of Huron Church Road.
That's correct.
And there were no access to groceries for the residents of Sandwich Town as a result of the blockade and then the subsequent closure of the road.
They had to take a very long route to get to the same grocery store that they would normally get to.
And so the city had to provide alternative bus services to those residents so that they could go about their lives.
And we did, yes.
And you would agree with me that the city and the police would not choose to continue to limit access by residents to Huron Church Road unless it believed there was a real risk that a demonstration could return.
Correct.
And I know you said that you were uncertain on the date at which point these traffic closures stopped, but you would agree with me that the measures to prevent the reestablishment of a blockade remained in place after the 23rd of February?
Yes.
So Commission Council took you to WIN 50972. And I'd actually like that to be brought up, please. And I'll take you to a similar portion where you refer to it remaining a national security situation. If we could scroll down, there's bolded text. There it is. And so this is the situation that, again, it says here, prevented reopening Huron Church Road. And that's the closure we were just looking at on that map.
Yes.
If we could go to page 3. And so it says here, we cannot ignore these ongoing threats because of the inconvenience that's being caused along Huron Church Road. With respect to these ongoing threats, can you speak a little bit about, I know you said the information was coming from police, but what were you hearing during that time period?
There were, for several weeks, I mean, immediately, once the Jersey barriers were put in and access to the bridge was made available, there was a high state of alert for police. There was still a huge police presence along Huron Church Road. And there was a strong concern expressed to me by Chief Mizuno that there is a concern that this could flare up again. And that lasted for several weeks. It lasted, in fact, until the situation was dealt with in Ottawa. And the thought was that when Ottawa, the protest in Ottawa was disbanded, that folks would get in their trucks and come back to Windsor. So this lasted for quite some time.
And so you referred in the statement to it being a national security situation. Did you see the events in Windsor as being connected ideologically or otherwise to other events happening nationally?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, watching what happened in the U.S., where there were freedom convoys in the U.S., and that happened in several cities. That was concerning. Seeing what happened in Ottawa, that was concerning. Knowing the money that was being reported with respect to flows from the Give, Send, Go, or whatever it's called, GoFundMe, that was concerning. And so there was no shortage of concern. And this was, in my mind, and will remain until I'm long gone, a national economic emergency. And that is there is a direct correlation to a national economic emergency, and I would submit to a national security issue. This is exactly what this was.
And with respect to the specific topic of security, were you aware of the arrests that took place in Coutts, Alberta on the 14th of February?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware of those?
Through traditional media.
And what's your understanding of those events?
That police were able to intercept a group of people who had weapons that intended to do harm to others. And they were part of the protest in Coutts, Alberta.
And acknowledging, of course, that Coutts is quite geographically distant from Windsor, Ontario. Reading that with respect to, again, talking about security, were there any concerns that were raised in your mind at that time?
I would say that from my impression, what I saw happen in Coutts was the type of behavior that police were posturing for here, the type of behavior they thought may play out here. And I think that played out in the posture that they presented and the way that they handled themselves in Windsor. And so the Coutts situation happened after the fact, but there was that level of temperature on the ground where police in Windsor were quite concerned and did not want to inflame the situation. They were taking every opportunity to de-escalate a highly charged situation.
And so you said both in your evidence in chief and in your witness statement, your understanding or belief that the invocation of the Emergencies Act sent a signal that the federal government was taking the blockade situation seriously.
I agree with that.
And that it may have discouraged the reestablishment of the blockades, particularly with respect to the Ambassador Bridge.
I agree with that fully.
Is that still your view?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to economic issues, I'd like to take the witness to SSM.CAN 50/495_REL, and in particular page 2. And while that's coming up, actually, we'll start on page 1 just so we can identify the document. Now, this is likely not something you've seen. This is a background or report with respect to the impact of the road blockade on the Ambassador Bridge that I believe was prepared by Finance Canada. So if we move to page 2, the reason I'm bringing this up, if we scroll down, now there's a discussion here about both the exports, and I think the exports have been well covered in your evidence. What's your understanding about the items or goods that are imported from the United States into Windsor?
I don't know that I have I don't know that I have discrete knowledge on the imports versus the exports. And I would just say that with respect to the trade that we see regionally in our community, or at least locally in my city, I go back to the parts that cross the border 6 to 7 times before they're put into a vehicle that rolls off the assembly line. It speaks to the tightly integrated supply chains that we have in Windsor and Detroit, which are respectively our own auto capitals of our countries.
And so going back to the report in the last paragraph that's on the screen there, it speaks to Canada importing $4 billion worth of pharmaceutical products and $2.4 billion in medical equipment that go through the Ambassador Bridge. And that was in 2021. Is that a figure that would be surprising to you?
No, I believe that.
You also mentioned the bridge's impact regionally. Would you agree with me that the imports that come in through the bridge don't stay in Ontario in their entirety?
In their entirety, no.
And that it's part of a national supply chain?
100% agree with that statement.
I'd like to now take the witness to WIN 401628. And this is a statement that my friend for Commission Counsel took you to earlier that was delivered on the 9th of February. And if we could scroll down to, I believe, the top of the second page. So it's the statement here again that if Canada becomes known as a difficult jurisdiction to do business with, to move goods in and out, for example, then supply chains will evolve and reconfigure to remove this element of risk and avoid Windsor-Essex. And was that your concern at the time with respect to Canada or Windsor specifically's reputation as a place to do business?
It was part of the concerns for the reason that I mentioned, and they actually play out in part of the conversation, the readout which has been submitted in terms of documents, my readout with my conversation with the Prime Minister, where I even raised the issue of the battery factory in that conversation with him. And so there is no doubt that we must tread very lightly with respect to these types of incidents as they relate to our competitive position, not just as a city of Windsor, but provincially and nationally, because we are competing against Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee for these types of investments. And you've seen big automakers make investments in those states. And we knew that we were fourth and goal, to quote a football term, on landing this battery factory. And so I needed to make sure that the signal was sent to those who would be interested in this, that we take this very seriously, and we're going to resolve this very seriously and very quickly.
Acknowledging that I'm just at my 15 minutes, if I could just briefly take the witness to one more document and wrap up, would that be acceptable?
Yep,
thank you.
go ahead.
It's pb.can .6023_REL. And while that's coming up, I'll provide some context. This is another document that you may not have seen. It's a February 10th email chain between employees at the Canadian Embassy in Washington, D.C. and the Consulate General in Detroit. And specifically, I'd like to go to page 2. These are a series of tweets from a U.S. representative, Slotkin, who I understand is the 8th Congressional District Representative in Michigan. And if the Commissioner will allow, I'd like to give the witness some time to read. There's a series of tweets that go down the page. So if you could take a look and let the clerk know when you can scroll a bit further.
You can keep scrolling.
It's the upside of a tweet is at least they can be read quick.
Yeah. Just underscores those statements, underscore my explanation.
And so you would understand these statements to be a political representative from the U.S. saying that we would need to move manufacturing to the U.S. as a result of incidents like the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge.
That's absolutely correct.
And my friend with Commission Counsel took you to some texts that you had with Premier Ford, and in the interest of time, I won't ask that they be brought up again. But do you recall him texting you that he had every major company all over him?
Yes.
Do you understand what he meant by that statement?
Absolutely, I do.
And what was your understanding of that statement?
That this was not just companies in Windsor or companies in Essex County. This bridge and this border crossing it's of provincial and national significance. So when it's blocked, he gets phone calls from major manufacturers all the way up the 401.
At the risk of pushing my luck, Mr. Commissioner, if I should have 2 more questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You would agree with me that a blockade of the Ambassador Bridge would be more economically damaging than blocking the Detroit-Windsor tunnel?
Yes.
And that an experienced truck driver would know that they could not use the tunnel?
Correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you very much for that indulgence, sir.
Great. Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, Brendan Miller, I appear as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Good afternoon, sir, again, and thank you for appearing here today. My first question is prior to you taking on your current office or former office, what did you do in as a job prior?
I'm a lawyer as well.
You're a lawyer as well?
Yes, sir.
And I take it you didn't ever work in national security law, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And so it's fair to say you're not a national security expert and you don't have background on what constitutes a national security emergency. Is that fair?
I would say that I've never practiced national security law, but there are some things on the face of it that present themselves and I think would be obvious to everyone could be related to national security.
Right. And when it comes to national security, I take it you rely a lot on law enforcement. Is that correct with respect to providing you information?
Correct.
Right. And in your capacity, of course, municipally, that's primarily going to be your municipal police force and the OPP?
Mostly municipal police.
Mostly municipal police, right. And can you agree, if you said you have some of an understanding of national security, so you're familiar with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of what they do?
Well, they have their own act and certainly I'm sure it's well spelled out in the act that if you brought it up, we could go through it, but.
Yeah, but you agree with me that there's the Federal Intelligence Service, sort of the Canadian equivalent to the CIA, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and so the intelligence they gather with respects to threats to the security of Canada, can you agree with me that they would probably have the best information?
I think they're certainly a good source. I think RCMP would also be a great source as well from a policing perspective.
Okay. Could we please bring up document? I've sent an email about it arising from my friend's cross. ts.nsc.can.001.000000206 _ rel _ 0001.
Jennifer King for the City of Windsor. Commissioner, we received an email, it appears, from my friend, Mr. Miller, less than 15 minutes ago with 3 documents that he is...
If I can assist, I'm only referring to the one. That's it.
In any event, we had no notice of these documents. It's contrary to the rules. We haven't had any notice that he intends to put this to Mayor Dilkens.
Okay, Mr. Miller, I don't think this is the first time.
Yes, and it only arose from cross-examination from my friend, as I made clear in my email, not from the City of Windsor, not from the Commission, but from my friend with the federal government, which made it relevant.
Okay, well, let's see what the document is, and if there's a problem, either if the witness needs time or if counsel for Windsor has an objection, we can deal with it.
Now, sir, this is a document from the Canadian Security Intelligence Service summarizing what it is they discussed with Cabinet regarding threats to national security. And if we could just scroll down to page 5, please. Okay, so I just want you to see that. So on that document there, on February 3rd, CSIS assessed there was no indicators that known IMVEs, and I take it you know what that is, actors were planning to engage in violence. And then if you scroll down to the other bullet points, it states on February 13th, CSIS advised that the implementation of the EA would likely galvanize the anti-government narrative within the convoy and further radicalize of some towards violence, referring to the increase in violent rhetoric following the declaration of the state of emergency in the province of Ontario. Furthermore, CSIS advised thank you. Furthermore, CSIS advised that the invocation of the EA by the federal government would likely lead to the dispersing of the convoy within Ottawa but would likely increase the number of Canadians who hold extreme anti-government views and push some towards the belief that violence is the only solution to what they perceived as a broken system and government. Following the invocation of the EA, CSIS briefed Cabinet and reiterated the potential for the EA to increase anti-government views and violent ideologies, including in those not yet radicalized. Now, can you agree with me that you would never want to do anything that could create further radicalization of extremists within the city of Windsor? Is that fair?
I'm going to object to this question on this document.
Withdrawn.
And object to this document being put to the mayor.
Withdrawn. I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next is the City of Ottawa. You can get started if you'd like, and we'll. Seems to always happen at the City of Ottawa to be at lunchtime.
Good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. You mentioned in your testimony, and I think in your witness summary, that you had calls with both the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones for Ontario, and the Federal Minister of Public Safety, Minister Mendicino, correct?
Correct.
And you were requesting additional police sources, and I should say that you were amplifying the request that your chief had alerted you to. Fair?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you mentioned that the federal government in particular was very supportive.
So was Minister Jones.
Both were very supportive,
Both were
fair
great.
enough. And I take it that staff, if I understood you correctly, staff at the federal level asked that your request or the request for additional resources be put in writing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we saw the letters that Chief Mizuno sent further to that request to both the provincial and the federal government, right?
That's right.
And I take it they were sent more or less at the same time, fair?
That's true.
And it's fair to say then that no one at the federal government said to you, you've got to go to the province first, you're not following proper protocol or anything of that nature.
Well, they didn't say don't send me the letter, but there was a conversation that the order of operations is municipal to provincial, provincial to federal. But the nature of what was happening here and the nature of what was going on across the country, we knew. I think a sensible person would know that there's limited resources and they're being drawn to assist in different areas. That from my chair and my perspective, and I think it's fair to say from Chief Mizuno's perspective, we didn't care whether it was the OPP or the RCMP that arrived. We just needed more boots on the ground to help resolve the issue.
Perfect. Thanks very much. If I could bring up WIN 50410. And while this is coming up, Mayor, it's an email exchange between Jason Raynar, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. At the City of Windsor, and Chief Laforêt, who I understand is the fire chief in Windsor and was also the chair, if I understood correctly, of the CCG.
That's true.
And if we scroll down to the bottom, there's the email from Mr. Raynar to the entire corporate leadership team, including, of course, Chief Laforêt. And he's advising that the injunction has been granted and will come into effect at 7 p.m. tonight, which is Friday, February 11th, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down, Mr. Clerk. He says, but these advances may have the effect of, quote, unquote, ratcheting up the protesters and their supporters. We will be watching closely to see what developments happen over the next 24 hours, and it goes on from there. So this concern about ratcheting up the protesters with the issuance of an injunction was something I take it that the city was aware of on the 11th.
Well, the city was, but the chief, when I asked her, we're going to apply for an injunction, do you think this would be helpful? That was never a conversation or a concern that she expressed to me from a policing perspective. So our fire chief saying that, I'm not sure where he put that, where he got that from to think of putting that in an email. But clearly, we weren't looking to ratchet things up. We were looking to resolve things in a sensible way.
And I take it then your chief reassured you that that was not a concern or not one that she had at heart.
She never expressed to me a concern about and drew a correlation between an injunction and the thought that we would be ratcheting up or escalating the situation.
Okay, thanks very much. I understand, and we've heard already in your testimony that there was an original an injunction, time limited for 10 days, obtained on February 11th, and that the city then moved to obtain an indefinite extension of that injunction, correct?
That's correct.
And this will be the last document I'll ask Mr. Clerk to put up, and it is WIN 50921. Mayor, this is the factum or the legal argument. Well, you're a lawyer, the factum, because I can use that word, that the city of Ottawa, if we scroll down just a little bit, city of Windsor, pardon me, filed in support of the order, seeking the order for an indefinite extension of the injunction. If we just scroll down, you'll see it there. Factum of the intervening party, the corporation of the city of Windsor. And if we could go to paragraph 2, Mr. Clerk. Before I take you through this, you've given ample evidence already about the concern that the city had about the possible resurgence of a blockade at the bridge if the injunction were to expire, correct?
Yes.
And I just wanted to draw this out. This is the argument put forth by the city of Windsor, and it says, the events in the days since the February 11th order was made have reinforced the ongoing need for the injunction. Since the February 11th order came into effect at 7 p.m. on February 11th, 2022, it's subparagraph A, protesters defied the February 11th order, with numbers increasing and peaking at between 600 and 800 individuals during the evening of Saturday, February 12th, 2022. And I take it that was information the city obtained from police.
Yes.
Okay, and that was information that formed part of the city's decision then to seek a continuation of that injunction.
Yes.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Okay, so I think this is an appropriate time to take the lunch break. So we'll take an hour and come back to continue the questioning.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Hey, there we go. There's our morning. There's our morning. Anybody really surprised with this witness? We kind of already knew a lot about him before we went in. He didn't play by the normal rules and had other things going on. Stellantis, etc. We heard about them before. It was the OPP that brought that up. Brought up the issues. Anyways, we heard about it before. All right, we got a lot going on in chat. Convoy 2.0 starting to materialize. Is the headline, sensationalized a bit by saying Convoy 2.0. I'm gonna be careful because I'm not finding a ton of other sources for this right now, but we can quickly look at it. Why not? Let's quickly look at it because could be the beginning of something really fun. Okay, Danielle, what do you got going for us here? Let's see. Try and get the size for you. But it looks like somebody who's really close to Danielle is looking at starting one up. Now, this is 2 days ago, this report or this article. I have not found much else about it. It might be reading between the lines, making it bigger. But you read the whole article, they're doing stuff in Alberta surrounding the legislator building. Cable managed to, but where it gets fun is when we see things like this. Essentially, she is planning a Freedom Convoy 2.0, which is expected to not only be scarier for Trudeau, but also more powerful. So as I read through this entire article, it looks like something's starting in Alberta. We're going to be dealing with the Alberta government for a bit, maybe get their support, and then start rolling with Saskatchewan. Okay, so very early, very early. I don't know enough. There is an article or a little picture here At the bottom, it says convoy leaves at 12 and it's all cut off. I can't find the rest of this picture. And I went to this website and it's all old information. So I don't really know if this is a collection of old and new rumor and whatnot. But what I do like to see is right here, that is an aide, somebody who knows Danielle, and CTV of all people are reporting on it. So local, maybe bigger after that, but at this stage, I wouldn't say there's a 2.0 started or rolling or anything like that, but we'll certainly keep abreast of this one, right? And it would be cool if Alberta, you know, they started it here, and then Alberta said, yeah, we're for it, like officially, the province itself, and then they rolled again. We'll see. Let's be careful with that one. It's very, very early. Cool. All right. So right now it's just me. We may have one or two people jump in. Very busy. Lots of snow for a lot of people. Happens. And totally cool with that, because we have 59 starred messages in in our chat here. So I'm going to go ahead and go through those so we can kind of catch up on what we've been doing in the chat, because I'm not putting them on the screen as much. I don't really want to distract when we're replaying, that kind of stuff, but we can do it during the commentary. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, Terry, you're a heavy chatter. Lots of stars in here with Terry's name on it, but also a whole bunch of other people. So we're going to enjoy this. It is my understanding that all money is now created out of thin air, computer, accounting, and that's the way the BRICS, countries are attempting to set up an asset-backed currencies. All right, for those who don't know who BRIC is, that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa's part of them as well. Okay, and there's I think a few other really close countries. Saudi Arabia next year, I think, are joining the BRIC. Think of them as 1984, right? We had two global powers fighting, not even fighting, just kind of existing. Well, BRIC is the parallel economy of the globe. It's the non-Western one. It's been around for a long time. MENA, M-E-N-A, is another one. Middle East, North Africa. That's another region that has a lot of power and a lot of economic, abilities, and they do a lot of stuff themselves. But yes, BRIC is a very large one. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and others. There's others. Not to be scared of. It's just an economic system that has to be parallel because of the controls of the main economic system that they were forced to be under, which would be the West, where we are. But so what? So what? Visa, MasterCard, Coke, Pepsi. Why would we have a threat or feel a threat from a parallel economy? And do you blame them? I don't. Why would they be tied to and controlled by someone else? We wouldn't want to be forced into BRIC, right? So, it's not a scary, big, mean thing. It's just the world. And I don't blame them. Tied to US dollar is what most of the oil was until this. So, and if they're doing their own currency, I'm not surprised. If they're doing central currency, I'm not surprised. If they're doing digital, I'm not surprised. Terry, I'm not surprised. It would be, replicating each other, both economies. Oh, there you go. So Saudi Arabia 2030. That's right, Joe. Yeah. There's probably a whole bunch of other smaller ones that are hovering or have other connections and are starting to do it too. I would just consider it the second economy. And by the way, we're probably going to have micro parallel economies too. There's literally a thing called parallel economies. I'm not surprised to see that at all, because kind of forced into it when the banks can close your accounts and the government can put their fingers where they don't belong. Not surprised to see that happening. Hey, Terry, again, I think we're all going to get this. Witness is the blockades happen for the days it happened and was negotiated to end before the... Yeah, that's true. That's 100%. And that's the truth. And they also put in additional blockades after. So we heard on February 15th, 16th, that main artery still had blockades on it. City put them there. They weren't showing protesters blocking anything. Those weren't trucks that were blocking those intersections. That was 100% overreaction, overblown, unnecessary, all of those words, and a bunch more, done by the city itself, done by that mayor. Oh, by the way, he's also the police board chair. I think we get into that in some stars coming up here. For lack of a better word, locked and loaded. Interesting choice of words, right? From a man who said there's no emergency plans, we now have to figure out how to do emergency plans in the future. You know, both sides of the coin there, Mayor. Locked and loaded. Hey, Jeremy, by the way, great to see you this morning. They were pretty brutal taking on Windsor protests of the footage. So taking on, yeah, for sure. And yeah, they were more hands-on, right? More hands-on than they were in Ottawa. Ottawa became more hands-on, but at the time, yeah, they certainly were. And some of it was legit. They had injunctions and stuff. Like they did things correct, and I believe they also had to, because OPP had to be part of some of it. At least the King's highways or the provincial highways, they had to be part of it. This guy's military for politician or police, possibly, maybe authoritative. I was getting a lot of that too there, which you don't know is staggering. Heavy-handed guy, and very scared of the unknown, at least giving that message. I don't think he actually is, but he certainly is giving that message. Dixon holds the designation of Certified Human Resource Leader and has training certificates from the Canadian Foreign Services Institute. Cool, Railroad. How do you find this stuff? That's pretty neat. Gonna have to get more involved with you, Railroaded. We'll work on things together, provide source links, website. You know how Stephen Crowder does it, where everything they talk about is sourced and they put it down. I would like to certainly keep that going. That's a great idea. And the Canadian Securities Institute and Federal Bureau of Investigation of the United States. Busy guy? Is that what you're saying? Busy guy? Important in his world? At least in his world? Cool. People work hard for that. Oh, malcontent. Okay, yes, there was some talk here. Oh, darn, I think I missed yours, Terry. Oh, Terry, somehow yours got unstart. About the difference in words. So malcontent, as Railroad to put it here, dissatisfied with existing conditions, discontented. These words kind of almost refer to each other, but there is a distinction. Uneasy, right? And then malcontent. This one is new. Discontented, malcontent. Hold on, you had it actual. Here it is. Relentlessly unhappy. So discontented is malcontent, which is frustration against the government. Okay, dissatisfied with the government. But I think on a prolonged basis, maybe a chronic basis, you'd be discontented, which could mean you're always against all government all the time, as opposed to malcontent, which is specific, current, an issue. Okay. So one would be, I would say, quite legitimate, especially when you're specifically dealing with a specific thing, whereas flipping the word and using discontent, which could mean just frustrated always. So thanks to Terry, who's pointed out words matter, and they certainly do. And we see that a lot in these types of witnesses and these types of government questions. Good job on the Democracy Fund. Well, it wasn't actually the Democracy Fund. They're listed in the same group. Citizens for Freedoms, which is representing the peaceful protesters of Windsor, doing a wonderful, wonderful job. So young lawyer, but he's on the right side. He's on the side of truth, working very hard, and he did a good job there. But the Government of Canada witness, and even some of the wording in the witness himself and in the commission councils, you know, Terry picked it up. There we go. There is a new one, right? Discontent is malcontent in two different things. Yeah, right. Yeah, discontent is malcontent prolonged, probably for any reason, whereas malcontent is specific, and nothing wrong with it. You're allowed to be annoyed with your government. Where can I video from testimony last week? Okay, so, and Armstrong, I am putting up, I spent a lot of time in between jobs. I would go run, start the video, it would encode, I'd run away, come back. I got all of the witnesses done. I've uploaded 3 of them. So Chris Barber, the first 3. So Chris Barber, oh boy, they're right here. So Chris Barber, yeah, Steve, Charland, and Bridget Belton are all up on my website, or on YouTube right now. And then the rest will be coming. I had to stop the uploading because I don't want to mess up my stream. This is more important, but I'll continue as soon as I have the stream done tonight. So expect them all to come out. And then I may retroactively put up everybody. Maybe. Some of them had 2 days, right? One of them had 2 days. I have to say here, I was totally against blockages from the get-go. Okay. Still, it's not proving that EA was necessary. That's right. And of course, as we all know, all blockages were cleared by the time of the EA. That's right. So Windsor, we also had Coots was cleared. We also had threats of Sarnia that never happened. Blue River, Blue Water never happened. And then Cornwall was cleared. That's all of them. But all of them were referenced during the declaration of the invocation of the EA. So they're all referencing cleared blockages. And then also, Terry, sometimes blockages get a message across. Inaction from government, sometimes it's hard to get their attention. We all know there's certain railroad ones that get blocked frequently in order to get attention. Civil issues, you know, we have to get the attention of a government that ignores you, don't you? Peaceful, though, don't hurt anybody. Where do you think she is attempting to take this? Thoughts? You mean the commissioner? No, she's trying their best to go down the middle here, Terry. I don't think they're taking it anywhere. I don't get that jive out of Commission Council yet. I found they've had some hard-hitting and questions and stuff and dug a little bit where I'm sure the witnesses weren't pleased with it. So it's also hard to say, you know, humans are humans. Don't know if they bought a story or a narrative, but it's hard to say, Terry. I don't know if she's taken it anywhere, to be honest with you. All right. Let's click this button. All right. Deja vu. We're all, yeah. Clay, you've heard this before. This sounds very familiar. This is like a cross of Mayor Steve Kay and Diane Jeans. So Police Service Board Chair all roll into one person. They're basically replicating a lot of the Ottawa narrative. Resources this, future that, could have been this, might have been that. So much going on. Same thing. We're just basically getting a condensed version. I do expect some of this too in Coots as well. There's no OPP in Coots though, so RCMP. And I know the mayor in Coots wasn't pleased that was happening. So I'll be very curious to see how much of that narrative made its way there as well or not. But we'll find out because Coots is coming up later this week. Why would none of these politicians talk to the protesters? Well, who are the politicians, Terry? Some politicians did. Maybe not the right ones. Maybe not the ones in the cabinet. Maybe not the ones with minister in front. Yeah, Terry, big disconnect. But I do think we're going to see a recommendation where the government's going to establish a liaison unit of some sort. Phone number, hotline, website, mail, post office box, a mailing address, all of those, English, French, all of those, as a way to initiate conversation. It doesn't mean, at least from Canadian citizens, okay? You know, if they're going to put a limit on it and say, we don't deal with terrorists or rogue states and this hotline's not for them, get it, I get it. But it has to be at least Canadian citizens and residents, you know, permanent residents, anybody who has some legal rights for being safe in Canada can also reach out to the government, replicate it to every single level. Some municipalities do this by their own nature. They listen quite well. Counties too. I'm not saying there aren't, you know, good apples in here, but at least on the federal level, we know they don't. Why would you say what was cause was? Oh yeah, you were doing this back and forth thing, Terry, about the hill to die on and die and all that kind of stuff. I think this was just when I started before, and then we addressed it, I think, a little bit more later. Oh yeah, so he was complaining about at his house. Sounds like the existing laws worked for him, right? We talked about that on the break. Whatever threat, they all get them. I'm sure everybody gets them at some point. It's horrible. It sucks. It's not saying it's a good thing or anyone should do anything like that. Threats are really pointless, too aggressive and unnecessary. You can do other ways to handle this because it also causes problems like this. Then they get to point their finger at something that didn't happen but could have happened because there's an email or a post or a phone call. See, this is why they're unnecessary, like fundamentally to strategic, any planning. And this is why Convoy said, don't do this kind of stuff. And that's why they didn't. This lone wolf people who does this just gives them a thing to point to. It also gives them the motive to make sure that they have these. Just saying. But at the end of the day, nobody harmed, thank goodness. Not a single person. Mayor, very happy to hear that nobody was harmed. And not surprised to hear that either. Canada is full of great people. Oh, right. And then here's where we found out, at least I found out, that the mayor is also the chair of the police board. I find that to be a conflict too, Terry. I think you mentioned that too. I find that to be a conflict of interest because the city is not supposed to have direction in the police services at all. And then he's actually saying that the board doesn't have direction on the police. That's baloney. There has quite a bit of direction by being able to fire and hire as they need to. Come on, get out of here. There's a huge distinction that should happen, and I think it's been overstepped. I don't think the mayor should be also part of a board that doesn't direct, like, too fuzzy minimum, mayor, at minimum, too fuzzy on that conflict of interest. We would at least have grounds to explore it more. That's too close. I'm not a fan of that. I think you should have actually had an independent person doing that. Emergency lanes were open again. Not a single soul hurt. Everybody was, only protesters got the brunt of some of the stuff, even in Windsor. But no citizens. It was all fear-mongering. It was all fear of. Hospital beds won't be available for people who need it if the unvaxxed are allowed to be unvaxxed. Can't have your job because a bridge is closed. Even if you don't work in those companies, it's going to have a ripple effect to you because all those workers will be unemployed and take to the street and bring crime up. You know, all of those narratives were said and used within hours of things starting. You don't tell me, Mayor, that you don't have plans. You had plans. You had plenty of them. Even some of them you won't tell us about. I didn't watch the live streams of Windsor, so I don't know if he's speaking truth or not. Okay, Barbara, there wasn't much. I know that I think Viva Fry's brother-in-law went down there for some of it and captured some of it. There isn't a ton, but it also works both ways there, Barbara. There isn't a ton from the government either showing this mass situation. So, but what we do have is we don't have a list of casualties. Both sides. We don't have a list of casualties. We do have some people who got roughed up on a protester side, but we're not even hearing things about people being harassed with masks and food courts and things like that, or fireworks. Like, we're not even hearing you know, all of that fancy stuff that happened in Ottawa. You know, no Paul Champ stuff yet. I'm sure Paul may have some questions though, because he still needs that national emergency. He still needs all that. I consider it a drill they ran alongside the event. The same thing they were doing for COVID, using the public to unknowingly participate. A whole bunch of different ways. And there's even terms for this. Technology companies do it a lot. Facebook got busted for it. Putting a negative spin into the feed to see the emotions and yada, yada, yada. And the WF has published a document about the success of COVID and the mandates and the cooperation from the people. And if you check out their publication, you would learn pretty quickly that there's a bit of a celebratory nature and tone to it. Like, they were pleased with the results. Kind of the way you would be writing if you found the cure for cancer. You'd be very pleased with the results. You should be unbiased. You shouldn't be talking in such a way that is showing a leaning. But I'm sure if you read a document that was curing cancer, you would feel it. You would read it. It feels the same way. They were very pleased with the results. Don't know why they had a desire to know what the results would be like that and that kind of stuff, but they published. They're not shy about their involvement in all this stuff. The pleasedness of it certainly left a sour taste in my mouth. All right, my mouse is not working now. Okay, that wasn't a power issue. That wasn't a power issue. On my side, my mouse clicking stopped, and then my screen stopped. All right. Let's go back. Okay. Hello, Marco. Nice to see you pop in again. So yeah, we saw in the text messages, Marco pops up. A little confusion for me around Doug Ford saying call Marco, or Marco call, like Marco and Ford is wrapped up. And this is around the time we're finding out that Ford doesn't have to go. And I think this is even more reason why he should be there. He is wrapped up on this level. But Marco initiating conversations in any way, shape, or form is very abnormal for this. Reaching out to the mayor. So you got Marco and a company calling you all within like right away. That's not normal. We heard the OPP say that's not our normal procedures. They testified to that. And there is OPP coming later in this week. So it's going to be mayor and then Windsor Police Services and then OPP. So we may hear some more around that. But again, Marco's popped up. Interesting. Hopefully my stream saves too. That was interesting. That was not power. And that wasn't even Starlink. Or maybe it was. It was just a hiccup on Starlink. So we find out tomorrow before. No, we don't. We found out now. He's not going. Sorry, Jason. Didn't age well. Did it, buddy? Didn't age well at all. He's not going. So I think here's where I think the problem. Where's the problem with this witness is because it directs all of his answers. He does not understand, has no empathy for someone who does not want to care how the job. Yeah, you know, the actual human protest, the actual grievances of the people is not making its way up the narrative much at all. At all. It's been super dismissed at a very low level of it's not even a valid argument. Like they just skipped that entire part of this so much. Yeah, Terry, good observation there. And yeah, why aren't they? And I believe when he was questioned after this, that was part of the question. Why didn't you talk to the protesters? You say you talked to all of them, marginalized and everything. You talked to them all, but you didn't talk to this one. Yeah, Terry, good eyes and good question. Stellantis, there we go. And then that came out. And this is when I was typing and it went black the first time. Again, completely unrelated, I'm sure. WF Connected Business, we looked into that and they had access pretty quick to the mayor. And they are the ones that we saw on the federal side of things too. We saw Freeland mentioning them as a reason why, as who in the private sector was the squeaky wheel and how much money we're talking about. And this is where they're pulling out all these numbers that they keep making up. You know, you all hung out in Davos at one point there, Freeland and Stellantis and teams. So I wasn't there. Don't know what you said. I think we all hear the OPP were yeah, we heard that too before we even got to today. What you don't know is staggering. We heard that from the OPP itself. They said normally WPS, Windsor Police Services, would contact us. We kind of have a hotline type of thing that goes on there. Lots of cooperation. But it was odd for us to find out through the mayor and Marco, through provincial public services, that were being asked or requested in any way, shape, or form for resources. So yeah, there was a circumvention that went on, and we heard about that before the convoy week. So it was even 2 weeks ago we heard about that. We already have heard that. There you go, Clay. Yeah, on top of it. Got your notes too. Yep, we totally did. And corroborated. Haven't heard yet. Ford just publicly announced this morning that he's going toe-to-toe with Trudeau, standing with Smith and now Moe, and protecting provincial rights. Absolutely. Federalism should be done. Super happy if Ford is really doing this. I don't care if he's grandstanding. I don't care if he's placating. I don't really care his motivations at this point. I'm just pleased that Ontario is doing anything more than passively standing by. So happy. Manitoba, wake up. East, understand something. All of you on the rock and stuff like that, understand something. This too benefits you. You are being repressed with your resource rights as well. The ripple effects will be great for every province when we get back to business. Yeah, good news. Yeah, I'm pleased about that. I'm excited. I think it's pretty obvious. Terry, yeah, things are heating up. Ford threatening Trudeau and have sit down with all provinces and territories. Interesting times ahead. Do you think any of this inquiry helped with that, Terry? Hearing from the other provinces that they weren't consulted. Ford knows he wasn't consulted. hearing some more of this testimony that comes out, hearing some more from the convoy. Is all of this kind of happening because of this inquiry? Is Smith being emboldened by more of the truth coming out? Is she very excited because OPS didn't establish anything that comes close to foundation for the EA? We've come nowhere near it. Are they all being emboldened by that now? Is this their way of hanging Trudeau out to dry for them on a provincial level? And if so, honk honk, highly successful, might all be related. I don't think it failed. I think success comes in many different ways, honk honk. I think Ford finally realized after the discussion JT had with Mayor Watson, our favorite Ottawa mayor, that Justin was willing to, and now is, trying to throw Ford under the bus. I hope Ford gets his ducks in a row for POC. Well, he's not coming, but Marco, Blair, those two are on my throw under the bus scapegoat list for Trudeau, because they're super easy ones. Blame it all on them. You can find a few more. Ford, I don't think Ford is a convenient anything to Justin. I really don't, but could be. I don't know what. But now that Ford is not coming, and it's been announced that he's not coming, and he's not going to be in here, I assure you there's a lot of erasing going on, some whiteouting going on, and some additional narrative that's going to be coming out over the next few weeks is happening. Even the threat of him coming would have had them cautious about some of the stuff they were going to talk about. But now that he's not going to be there to even defend himself, you can really expect the hyperbolic messages to expand, and the rhetoric's going to get worse. And yeah, Terry, maybe this is how they will do it. They won't actually have any substance to it. They'll just keep throwing him under the bus, and he won't be there to defend himself. Unless it's 4D chest on Ford's part, because he can still at any point show up under that summons voluntarily. Right now, he can be saying to the public, I'm not going to be there. Let them go yab, 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 Ford, yab, 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 Ford. And then he shows up all of a sudden, defends himself. Maybe he wants to let them speak a bit before he goes in there. I don't know, but I would like him to assist with Freedom. So, we still got a few weeks to go here, Terry. I don't know what's going on. That's why it's perplexing to me. I disagree with the finding. I hope. Oh, yeah. So there's a fine line. Like, look here, Judge, here's a problem that I think you didn't consider. They're calling it a national security issue, like the ultimate national security issue, which means privilege isn't really the right tool here. I believe national security interests should trump provincial privilege. That might be me. This might be also going into an appeals pretty quick. Appeals can happen pretty quick. But in either case, I thought it was pretty flimsy to use privilege. You didn't argue that it wasn't material. And I think that's everybody agrees that his testimony could be material or would be material or is. So privilege felt weak to me. So I disagreed with the judge's ruling there based on that. If something else came out, maybe. But based on that, I didn't agree with it. Sorry, Judge. I'm sure you're an awesome person, but I didn't agree with that. Terry Premier Doug Ford has a right to use parliamentary privilege to block a summons from the Emergency Act acquired, despite him having valuable evidence to offer. The federal court has ruled, and I think, I don't agree. I don't think privilege should trump national security. I don't think that should be the case. I think, if anything, just like all the other witnesses that had civil or criminal going on, basically every convoy person prefaced their testimony with there's certain things I can't touch on. Same thing here, Doug. You could have said, well, that's PP, parliamentary privilege. I just won't answer that one. Okay, fine. But this is a text message you sent to the mayor? Yes, that's not PP. It's already in public. Your name's on it. You should have done that. I would have had a lot more respect for the whole thing. But again, it might be 4D chest. It might be dumb. I don't know what's going on there. Other people may know, but I don't. I remember Dougie had the pulse on things so much he went snowmobiling. I think he got in a little bit of trouble for that, right? He did it with the guy that went skiing from OPS. Look, people are allowed to relax. I don't imagine for a moment what it's like to be dug forward for a day. That'd be hard in so many ways that I'll never appreciate. So look, going away for snowmobiling, you wouldn't care if it was anybody else except for Doug. So for that reason, I say give him a break. Gone for 3 weeks with COVID while the entire trucker's there. Yeah, okay, you lose my empathy there. But taking off for a weekend and blowing up some steam, I can't imagine his life. It's tough. It's got to be tough. I'm getting a small, tiny little taste of it, and geez, there's some people out there. Finally, like you, mid and Westerners, okay. The East has in Toronto. Ford just took off the gloves. Maybe, I hope so. I hope so. Because nothing better than some powerhouses like Ontario being there. Quebec's going to come flying in there pretty quickly if they see any weakness of the federal government of opening any of the doors that they've been trying to open. So, Ontario in there, BC, you got some weight and you got your issues and you got resources and you've got your own desire to be your own province. So join us. Ford is afraid of being publicly humiliated during the cross exam. I don't know, James, because I don't know what would be coming out. So maybe there's certainly some gotcha testimonies and gotcha moments and even bad for the government moments. So maybe, but I don't think that's the root of why he's doing it. I don't think he functions that way as much as some people may think people would in that situation. I'm sure he gets these reports all the time that, public opinion is, and this looks bad, but humiliated, I don't know. I would say maybe not, but could be. Yeah, you're right about a lot of things, James. So I'm not dismissing it. I think there's more to it than that. Anyway, I don't think so, James. I'm more leaning towards a Ford does not want to name it. Yeah. So my thing there is like he almost can't win by being in it. Either he's in it and he helps and everybody wins, but he wouldn't have been the pivotal testimony, so they would have won anyways. So what's his glory? Bandwagoning? Probably not. Doesn't need that. Or it goes the other way. It all comes crashing down. This is the end of freedom. This is the end of Canada. This commission just really established a lot of nails for the coffin of Canada, and he doesn't want to be part of that. So if you're looking at it just from a risk-reward standpoint, doing your analysis, which of course they all do, there isn't a lot for him personally as a politician to have an upside of, unless he wants to stand for freedom. And then he stands there as a non-politician who's certainly there for freedom. Then we all would be blown away, right? I don't know. Maybe it's 4D chess. Maybe he'll be a surprise witness. He's still under summons. It's not quashed. What happened with that ruling is he has the choice. He can invoke privilege. That's all the ruling said. It didn't quash the actual subpoena or summon. But it's not enforceable because of privilege. So he can decide to say, all right, I'm good to go. And there'll be a seat for him. Great Brady Bunch, John. We'll do something like that again. And yes, we'll do a second stream. So we're not limited by quite a few things. And also, we'll do it in such a way that maybe we'll mark it as educational and 18 plus. So that if anything does happen, that slip of this or slip of that, the channel has a little bit of safety and protection there. So what I'll likely do is set up another stream, set it to educational, and make it not for children, and then we'll chat. It doesn't mean I want to, of course, this is not a locker room or anything like that. But yeah, at least we don't have to be super, super careful. Thanks to the 10th man for that suggestion. Dude, thanks a lot. You're out there. It's all a public opinion. You're right, James. Yeah, 100%. And that's all I have really here is opinion. Some of this is commentary, opinion, and some facts. We do look up sources. And yeah, some political theater. I think that is minimum we'll get, though, James. I do think we do get more than some entertainment here and some of that political theatering, because we're still going to be looking through this with a fine-tooth comb for a long time. And we're going to find things that we didn't even think were important at the time. Like, for example, it was really just missed that Daniel, his name's right here. Yeah, Bulford said, I recognize a photographer as Prime Minister Trudeau's personal photographer. I think that's super important because that's not a fluke. That's not an accident. That's an order. Go get that Yahtzee picture. He recognized him there. It went in his testimony, so we can go back and hear him say it again. It was also kind of talked over by the lawyer. But yeah, he said, I don't know if it's true, but nobody's impeached him on it. He said, Daniel Bulford said, the Prime Minister's personal photographer, he recognized him at the Yahtzee picture. To a lot of people, they'd be losing their mind to hear that. It came out. Smith is fighting back for you. Whew, Terry. She could be. She could be. And she also has an election to win because she's, you know, she got to get another round here. She's just taken over for Jason Kenney. So she got another election to win, and she could easily win it if she keeps on doing this. NDP stands no chance of taking back power. Not with the current mindset and the push from the Federals. Now that we have a rally, as many Albertans wake up and join in the rally, I think your challenge, as do we in Ontario, is the urban, small town, rural differences. Yeah. City centers have a lot of power, a lot of people. It's built that way on purpose, and they grow. More people are moving to the cities than not. Yeah, but look, I think truth and freedom are two really important things still, and I think when push comes to shove and people start to really look into it, even the toughest liberal can get on board. There will always be a group that you can't, for sure, because there's usually motivation behind them to also gain and get from the same government, so they don't want to break it or oppose it in that way. But I think there's a lot more Canadians that are starting to wake up, and I think we saw one of them with Paul Champ himself. I think he's reluctantly waking up. Jason, yes, a new stream. Yeah, John, we'll do something like that. I haven't seen Hudson Valley Squares, nor am I trying to go with super formatty, but we'll see what organically happens. Great people like you keep showing up, and we have awesome conversations. We'll see where that goes. Thanks, John, and thanks for being there. It was a lot of fun. As I was typing it, yeah, so Stellantis had a $6 billion investment, and that had the whole connection to the mayor. So within 1 hour, the company is directing the government. Okay, Mayor, thanks for that testimony. See, guys, I think that's pretty important that Stellantis keeps coming up. Why are they calling the mayor so quickly? Why does their $6 billion throw them away, their weight around? Why do we let businesses with $6 billion and batteries throw their weight around? Why is that a standard? Why is that a thing? What if you only had $5.5 billion investment? Do you not get to have your phone call answered by the mayor? Are you trying to say small business is nothing there, Mayor? Wow, I hope you're not. I hope you're not. There's a lot of small business that was doing quite well with the protesters around. Like, I know that the chip stand and that mom and pop place and that convenience store doesn't matter to you. But what is the buy-in then, Mayor? 1 billion? 6 billion? What is the buy-in to get your special phone number? I think that was a testimony about you and why we need more transparency than it was justification. This is why sometimes I don't think these witnesses think about what they say, because that's what I saw there. I saw somebody abusing power, letting a company with a lot of B's behind their dollar sign even have access, special access. Yep, I didn't like that at all. The Windsor mayor was purposely vague on a set of... No, he lied, actually, John. I think he went more than vague, because they certainly have many plans, many different iterations of them. They're a lot like a pilot's handbook, where if situation is this, go check out this section. And then it breaks it down further. I've seen them. There are lots of money, lots of time, lots of lessons learned to create these emergency plans. And Windsor has a whole whack of them, for sure. Listen to how they talk about themselves. An international border with like global power ripple effect. If they're closed down, they have a gold standard on emergency planning. I assure you, I think it was perjury implying that he didn't have one. That was a flaw in the running script. They didn't get the full memo. Yes, the gathering of tax-paying, law-abiding patriot Canadians is scary. Yeah, and they also have to use tax-paying money and tax or employees and government employees to create the emergency plans. I've been part of them. COVID caused them all to kind of adjust their plans because the worst case scenario kind of happened, which was something that was weird. Before COVID, we always had the worst case planning, worst case scenario planning. But now a complete lockdown of everybody wasn't something that was completely anticipated, but still planned for, because of an emergency, natural disaster and stuff, ice storms, those kind of things do that. People can't get out. So the fundamental, issues caused by people not being able to get out, lockdown, isn't an unknown variable that hasn't been studied and planned for. It most certainly has. I was part of one. Our COVID response was remote, and I helped build the systems in the SD&G, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, United Counties over there, to ensure that government continued to function remote. It was just a bunch of technology we put in place. One big deal. But it certainly allowed the government to continue. So they have lots of planning. And those were plans that we did execute. We had to just add some technology, but the idea that we could add the technology when we needed to was well thought out way ahead of time, before my time. Smart people work in your government around this stuff. So no, there's no way, Mayor. You had plenty. And if you didn't, plenty of cities could give you one. So don't be silly like that. American Records would have been really dumb to come to us. For sure, stunt. Yeah, no. But that's really the point is here on this one, stunt, is that it was another availability. It was something that was available. That's the problem for the government. They basically need to show that no tow trucks within Earth was available to them to even come close to maybe even trying to make a leap to EA. So stunt, yeah. And yeah, stunt. The truckers and tow trucks and tow truck, they were all the same blood. We all bleed the same way. So I don't blame. There would have been a whole whack of them that would have said no thanks. There would have been a bunch that would have taken a Benjamin. So, okay, if the government did ask and require it, they didn't, and they didn't. So we'll never know. But the point is, yet another tool available that the government says, I got no tools available, therefore EA this thing. No, stunt, there's yet another option on the table for tow trucks. So those are tow trucks from the East Coast, tow trucks from the West, tow trucks from the North and the South, all the best. Like, there's tow trucks everywhere. So I think we can maybe put that narrative to bed, I hope. Dilkens is smugly confident he is walking away from his involvement in local government wrongdoing. I wonder who the local scapegoat will be. Marco's fingers everywhere, John. Marco's fingers. Marco's even pushing this mayor. That would be an easy scapegoat for the mayor too. Marco pushed me. Marco said there was more information. Marco and Blair, those two I would put a little circle around them. They expendable. Blair did his whole career. I watched him go from Toronto all the way up to where he is now. So if this was his last hurrah, I don't think he would lose much sleep over it. This is who you look for. We heard this from Chris. They look for expendables, take the fall. So I don't know if there's a local one. I don't know enough about the local players yet, John, but Marco's name's already come up. Barbara, at this point, I am convinced the EA was used as a last-ditch attempt to provoke a violent response. Oops, didn't work. I feel that way wholeheartedly. I believe if it wasn't planned as something to just do, I believe it was the last attempt to provoke. The name calling, the ignoring, the continued ignoring as it went on, the provoking with the fuel, the threatening of the children, the threatening of the dogs, like taking away the dogs. All of this stuff transpired and didn't cause a violent response. I think the EA, the boots on the ground, the boots in the back, right, Maggie? The boots in the back, Maggie? Hey, Chris, the kicks in the ankles, the punches in the head, dude. All of that was to provoke a violent response. I don't even want to get into why did they want that, but that's what I believe at this point, Barbara, because this is the evidence to me, because there wasn't an actual justification. Now, it could have turned into a violent response, and then we can all be having a much different day here today. We could be talking about the casualties of war, because that's basically what it would have been like if they got the response they were looking for. Oh, Canada, you made me so proud. Not my government, but certainly my people. My goodness. And that's where I'm leaning, Barbara. To get me back anywhere towards the government justification is going to be tough. And they're going to, till the day they die, just like this mayor, they're going to stand on that assumption that the whole world was collapsing. I just think he wanted to prove to the U.S. that he wasn't a wuss. Who, Trudeau? And had the country under control. Here's something interesting about that comment, Barbara. If it's remotely true, that would be an admission by JT that he's a wuss. You don't go out of your way to show somebody that you're not a wuss if you don't also see it yourself in some way. Like, I don't know a lot of strong people who go around showing other people how strong they are because they already are. Maybe you're right. Maybe this was his subconscious of showing I do feel weak and maybe I need to overstrength this. Maybe that's not off the table, Barbara, but that would require him to acknowledge that he's weak, right? Like a super strong leader, the one with control, doesn't need to yield all this power. A good leader will just go, raise an eyebrow, have a conversation, and get things right. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's insecure and he does feel it. I know he's not liked globally. I know he's not respected globally. Well, maybe, Barbara, you're on something. Legally speaking. Oh, so this came up. Yeah, so irreparable harm. They use that word. Government of Canada used those words together. There's a legal standard for that. And they might be using that word loosely to try and get the commissioner to make the leap, because irreparable harm means this, we can't even recover from it. That's where you start getting into war stuff, like irreparable harm, can't recover from. But it was cleared, and then you recovered like quite literally the same week. You recovered the routes, business was back to normal. You quite literally recovered the same week. Therefore, this is the wrong terminology to be used. Temporary harm, intermittent harm, irreparable, you can't recover from. That's silly. You recovered from it hours later. So I don't like it when they're misusing words. These are lawyers. They know what the words are. They're using them for a reason. This is the building block to get to ultimate national security. If the commissioner believes that at any point irreparable harm was reached, I hope he's smarter than that, because he also then heard them say, and then we recovered next week. Well, that deflated the entire narrative. Temporary harm, temporary interruption. Come on, you're lawyers. It makes me feel like you're doing that on purpose. Hey, Ellen, I'm going to stay quiet, though, so I call you out here. Here you are on the screen about that. I vowed not to get my hair cut until the mandates. Yes, I know it is 5 for 5 at least. For those that are not aware, Ellen and I have been keeping track. The Government of Canada lawyers seem to have a hair issue, whether it's our crazy hair from our main guy to the, something that clearly needed to be, worked on, to someone who looked like a major player from World War II. You know him. He looked right like him. To this one too. It seems like bad hair, maybe stress. So much going on, lots of work going on behind the scenes with all these people. I wouldn't be surprised if they're all struggling a little bit with the work they have to do. They're on the wrong side, and they must know a lot of it. I can see why, quite literally pulling their hair out. It's just something that's been ongoing. So if we see another Government of Canada lawyer swap in here, because they do replace and have different ones, take a look at the hair, see if we have another one who seems to skip the hairdresser. There you go, hair again, 5 for 5, Helen. Yep, or Ellen, we've been keeping track. Now, the Alberta convoy is connected loosely through that article to Canada Unity. Canada Unity was the bear hug and James Bowder that we now learnt about. So this is not stuff we don't know about anymore. And their hallmark was they were targeting, aggressive, and legal. They were the ones that would walk into a shop without a mask on because their right is to. I am Bear Hug 3.0 is going to be bigger. Like he told us, Bear Hug 2 was an elevated response to Bear Hug 1 not working. And we just heard him on testimony giving Canada one heck of a justification for his moves. They're going to go 3.0, provincial support now. Wow. I get this funny feeling thinking about, is that going to happen? I would root a whole bunch of things on my end to try and be there. My biggest issue is winter, snow, solar panels, power, freezing wells. All of that happens at this moment in time in the season. Any other time, none of that's a concern. Everything works great, but I have to clear snow. Anyways, we're doing our best to find a way to be more involved and be in Ottawa the last week as well. Bear with me. We're going to do what we can there, guys. Here you go. Yeah, Mr. Green. Yeah, I just said all that. I'm doing my best. Won't be next week, but we're doing our best. There we go, working out the details. It's all fluid. Because if it ends up being something where I can just back up my truck and grab the fifth wheel, call Starlink, pay that 20 or whatever it is to get the RV package, and then I got Starlink on the go, count me in. I'm totally in. I do have to work out the logistics of the property. It'd be some significant repercussions if the well froze and other things, chickens. We got things that are alive around here. Yes, Brendan, nailed him to his arrogance, believing that he could determine what is and is not national security threat. Go get him. Yeah, these declarations, these Michael Scott declarations. If you don't know what I mean, it's the from The Office, Michael Scott, when he was declaring bankruptcy. Just walked into the room and just said it. There seems to be a lot of this Michael Scott declaration power these people think they have. They don't. And this is why we have to get in there and get a little bit harsher with accountability on all levels. I think unelected officials, some of them are swampy. Some of them are ingrained. Some of them are great. Okay. We just need to figure out which ones are which. And a lot of them outed themselves during the last few years. The ones that were for trampling rights, taking away rights, ignoring laws, pushing for no new laws, especially the ones that outright said we didn't have any laws for this type of protest, so we're going to make some. Those people really should have a good review going by the public. There's a public inquiry on the COVID stuff. I did apply to maybe participate and help them on that. More of those. Civilian-based, public-based, independent, not connected to the government. It's going to be a tougher road because you don't actually have lots of powers, but through things like injunctions and motions and orders, freedom of information requests, coordinated requests, coordinated strategy towards getting the information. There is a lot of things that even the public without subpoena power can do. Okay, so I'm all on board with that inquiry. I'm all on board with any public one that goes in any direction, from school boards all the way up to the PM himself. Maybe even further. Check out what this global stuff is. I'm down for that. Public. Look, we crowdfunded $10 million to support the convoy. Can we crowdfund a public inquiry? Maybe. Nothing against that yet. No rules against that yet. I assure you, Freeland and others are definitely working on that, because anything that gives us the power to afford more transparency, more accountability would go way against what they're trying to do, don't you think? What would be the reason for changing up their representation so often? Oh, so you're asking why the lawyers are not the same ones all the time. Lots of work, lots of heavy lifting, lots of things to do. This lawyer's good at aggressive witnesses, while this one's good at sneaky witnesses. This one's good at helping lay down the foundation of our narrative, while this one's good at poking holes in the narrative. A variety of skills. This is the best thing about Canada. A variety of people who can do a variety of things is exactly why you're seeing a variety of lawyers. Canada Gov is really stocked up on the number of lawyers, but I've yet to see one of the Government of Canada lawyers really feel like they were behind this job they're doing. All of them, in my opinion, feel like lawyers who are lawyering because they're lawyers and they lawyer. That's where I'm at with them. They're not throwing out the "I'm so happy to be here." Rob Kittredge, When he's up there, he's excited. He's like, let's get the truth out. Let's get this going. He would do it pro bono if he's not already pro bono. He's the kind of passion that we don't see from the government side at all, because they're still humans, and Rob is a human, and he knows where he stands. He knows the law. He knows the Constitution more than me and even Jay in my chat earlier today. And you can see him just bubbling and can't wait. Don't see that from the government of Canada. Why? Not a winnable case. Not a winnable case. So lawyers being lawyers to lawyer, the lawyering is what they have to do at this stage. And they'll be using lawyer words, and they'll be compounding issue on an issue to try and convince the commissioner that all of these houses of card little pieces is a real thing, and he should be worried about it. I'm more concerned what they're going to tell him behind closed doors. There is going to be a stage where there's a conversation like that. They may scare him. And yeah, sorry, Terry, that's what I was saying there. So let's go jump to the live. There's a bunch of live. Sorry we fall behind on those as well. But let me do some of this. Bear Hug 3.0. I read there was a rumble in Alberta with Truck Trudeau. Yeah, so railroad. So that article talked about Truck Trudeau was one of the names. Alberta Convoy was another name. Convoy 2.0 was in the headline. And then the connection to Canada Unity would make it Bear Hug 3.0. And the actual protests they're talking about is surrounding the Alberta legislation building. So a bear hug, this is their MO. This is what they do. They like to surround and drive around. So Bear Hug 3.0, Convoy 2.0, new name insert here. Could be anything. But I like the sound of something. I like the sound of something. Jason, is your well pump solar? Everything solar, Ellen. Everything solar. Everything. And we've got our well, protected with wire, the heating wire that keeps it hot as long as there's power. Can't go for more than I would say 24, 36 hours before I'd have to invoke the EA to deal with it. But yeah, wouldn't want that to freeze in the chickens and their feed and their heat. And no, there's a lot of things. Jason, Mr. Green, you're back. I thought you were taking a break. When was the last week of the inquiries? So no meat. Sorry, Mr. Green. Sorry, I announced it earlier in another stream because of logistics around the house. I can't be gone for that long. That's quite the burden on my wife. Rightfully so. Winter snow. She's an amazing. She does a whole whack around here, but I can't leave her completely by herself yet for that long. So we're working on that. Trust me, we're working on that. She's learning that solar system so fast. All right, they're in my ear. Oh, hold on. I gotta get the screen going. They're not on the screen, but they're not on stage yet. Here we go. All right, audio looks good. Okay. Talk to you all soon.
Okay, next up, I believe, is the Windsor Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I am Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions for Mayor Dilkens and give our time, if we may, to the City of Windsor. Thank you.
Okay. Former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor Dilkens.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly of the Ottawa Police Service. And I just have a few questions for you, if I can have you assist the Commissioner. First things first, unprecedented in your experience, both in politics and as a resident of Windsor.
That's correct.
And I think you told the Commissioner it was unlike anything you have ever seen in the roles that you've played, including as the chair of the Police Services Board.
That is correct.
all the way down to the death threats against you and presumably other members of your council or the administration of the city. Is that true?
There were threats to firebomb my house. Some of the folks put my home address online. People were driving by my house and police were there. So, you know, there was that threat directly. The other threats were to protest, and I'm not aware of any other death threats to members of council.
Right. And that's an unpleasant first for you as well.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I live with my wife and 2 kids, so it's unpleasant to have someone threaten to come and firebomb my house.
Chief Slowly has told the commissioner that the events in Ottawa represented a paradigm shift in protest as we have understood it in Canada. Do you share that view?
Well, I can speak just from my perspective in the city of Windsor. And again, I would reiterate that this was different than almost anything else I can recall seeing in my entire time in the city, certainly my entire time as an elected official in the city of Windsor. And it was the temperature and the tenor and the aggressive nature of the actors that certainly caused everyone to respond in a different way and be far more calculated and concerned about the approach.
And I believe it's also true that this is the first time that the Ambassador Bridge or other critical infrastructure in Canada, I suppose, has been used by protesters. The first time it's ever been closed by protest, first of all. Is that true?
That is not true. There was a protest back in the early 90s, but there was an injunction granted very, very quickly to reestablish the route to the Ambassador Bridge. So it did not last for a very long time.
Okay, got it. Yeah, first time, I suppose, also as the chair of the Police Services Board, that you have seen the Windsor Police Service unable to mount a police response with their own resources.
Correct.
And that led you to, as you have told us, that led you to engage with your provincial and federal and municipal partners, along with Chief Mizuno, to get the resources that you needed, right?
That's right.
And I think you also told the commissioner that there were no impediments raised by the provincial or federal, your provincial and federal counterparts at the political level to the obtaining of those resources. You put your hand up and said, we need help, and they came to your aid. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. I think they were responding to the best of their ability. Chief Mizuno did tell me that someone in the mechanism of, or in the group of folks she was working with, the mechanism of the police order, that they had to figure out how to allocate resources in Ontario because we were not the only place experiencing a protest like this.
At the time of the protest in Windsor, the blockage on the 7th of February, of course, Ottawa had by then been, choose the word, but I'll use the Occupy language. It had been occupied by protesters for several days by that time. You knew that.
That's correct.
And were you told, or do you recall being told by the minister, I'm now referring to the Solicitor General, or the federal minister, that Windsor was the provincial and federal priority for the OPP and RCMP?
No.
All right. You did not know that Windsor by the 7th or soon after the 7th was identified by those partners as their priority?
No one said that to me, but because of the significant economic damage that was being caused, a reasonable person would say they need to fix this quick.
Understood. And you told us, I think you told the commissioner, that these events in Windsor affected tens of thousands of Canadians. It would not be an exaggeration to say it affected many more than that, given the economics that you described. Is that fair?
It's probably hundreds of thousands, if we're being completely honest.
You as the chair of the Police Services Board, just a couple of questions about that. You, whether as the chair of the Police Services Board or as mayor, am I right that you made public statements to provide information to the residents in Windsor and to the wider audience about the need for resources that you had requested?
Not specifically. We did not go out and say we need 100 officers, but we did amplify the police request for additional officers so that the public knew that the city, the police, that we were in harmony, working together, and we needed additional support.
Right. I saw. Tell me if my memory is right, but I thought I saw that in one of no doubt many interviews that you were giving at the time. I think it was to a CTV reporter that you did identify the number that had been requested at the earliest date, I think being 100. Is it possible you mentioned that?
If I made that mistake, it was corrected very quickly and it was not made twice.
Okay, understood. And as well, am I right from the record that you held your police, you decided as the chair of the Police Services Board to maintain those meetings that you had with Chief Mizuno and her staff in camera?
The police board meetings?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you, please, to look with us at one of those Police Services Board meetings that you showed my colleagues, and that is for the registrar, Windsor, WIN 2173. These are minutes, I think, Mayor, of the Police Services Board meeting. Just while that's coming up, can I just ask you also, it seemed, both listening to you and looking at the record, that you made a conscious effort to have your council and the Police Services Board speaking with one voice.
Very early on, my Chief of Staff, Andrew Teleszewski, sent a message to City Council asking that any requests for media interviews, any public comments, any desire to post on social media, that we really speak with a unified voice so that there was clarity and no confusion. And I must give City Council immense credit for doing that. We worked very well in harmony together.
And am I right, and again, for the commissioner's purposes, as he considers recommendations, you faced enormous public pressure, didn't you?
Yes.
To act. And the police service experienced enormous public pressure to act.
That's true.
And do you agree with me that it was important, and it would be important in the future, for municipal leaders like you and Police Service Board chairs like you to be disciplined about speaking with one voice and to have matters dealt with in camera?
That was extremely helpful. It was extremely helpful with communication to the public, that they had one source of contact, that we weren't stepping on each other in terms of messaging. And as a city councilor, there's a great desire to respond to every complaint that's coming in from residents, and we were all receiving them. And so by sticking together like we did, I think it was actually good for the public that they had cohesive communication, that it was checked in many times, the public comments where we had public press conferences. Those comments that I delivered were reviewed by the chief of police and her team, so that there were no surprises when we delivered a message.
Understood. And am I right that the other thing that you did was you became the voice of the Unified Council Police Services Board and the city's response? You were the spokesperson.
Spokesperson for the city. Yep.
Right. And in that role, did you take some of the pressure away from the police service having to deal with those matters themselves, or the chief herself?
Probably. I mean, the most important point was that they were focused on the police operation and the communication to the public, even as enunciated in our CCG and duties and responsibilities. It's the mayor's responsibility to communicate with members of council, members of the public, members of media. And so we just followed the rules that were spelled out, and it worked very well.
Thank you. And while we're on recommendations, you mentioned to the commissioner that you had penned a letter to your federal and provincial counterparts concerning the expenses that Windsor has borne as a consequence of the blockade, and so far no reply. But would you say that in terms of recommendations from what you have gone through, that what would be worth considering is a coordinated effort by all three levels of government to deal with these kinds of events in the future were they to arise again, including down to cost sharing?
Absolutely. These things should be spelled out. So especially use the Ambassador Bridge as the perfect example where you have federal responsibility, municipal roadway, and municipal responsibility, and then connecting to a provincial highway where there's provincial responsibility. These types of things ought to be worked out. I'll slow down. These things should be worked out in advance. Most importantly, who's paying for what? Because at the end of the day, we are shouldering a big expense on the backs of the residents in the city of Windsor to deal with what I call a national economic emergency.
Understood. And then may I just get your help with this? What is on the screen now, 2173, thank you, Mr. Registrar, is the in-camera meeting of the Police Services Board, February 11th. So this is just shortly before the operation began on the next day, the 12th. Is that true?
That's correct.
And Chief Mizuno is there, you're there. Just scroll down if you don't mind. I just wanted to have you help us with, you asked if there was anything required. Chief Mizuno said, no, resources are flowing. What are the outcomes and so on? Just scroll down. It's just to page 2 that I wanted to stop there, please. Chief Mizuno, when asked about specifics, said the situation is still fluid. We are working on our operational plans and continue to review as new information such as this becomes available. The goal is to reinstate traffic on the bridge. Councillor asked a question about the injunction being enforced, and she said, we are actively working on our plan. I won't take you through the rest of it, but do I have it that Chief Mizuno did not ever provide the Police Services Board with details of the operational plan, which was, as of the 11th, still being actively worked on?
That's correct.
And is it true also that the absence of that finalized plan to be presented to the Police Services Board or to anyone did not impair or delay the delivery of resources from your policing partners at the provincial and federal level?
That's true. The board was never waiting on the plan to be presented to us for some sort of receipt for information or approval. We knew the point was, does the chief have the resources to implement whatever plan is being prepared? And that was the question asked by the board.
Understood. Then just two more things very quickly to have your help with, please. Could I please show the mayor WPS, lots of zeros, 522, Mr. Registrar, please. This is a situational update, Mayor Dilkens, and I just want to get your help for the commissioner in terms of the status of these, the circumstances in which you found yourself as of the 8th. This is at 14:30 hours. You knew that these situational reports were being prepared? And you would be briefed by the chief or her deputies?
I was not privy to this. I didn't know that there were these particular reports, but the chief would share with me the things she thought I needed to know.
Right. I just want to tell me whether you learned this information in any of the briefings, that there were 50 to 60 vehicles at that time. So this is the afternoon on the 8th. And they're described there. And this last sentence of that first paragraph, one group is willing to work with police and open some lanes, while the other is very oppositional and refuses to give up any ground. Propensity for violence is possible. Windsor police attempted to tow a vehicle. Drivers exited their vehicles with tire irons and threatened to assault the tow truck drivers. Officers blocked off traffic points leading to the demonstration. And then just scrolling down, there was you see the concern of the police is if they start to allow traffic into the area, the one they've described, there is a potential for many additional supporters to join the demonstration. Is that the tenor of the briefings that you were getting in and around that time?
Yep, that's true. That's
including the risk, the actual risk that there was a violent act threatened against tow truck operators with protesters using tire irons from
that specific incident was relayed to me directly by the chief, and that happened in the parking lot of the high school.
I think you told the commissioner no negotiations were successful in any material way to resolve this protest.
Not in any lasting way.
Right. Were you made aware that the Solicitor General herself wrote a letter to the protesters or proposed to negotiate with them, and they refused that invitation as well?
I only became aware of that in reviewing some of the documents for this commission.
Right.
I wasn't aware at the time.
Okay, fair enough. I won't take you to, but Commissioner, just for your reference, that's WPS 1454, a letter from the Solicitor General. Mayor Dilkens, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dilkens. My name is David Michikowski, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon.
The protest in Windsor began, or the blockade, I should say, began on February 7th and was cleared on February 13th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And geographically, the area where the blockade was, I understand, was a significantly smaller footprint than in Ottawa. Is that fair?
From my understanding, that's true.
And so the total number of trucks when at its highest was, I think you said 200?
I would rely on Deputy Chief Crowley for that information. I know the number of protesters ebbed and flowed, and there were 200 at one time. But in terms of the number of trucks, I'd hate to hazard a guess because the police were tracking that with more precision. Sure.
I seem to recall that it was about 100 or so, but we can verify that with the Deputy Chief. The convoy reached Ottawa on January 28th, I believe. And I understand that the city of Windsor learned some important lessons based on what had occurred in Ottawa. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And that was because it was an unprecedented situation for which neither the city of Windsor nor the Windsor police could be prepared. But given what they learned in Ottawa, there were some things that they thought they could adapt. Is that right?
It's true that there were lessons learned that they were trying to employ in Windsor that were happening in Ottawa.
Sure. And so one of them was, and you mentioned it to my friend, Mr. Curry, if we could just pull up WIN 400152. At page 2, please. There's an email from Andrew at 18, further down, please. You'll see the Councillor Costante. Councillor Costante is a municipal councillor. And actually, if you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see the beginning of the chain. And so what I take, and you can scroll through this if you need to, what I take from this is the point that you made with Mr. Curry is that it was important that the city be united with the police in terms of their response, correct?
Absolutely.
And that everybody from the city speak with one voice, that the councillors not all be saying different things.
That's correct. That's correct.
And I see from that email chain that in fact, Councillor Costante did comply with that request, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the concern was that that was not what had been occurred in Ottawa, correct?
That's what Mr. Teleszewski put in the email, yes.
And I believe the OPP also may have talked about the need for everybody to speak with one voice, correct?
I believe that's true as well.
There's another example. I'll just call it up. It's WIN 401091. And so if you scroll down to the bottom of it, you'll see that a constituent, if you just scroll It was a constituent writing to, and if you could scroll up, please, a constituent writing to the councillors and complaining that Windsor police were doing the same as Ottawa and surrendering control to the protesters. And you'll see the response above that was really twofold, which was firstly, council can't direct the police. And the second point was to tell the constituents that they're misinformed when they think that the police are not doing anything, correct?
That's correct.
And it's important for the city to be supporting the police, and because sometimes the public doesn't see what the police is doing and why they are doing or not doing, taking certain enforcement actions. Is that your understanding?
That's true.
And another useful lesson you indicated you learned from Ottawa was not to publicly announce the number of officers requested. And I believe, as I understand it, had Ottawa not happened first, you might not have realized that. Is that fair?
Well, I think that may have come out very quickly to the extent that it was mentioned to a member of the media. The course was corrected very quickly thereafter. And so we obviously don't want to, and certainly as the chair of the police board, did not want to do anything that would jeopardize the police operation or tip our hand in terms of what additional resources might be needed specifically.
Right. And that was something I think the OPP conveyed to you as a result of lessons learned from Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes.
And another thing I know, and we don't need to turn it up unless you want to see it, is I think another message that was repeated by the city was for councillors not to go on social media, to be very careful what they put on social media, correct?
Correct.
And the blockade, just finishing off my last point, the blockade, I think we said, began on February 7th. And we know from your evidence this morning that on February 4th, I believe you wrote a you sent a text message to Minister Mendocino.
Yes.
So a couple of days in advance. And at that time, you were not considering blocking all access to the bridge in advance, because that would involve many, many access points.
It would have been such a dramatic action to take that step in advance of a full blockade that, I mean, no one would have understood that.
Right. And it would require many more resources, obviously, than would be available.
Absolutely true.
And I guess finally, blocking all access would disrupt residents and businesses, obviously. But it could also mean that if you did that, the trucks would spread out over a larger part of Windsor as well. Is that fair?
That was a concern, especially as it related to the Windsor-Detroit tunnel.
And that would disrupt even more people.
Absolutely true.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Janine Cabersi. I'm here for the Ontario Provincial Police, and I have no questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next are the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Christine Johnson for the Ottawa Residents and Businesses Coalition. We also have no questions for this witness.
National Police Federation.
This is Lauren Pierce coming in via Zoom. We also have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Okay, City of Windsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Mayor Dilkens. For the record, I am Jennifer King, Counsel to the City of Windsor. I only have a few questions remaining for you. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered. Could I ask you to please look at WIN 50992? Well, this is coming up. Mayor Dilkens, this is a letter from yourself to the Honorable Helena Jasek, Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could scroll to the last paragraph on the page. You'll see here you wrote, Windsor Police and their partners in law enforcement have done an exemplary job in quickly clearing the illegal occupation and maintaining the security of Huron Church Road for over 400 million in goods that travel this crossing each day. Unfortunately, the price of that economic security has meant a significant and sustained loss for small and medium-sized businesses who operate along Huron Church Road in Windsor. If you could keep scrolling down. And you'll see here that you ask or you urge the minister to show the same level of leadership and support the business community along Huron Church Road as was showed to Ottawa businesses who managed through the pandemic and now must cope with police barricades designed to protect our national economy from those who would seek to disrupt it because they oppose Canada's pandemic-related policies. Did you receive a response to this letter and request?
Yes, I received a phone call from the minister, and then the federal government provided funding and business support for the businesses affected by the blockade.
Okay, and just to confirm, was it the federal government or was the FedDev program?
I'd have to double check, but through this federal minister, the funds flowed to our Invest Windsor Essex organization, who acted as the clearinghouse for businesses affected to make application and receive payment.
Okay, and they received those funds?
Yes.
I just have a question. If you could pull up, please, the clerk, bring up WIN 402240. While this is coming up, Mayor Dilkens, it'll take a moment. My friend Commission Counsel asked you questions, if you'll recall, about your March letters to Minister Freeland and some others, and then also a second letter to former Solicitor General Jones. And what you see here, is this your letter from dated March 17th to Minister Jones, Minister Mendicino, and Minister Blair?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just go to the second page, second to last paragraph, please. All right, you'll see here, Mayor, that you wrote that the recent blockade incident at the Ambassador Bridge highlighted a vulnerability in our governance model.
Can I just ask you to go slowly when you're reading for the interpreters?
Thank you for the reminder. The City of Windsor is certainly responsible for local infrastructure, and the Windsor Police Service is capable of providing adequate and effective law enforcement for our community. That said, the need for broader collaboration and support from provincial and federal governments to bolster the safety and security of our borders appears obvious. Can you tell the Commissioner and give us some of your thoughts about what role you think each of the three levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal, should play in protecting the Ambassador Bridge?
Well, because of the construct of the roadways and the infrastructure that exists going back 90 years, it really is imperative that we have a three-pronged approach here. Every level of government has a role to play. The city has to be an equal partner, and the city respectfully plays a disproportionate role in trying to resolve some of these issues, like the issue we're talking about in February, that we need to have these things coordinated in advance, have the conversation worked out in advance so we know who's doing what and who's responsible to fund some of these costs. And so after the fact, trying to get payment of over $5 million it's frustrating, to be honest, but we need to have these things worked out. And the response that we provided during the, let's say, the week of the primary week of activity, all we did is respond. We responded. If Jersey barriers, someone said they're $1.3 million, how fast can you get them here was the answer. We wanted to be as responsive as possible. But, from a city perspective, there is a disproportionate burden. And so hosting an international crossing like this presents some opportunities for the city from an economic development perspective. But it also puts a disproportionate burden on the residents in the city of Windsor, whether it's noise and air pollution, whether it's traffic congestion on municipal roads and having to fund the cost of some of these municipal roads that fund truck traffic to an international crossing. All of these things, we really need to sit down, and the point of this letter was, let's sit down in advance. This may happen again. It may not happen again, but it's probably worth a few hours of discussion to figure out how we're going to do this moving forward so that it is pull from the shelf and implement as opposed to trying to figure it out in real time.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, just very briefly. Natalia Rodriguez for the Commission. Mayor Dilkens, my friend for JCCF had asked about an annual marathon, I believe, that takes place that closes the bridge in its entirety. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I just wanted to better understand how the closure of the bridge for that purpose affects the just-in-time delivery that you had spoken about in your earlier testimony.
I would submit that it really has no impact because this event has been happening for decades. It happens on a Sunday morning, I believe, generally, and the closure is very early in the morning, say 7 o'clock, for a defined period of time. And so runners will start the race in Detroit, run across the Ambassador Bridge, run down municipal streets in the city of Windsor, run back through the Windsor-Detroit Tunnel back to the United States. And so everything is planned, coordinated, organized, and it's very time limited. And so with respect to local industry, they're able to adjust and adapt for that very time limited period.
And is a time limited period more than 24 hours?
Oh, no. No, we're talking the matter of maybe 2 hours.
I see. Okay, thank you. That does help clarify. And I just wanted to also clarify the communications that you had with the Premier and Solicitor General Jones over this period of time. My understanding is that you had one phone call with each of them. Is that correct?
No, I think I had 2 phone calls, but they were all quick. You know, it was just everyone was busy. I was trying to give information, so they had situational awareness, pass up the information that I knew was coming, you know, through other channels like the number of officers. And both the Premier, I think I've said this, but the Premier, the Solicitor General, Minister Mendocino, the Prime Minister, all extremely receptive, understood the issue, were well briefed, and certainly, you know, it was very good communication from my perspective with the 2 orders of government.
And with respect to the Premier specifically, we know you had a discussion with him on February 9. It's in the institutional report. When would the second phone call have taken place?
I can't remember if it was just a text or whether it was a quick phone call in and around the time the injunction was granted.
And with Solicitor General Jones, my understanding is that there was also one phone call around the 7th or 8th of February to discuss the resource request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And aside from that, the discussions would have been over text message?
I thought there was more than one call with both, but I just can't be sure. And it's a function of the volume of what was happening. They were very quick touch points. And it was just a matter of sharing information very quickly. These were not long phone calls. It was in an effort for me to share what I knew. And, you know, the Premier was excellent in terms of understanding the impact on the business community. He relayed that to me. And both of them were great to deal with.
Anything else that you can tell us about the content of those discussions other than what you've told us?
Nothing else to add.
And I understand you also had a discussion with the Prime Minister on February 10. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did he initiate that call or did you?
I can't remember who initiated it. I mean, it was set up. And I know our federal member had asked, and you know, there was lots of things going on behind the scenes. But I was told the Prime Minister is going to call at a certain time on that date. So I was by the phone waiting for the phone call.
And what can you tell us about the content of that discussion?
We talked about what was happening on the ground in the city of Windsor. We talked about the battery factory and you know, the work that was being done. And the Prime Minister understood very clearly what the impact was. He knows the city of Windsor. He understood what the impact was with that particular closure as it related to the Ambassador Bridge and the importance of the Ambassador Bridge. And he was very supportive in conversation about trying to find a resolution that got us all past this particular point in time and got things back to normal.
And was the Emergencies Act discussed in that call, either by you or by him?
No. Not at all. The Prime Minister mentioned in that call that, you know, there may be something coming with respect to the United States that would make folks who participated in these types of activities, perhaps make them inadmissible to enter the United States. And I think that was enunciated in the readout of the call, but no discussion, and nor was the Emergencies Act ever mentioned in that call.
Okay, thank you. Now, with respect to my friend from the city of Ottawa, you told her that at some point somebody did indicate to you that the normal order of operations would be to go to the OPP or the province for resources first and then to the RCMP or the federal government. Can you tell us who indicated that to you and at what point in time in terms of the resource request?
It came up in a conversation with Minister Mendicino, but I didn't, you know, I knew that was the order of operations. He knew that was the order of operations. So we had a quick discussion about that. And I relayed to him that my primary concern was getting the resources here on the ground so the response could be provided. I never felt like the federal government was sitting on their hands and not wanting to act in any way. I always got the sense that they were very receptive and trying to be a partner and trying to solve the situation and to find resources that would be helpful.
So there was no sense that RCMP resources could be delayed as a result of having gone to the OPP first, for example?
I never felt that way. No one ever enunciated that, and I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, thank you. And finally, my friend I believe, former Chief Slowly, spoke to you about the in-camera board meetings that you had. I want to clarify, who requested that these meetings be held in camera?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why was that?
Because I anticipated that police would feel more comfortable to share operational details that we would not want to be in the public forum. And I also wanted the board members to feel comfortable to ask any question of the chief or the administration that they felt needed to be asked. And so in camera was the best place to do that. And I thought it was right then, and I think it's right now.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, Mayor Dilkens, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go, and
thank you, sir.
Very appreciated.
Thank
you. Okay, next witness. I think you have a procedural matter to deal with first.
Yes, Commissioner Eric Brusso, Commission Counsel for the record. Before we call the next witness, I just want to formally table the bulk entry list from last week, which some may have noticed was not tabled. The list being entered today was first circulated on October 24th. We asked parties for their objections by 5 p.m. on November 1st. Commission Counsel received those objections, removed those doc IDs from the list, and the final list consists of 250 documents identified by Commission Counsel working on the police aspect of the Commission's mandate. As with the prior lists, emails, plans, a number of documents which we did not have time to put to the witnesses. And as well, there were 92 documents identified by Commission Counsel working on the protester aspect of the Commission's mandate, largely documents produced by the Convoy Organizers Group, but other Commission documents, OPS, JCF, and a few other parties. So those now will be sort of formally tagged and marked as exhibits. And I also just want to speak very briefly about the process for resolving the objections, which the parties were advised of this morning. Going forward, Commission Counsel will be using a revised template to send out the doc IDs each week. We will continue to give a week's sort of notice and opportunity to review the documents. By 5 p.m. the following Monday, we will ask for the parties to put their objections in writing within that Excel spreadsheet. We will, as Commission Counsel, put them together and then try to deal with them directly with the party who has objected. And if not, Commission Counsel will embed their responses within that sheet, which will then be up to you, Commissioner, to sort of make a decision on the admissibility. The default will be that it will be done in writing, so parties are being encouraged to put their submissions as fulsomely as they'd like in that Excel. Oral hearings will be sort of exceptional, subject to your discretion. This is the process which we will use starting today for this week's bulk entry. And at some point, we will communicate a timeline for dealing with all of the objections which have accrued to date. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And now I'd like to call the Commission's next witness, which is Deputy Chief Crowley of the Windsor Police Service.
Deputy Chief Crowley, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
It's the Bible, please. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Jason Crowley, JASON CROWLEY.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Crowley.
Good afternoon.
What is your current rank with the Windsor Police Service?
I am the interim Deputy Chief of Operations.
Okay. And that's not the same rank that you held in January and February, correct?
That's correct, sir. I was Superintendent of Investigation Services at the time.
Okay. And I'd ask the clerk to pull up your witness statement, which is WTS 6017. You'll recall sitting for an interview with Commission Counsel this summer.
That's correct.
Okay, and you reviewed this witness statement before it was finalized?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have any corrections that you'd like to make to it?
There is one small correction on page 3.
Okay.
If we could go to that, please. I think it's near the bottom. The very last paragraph, it says protesters blocked the lanes that lead to the Ambassador Bridge. They actually blocked the southbound lanes away from the bridge originally. It's the only correction.
Okay. Thank you. Everything else remains accurate to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to ask that the Windsor Police Service institutional report be pulled up. That is WPS.IR.701. And you've reviewed this in preparing to attend today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that remain accurate?
There are a couple clarifications, if I could.
Absolutely. You just let Mr. Clerk know which page.
Paragraph 23, sir, please. More of a clarification, it says the public order units were from the OBP and Waterloo service started to arrive on the 9th, I believe. Can you scroll down just a little bit, please? Yes, on the 9th.
Yeah.
So they did, it was like slowly through the night. They weren't deployed that night. They were just slowly arriving amongst other agencies as well. But that was just a clarification. They all didn't show up on the 9th.
Okay.
The other clarification is paragraph 58. So essentially, the public order unit was moving southbound down here in Church. This paragraph refers to that. And it talks about a secondary group of officers traveling northbound. If you could scroll down, please. To the southbound, in the southbound lanes of Huron Church to move the crowd eastbound onto Tecumseh Road. So that was the eventual movement. Once they hit Tecumseh Road, that was the movement towards on Tecumseh Road towards the east. Those two roads intersect, as we know. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
And that is it.
And the rest remains accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, so in your role at the time as Superintendent of Investigation Services, what did that entail?
I oversaw the entire division in investigations. So everything from the investigative side of the house, which includes major crime and property crime, right over to the support side of the investigations, so the drug unit and ident, things like that. So that was my designation at the time. I also was the in charge of our critical incident command program, and I oversaw that as well.
Okay. And so you're trained as a critical incident commander?
Yes, I am.
And, I understand you were appointed as one of the 2 critical incident commanders from WPS for this incident.
That's correct.
And at the time of the convoys, did WPS have any public order unit trained officers?
No, we did not.
How about police liaison team?
No, we did not.
Okay.
We had critical incident, we had critical negotiators, critical incident negotiators, but not PLT per se.
Okay. And we heard Mayor Dilkens this morning explaining to us a little bit about jurisdiction, but perhaps you can just sort of refresh us and help us in terms of what WPS is responsible to police versus the RCMP versus the OPP in this sort of Windsor area.
Mm-hmm. So the Windsor Police would be responsible for municipal policing within the boundaries of Windsor. There is an OPP presence on the provincial highways that lead into Windsor, which I believe now includes the Herb Gray Parkway, which is the extension of 401 to the new bridge. And the RCMP, they do have a presence that is more, I believe, customs and excise, things like that, when it comes to international responsibilities, but nothing as far as municipal policing goes at all.
Okay. And so when an incident occurs on the bridge, who responds?
The Windsor Police do.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the intelligence leading up to the blockade. Now, I understand there were a number of slow roll protests that had come through Windsor previously. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When did those start?
They started months before the bridge blockade, months. We were dealing with them on a weekly basis all over the city, but the ones pertain to the bridge, really we were made aware of them that weekend. They were going to be ramped up, which would have been the 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Okay, so before that, there had been slow rolls in the Windsor area, but nothing that targeted the bridge specifically? Correct. Okay. And how long had these slow rolls lasted typically?
Typically, they would be, last 2 or 3 hours. We would assign a certain group of officers to basically monitor it, manage it. There were never any issues typically. The slow rollers were typically they were cooperative, and we would work with them prior to the slow roll. We would reach out to them to ensure that they, if we could do something for them, essentially, as in facilitate their route or things like that. But we would try and reach out to the organizers to maintain that communication piece.
Okay. Now you're familiar with the terms Project Hendon and the Hendon reports?
Yes, I am.
You were receiving those directly from the OPP?
Yes, but I was not responsible for monitoring Hendon. I had an inspector that was responsible, Inspector Carl DeGraff, who was on those calls daily, or as much as they were happening anyways. And he was responsible for intaking those Hendon reports and updating me on any pertinent information.
Okay. Did you read them when you received them?
No, I read them on Inspector DeGraff's recommendation.
Okay. Would you have discussed most of the Hendon reports with Inspector DeGraff on a daily basis?
Yes, and particularly when Windsor was mentioned, but that wasn't very often at the very beginning of Hendon.
Okay. And did you brief Deputy Chief Belair or Chief Mizuno on the reports?
Yes, anything I thought they needed to be aware of, I would certainly bring that to their attention.
Okay. So I'd like to bring up the Hendon report for January 31st, which is OPP 50819. And this, if we can go to page 3, looking for point 13. This is, like I said, from the 31st. So point 13 says open source information suggests that truck drivers from the United States plan to block the American side of the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor to coincide with Canadian drivers blocking the bridge in Windsor. The available information does not include a date or time. So do you recall seeing that at the time?
I think I do, yes.
Okay. And what steps did the Windsor police take to prepare for that possibility?
Again, this is our best source of intelligence. So we would obviously meet and discuss potential blockages, but there was also reports saying that numerous bridges might be blocked. So we would basically just keep that intelligence handy. I still am actually on the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Emergency Preparedness Committee. And these are the things that were discussed during almost a daily meeting on that committee.
Okay. Would this information have gone to the OPP from Windsor Police, or this is coming to you through the Hendon report and you're sort of learning of it for the first time?
This was being learned about for the first time, essentially. Okay. So there was, if I can take you back to that time, you can imagine Ottawa was, just starting to gain some traction. In my view at this point, about a confirmation of a blockade or a slow roll that would bear hug the bridge. To me, it was more information at this point. We still didn't explain how they would do it, how it would be done, and what we could do to stop it. I think what we really were thinking at the time, this bear hug idea, if you can recall the geography of the bridge, it's essentially the road is a circle around the entire bridge property. And they talked about the bear hug, and if vehicles went around the bridge and stopped, that would essentially shut down the bridge. So that's kind of where we were thinking that might happen. So we tried to put some mitigating plans in place there for that.
Okay. And if I could just stop you there for a second, because we've talked about slow rolls and how the Windsor Police Service, took steps to facilitate those in the weeks leading up to it. I mean, Section 132 of the Highway Traffic Act prohibits unnecessarily slow driving. And so a slow roll depending on the speed would be contrary to the Highway Traffic Act, correct?
Correct.
And so why was it that the Windsor Police Service was, to use your words, sort of facilitating those protests?
So we were of the mindset, amongst other police services in the province, we were trying to find that balance of people's ability and right under the charter to protest. We felt it was better to work with the protesters to facilitate their slow rolls. It maintained public safety, which is what we were concerned about. And we did not certainly want to escalate any situation. And it was in the model of the way slow rolls were being policed throughout the province.
If we could pull up OPP 50825, I'm taking you to the Hendon report dated February 4th. And Mr. Clerk, if we go to page 6, there's a section entitled Ontario Open Source Information, Media and Social Media. And so this right there, the second point, commercial truck drivers and supporters may conduct slow rolls on roadways near the Ambassador Bridge over the next 3 days and may attempt to block the bridge on February 7th. I think this is the first time that there's actually a kind of specific date to a potential blockade. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in light of this information in this Hendon report, what steps were taken to prepare?
So not undifferent to other slow rolls, we were in communication with the organizer. Very cooperative, worked with the police, supportive of our involvement. We had no issues with this slow roll group for that weekend. But as the weekend progressed, this intelligence became a little bit more solid, I would say. And that's when, by the Sunday, which would have been the 6th, we started to gain more information about this date being legitimate of blocking the bridge. Again, the problem we ran into was how are they going to block the bridge? We had no intelligence. Again, the geography of the bridge is very porous as critical infrastructure in the middle of our west end, with side streets and access to the bridge, exits to the bridge. It's not as easy as a one way in, one way out. So we were trying to make considerations for numerous plans, but nothing was in stone because we didn't know what we didn't know.
Fair enough. I'd like to take you to the operational plan for dealing with the slow roll now, which is WPS 401883, although it might actually be 5 zeros. I think WPS has used 9 digits. So I think this is the operational plan that you had asked be put together on February 4th for the slow rolls. You'll be able to tell me if that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. That's it.
Okay. If we go down to page 2 on the situation, in the middle of the paragraph, there's further mention of the ongoing protests / blockade situation at Coutts, Alberta, port of entry, with intention to mirror this type of activity in Windsor at the Ambassador Bridge, port of entry. And if we can go down to the execution on the same page, the 4th point, they will be utilizing this route for 3 days, and then consider Ambassador Bridge blockade on February 7th, 2022. And so, I mean, I think there was pretty clear evidence as of the 4th that the 7th was going to be the day of a blockade if one was going to occur. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what kind of assistance did Windsor Police Service seek at that point?
So that weekend was very busy reaching out to numerous partners. So locally, it was the Chief of Fire, Windsor Fire and Rescue, Steve Lafayette. There's also Bruce Crowder from our emergency medical EMS. Again, I already said we spoke with CBSA. Those kind of plans started logistically. Again, what if this happens? What do we need to do to help our partners? We believed right from this point it was a police response. So we certainly were trying to help out our partners as best we can to plan for them as well as us.
And I understand that Chief Mizuno spoke with Commissioner Creek of the OPP on February 4th as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know, I don't think you were on that call, but did Chief Mizuno relay to you what was discussed?
I think in the email there was some discussion about. I was not on that call. Sorry to clarify that. There was some discussion about getting some local assistance from the OPP from the 2 detachments within our area, for some help. Also sending some public liaison officers, PLT, down to Windsor to assist us on Monday. Those were the discussions of potentially maybe having 35 officers or so come and help us. And at that point, it was strictly to for traffic control, intersection control, that kind of thing, to set up a perimeter that we felt was manageable.
Okay, so on the 4th, the intention was to be setting up a perimeter to try to prevent the blockade?
Yes, essentially, to prevent the blockade, to manage a slow roll, all these things that, again, we didn't have specifics where we could plan a specific response to a specific action by protesters. But certainly we were trying to do a very general response to be able to react to something that would possibly happen.
Okay, I take it you didn't have a time on the 7th. You didn't know anything more than if something might materialize on the 7th.
Yes, the information I had was that the bridge would be blocked if they didn't get what they want, meaning relief of vaccine mandates, things like that. That was the only information I had about Monday.
I'd like to take you to, I think, probably one of the emails you just mentioned, which is WPS 501880. This is an email exchange between yourself and someone named Dwight Tibb of the OPP. Who is Dwight Tibb?
Dwight Tibb is the chief superintendent of the region. So as a result of Chief Mizuno's conversation with the commissioner, I spoke to Dwight, who you can see here that he put me in touch with Dana Early, who is a superintendent of the region, one of the superintendents for the OPP, basically saying, if you need something, please don't hesitate. He CC'd Superintendent Dana Early, who oversees their emergency response team.
And he says in this email, as discussed, you can continue to liaise with our Essex Detachment Command team.
Yes.
Should intel be received or action by demonstrators taken to shut down the bridge, don't hesitate to reach out.
So, yes, that original discussion with the Essex Detachment Command team was more of an information sharing session at that point, and they were going to monitor the 401 for us. But exactly what the intention there was to continue discussing with them.
Okay, and at this point, I guess what I'm trying to understand, even on the 4th, there is a threat of a blockade on the 7th, and the response is at the local OPP detachment level, nothing that kind of was escalated above that from a resource perspective.
That's correct. Right. I would call those like informal requests.
Okay. And I think you mentioned earlier that there were 35 officers dispatched as part of that?
Approximately, yes.
And those would have all come from the Essex detachment?
Essex and Lakeshore and anywhere that might be close to those.
Okay.
I'm assuming, I can't say for sure, but I would assume.
And your summary of our interview this summer mentions that you spoke with a CBSA officer and RCMP officer, border integrity officer on that day as well. What can you tell us about that?
That's correct. So my first call was to a chief superintendent RCMP officer in London, who put me in touch with Kevin McGonigal, who is a border integrity officer. I believe he's also out of London, but he was the closest contact for me as far as the RCMP goes, as the border pertains to the border. So I spoke with Kevin and basically said, you know, their resources were stretched thin because of other potential threats to other borders in the province, but certainly they had people on call and that they would assist as needed or as could be.
Neither of them were, neither the CBSA nor the RCMP were taking steps to prepare for like the blockade?
Not at that time. In speaking with CBSA, I asked them if they had an operational plan, I believe on the Friday the 4th, and they didn't. They were referencing Coots as well because the Coots blockade was not on the border property. It was down the road, similar to ours. So they were just trying to work with us in a response and help us in any way they can.
Okay. I'd like to take you to another Hendon report dated February 6th. It's OPP 401622. And on page 6, there's again a reference to the possible attempt to block the Ambassador Bridge. So this is, we're now February 6th is the Sunday. What steps were being taken that weekend to prepare the 5th, the 6th, as the information still says, yep, Monday there's likely to be a blockade.
Mm-hmm. So, and again, we didn't know with the geography that presents itself to us, the bridge is very difficult to plan something solid that we don't know what's going to happen or how it's going to happen, I should say. We did discuss, as was suggested earlier, about, you know, potentially rerouting traffic off 401, closing the 401, which just was not an option coming into the city. So there was all kinds of discussions on how we might be able to do it. But essentially we thought if we could control that intersection around the bridge, that again, we were in the mindset of this bear hug. If we controlled the intersection, limited vehicle traffic through it, we would be able to essentially control access to the bridge.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Okay. But that evening of the 6th, there was a slow roll protest at Micmac Park, correct?
Yes.
And what happened there?
That was the first noticeable difference in any of the slow rolls that we'd had. There was a little bit more aggression by the protesters at Micmac Park. There was a fair number of them. And that was the first time that like officers had to actually disengage some of the protesters because of the aggression that they showed.
Disengage from the protesters?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, we're trying not to escalate things. We're trying to plan, you know, knowing what is going on in Ottawa at the time and in Coots, we're trying not to escalate anything and work with, as all the previous slow rolls, we're trying to work with the protesters. And also at this time, we are also planning for information we had received was for the next morning, a potential gathering at a Comber rest stop, which is about 25 minutes outside of Windsor off the 401. There's a truck stop. And we were potentially planning for this gathering. So we had planned for our surveillance team to go out, as well as the OPP. They were going to be there and try and engage the truckers to see what their plan was and their intentions were that morning.
You mentioned by this point you had seen what was going on in Ottawa. So if you can just pause there briefly and tell us what, up to the 6th, what lessons the Windsor Police Service had taken away from what had been going on in Ottawa for 10 days by then.
Mm-hmm. So I think, like, to be honest, at this point, we were so involved in our planning and what we've been doing. I can't say that there was a lot of takeaways at this point from Ottawa, but certainly we knew about private property, engaging our partners and our business owners at this point, about who is willing to have protesters on their property near the bridge, so we didn't have to waste any kind of valuable time in the moment. Again, dealing with protest leadership was a big one, and also we knew a strong command team had to be set up.
Okay. And those are all, you're saying those are all lessons that you had taken away from what had been going on for 10 days.
Yes. So and part of it was because of this emergency planning committee that I sit on. A lot of the other police leaders were in Ottawa, could see that some of the issues they were going through as it went to planning and things like that. So I realized that this was a large piece of what we needed to accomplish.
I'd like to pull up WPS, I think it's 560-221. These are some emails early in the morning between Deputy Chief Belair and Chief Mizuno. I'll ask you about them. Okay. We're still on the 7th. Chief Mizuno emails Deputy Chief Belair. If we know when they are coming and where from, any thought to stopping the convoy and negotiating some terms before they reach the bridge? It sounds like they want the transports to lead the convoy with everyone following, so there may be an opportunity to try to control it. And then Deputy Chief Belair says, yes, talking to JC about that exact thing. I assume JC is
it's me, yes.
So what can you tell us about these attempts at negotiation the morning that the convoy is descending upon Windsor?
So this was one of the major differences from Ottawa. Again, we assumed a lot, seeing what we had seen here. This is not, so at Comber that morning, there was some trucks, which there always are going to be trucks at the truck stop, but there was more pedestrian cars than we expected. We had information again that there was convoys sitting in concession roads off the 401, hiding, waiting to join the trip down the 401, which never materialized. But it was something we thought, okay, it's the information. That's what's happening. But the main difference was it wasn't all semis. It was a lot of pedestrian vehicles, pickup trucks with flags. And at this point, when we were there, we don't know who a protester is at that point, other than people with flags, for instance. So it was very difficult to even determine who is a protester and who's just driving down the 401, essentially. So stopping a convoy just wasn't as easy as it sounded.
And I understand that ultimately there were sort of multiple groups of protesters that set up in Windsor. Was that apparent at this stage, the morning of February 7th?
I wouldn't say it was as obvious as it became. At this point, like I said, we had very good relationship with the organizer of the slow rolls. And that was the first, that Sunday group was that first different group that we said, okay, there's a different leadership faction here. And in fact, the original slow roll organizer actually pleaded with the other group not to block the bridge. So we had to develop that relationship with him to, on our behalf, try and plead with him not to do it. So that's the first, but it wasn't as obvious down the road.
And did that original slow roll organizer ultimately participate in the blockade of the bridge?
I don't believe he did. I just can't say for sure, but I don't believe he did.
I'd like to go to WPS 60266. These are emails between yourself, somebody at the RCMP. We can go down. Kevin McGonigal, I think, is the name that you gave us before. So he is writing to you again the morning of the 7th, wanted to check in to see how things are going in Windsor this morning. As you are aware, we are being requested to support Ottawa with the situation there. We will have to balance operational response in all of our border points, especially Windsor, Sarnia, Erie, etc. Evaluating what is going on in those locations will assist with our decisions. So I guess my first question is, what sort of pre-February 7th assistance was the RCMP making available, or had they made available to the Windsor Police Service?
At that point, it was just a connection that was made with Kevin and offering, if there's anything they could do, let him know. It was more of an intelligence thing, I think, at that point. We didn't really utilize Kevin McGonagall's services at this point.
And there's sort of a reference to needing to balance operational response. Now I'm just talking about the convoy protests in general. Did that play out in the sense of, did you see an inability or a reticence, or were you told we can only send you X number of officers because we've got to police a whole bunch of different protests?
The police resources were spread very thin throughout the province. It was very clear to me, being as a part of the emergency planning committee, it was quite clear that resources were in high demand. So yes, I saw that quite clearly.
I think you told us this summer, and it's in your statement, that you attended a meeting of the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police committee that day on the 7th, and you were told effectively the same thing. There's a limit to the number of resources that we have for Windsor.
That's correct.
And how about when it came to the OPP at this stage on the 7th, were you being told the same thing? We can only give you X number of officers, vehicles?
Yes, at this point, the bridge had not been blocked. So we were, we were okay with just having boots on the ground, providing traffic, resources at that point. But I had sent Dana Early an email, I believe the night before, or maybe this on the 7th, asking, hey, if things go a bit sideways here, how available is any POU resources? So that was really my first, again, informal ask, just to get an understanding. If we need to look that way, what does it look like for you?
And what was the response?
I'd have to see the email exactly what the response was, but at this point, Dana was working with us from London still, basically trying to put resources together. I think the response essentially was, if you need something, we're going to supply it for you.
Okay. And I think I've got the email. You'll tell me if I'm wrong. If we could pull up WPS 60374. This is an email from February 8th. This may not be the one that you're looking for, but you reach out to Superintendent Early and say, hi, Dana, I received direction from Aurelia to contact you if our blockade occurred and began to get to a point where extra resources may be required. It's relatively manageable. I know your people are very spread out, but my ask at this point is, if we were to need POU or PLT down here, what would availability be? This is the email?
This is correct, yep.
And again, I don't know that we have her response, not in this thread, but what was the response in terms of availability?
Again, I think it was, let us know what you need and we will try and make arrangements, essentially.
And what kind of coordination occurred with the CBSA at this point, once the blockade started?
So at the very beginning of it, we were managing the blockade from our Windsor Police headquarters in a project room. To later in the day, we moved to the EOC and stood it up. At that point is when I expanded the command team and invited CBSA to be a part of the command team. So they supplied personnel at that point to be that direct link with us to CBSA. And they were providing intelligence and any information they had along with the resource at that point.
Which other organizations were part of the command team?
At this point, I would say CBSA was the only external partner that was in the EOC with us. We had expanded our internal resources to include major crime at this point. We expanded to include more intelligence officers, along with the sergeant that was already in the command team, and some more resources for logistics because it was growing. We needed some help.
Okay. If we could pull up WPS 60235. This is an email with Glenn Miller of the OPP about the availability of the OPP's PLT for Windsor, to Windsor Police. Go down to the email at, as the last paragraph, as we speak, Brad is reaching out to Sergeant Mike Acton, PLT, if he could have his resources immediately deployed to Comber, as it's anticipated those in attendance will be leaving at 1000 hours. So were the OPP PLT able to reach the protesters before they set up the blockade?
That's a really good question. I don't recall if they did or not. I had never heard of PLT till this weekend, unbelievably. I don't recall if they made it or if it was just regular OPP officers discussing intentions with the Comber people.
Ultimately, there were OPP PLT deployed to Windsor.
Yes.
And I think you told us this summer that they had some success.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you expand upon that or elaborate on that?
So in those first few days when we were really relying on just essentially, mostly Windsor Police resources, we had some difficulty in negotiating ourselves with all the protesters. Again, we talked about the fractured leadership and different groups. The PLT, how it was explained to me through local OPP resources, were, they have relationships with a lot of people through different protests across the province. That's their role, to maintain these relationships, and because of that, trust is built, and they're able to, basically fulfill their mandate with the negotiations with any kind of demonstration. In this case, they were able to, and again, it was so dynamic over the first 4 or 5 days with lanes closing, lanes opening. I can't tell you times or days, but there was numerous times where lanes were open and closed, but essentially it was PLT doing that for us. They had also brought in a couple of minor tactics with printed pieces of paper for officers in their notebook for common messaging, handouts for the protesters. So it was all about education and communication with them, and they did a fantastic job.
Do you know why, when they succeeded in opening a lane or a couple of lanes, those lanes would then subsequently re-close or be blockaded again?
Yes. So we had we were monitoring many open source sources for intelligence. We actually heard a lot of the conversation from the protesters about their conversations about the police on Zello app. And so that was part of it. We could hear the infighting. So somebody would negotiate a lane open and someone else would step up and say, no way, we're not giving this to the police. And their people would come and clog it up. And then we would hear that right on ground as well. So it was quite obvious that the leadership was not, there's no solidarity there for sure.
Now I want to move ahead to the evening of February 7th, and there's an event that happens on the property of Assumption High School.
That's correct.
Can you describe that for us?
So if I could just back up to the Monday, one of my first questions was, again, when it comes down to lessons from Ottawa, knowing that the tow truck companies did not want to participate with the Ottawa police or help them, that was one of my first questions. We have a contract with a company in Windsor, and to Inspector Crosby, I remember asking her, are they on board? And she said she already asked that question, and they were. So that was good news to us. And that first night, again, we were trying to keep protesters off of private property, and Assumption High School is, as the mayor said, right in the protest area on Huron Church between Tecumseh and College. We started seeing protest vehicles go into the school property parking lot, and we went over there to discuss with them you're not welcome here. We've already talked to the board. You're not welcome. It's time to go. And we kind of gave them an ultimatum saying, listen, you have 10, 15 minutes to move. We're going to tow you. So we held the tow trucks back out of sight as best we could. Again, not wanting to escalate things. And somebody spotted one of the tow trucks, and we had some altercations, or sorry, not altercations. Some of the protesters came out of their cars with tire irons, and we were at times, not only on this occasion, but almost outnumbered and getting swarmed a little bit. And again, having our officers have to disengage to not escalate. So then they ended up moving after some negotiation, but that was the Assumption High School incident.
Okay, and just jumping ahead a bunch in the story, but you mentioned wanting to keep protesters off private property as something that you had learned from the experience in Ottawa.
Yes.
And once the blockade was cleared, my understanding is there was a decision made within the Windsor Police Service not to set up an alternative protest site on private property or sort of away from Huron Church Road, and that was also a sort of lesson drawn from Ottawa.
That's correct.
So can you tell us what that lesson is and why that decision was made?
So under the Trespass to Property Act, we cannot remove someone from private property without, we act as an agent for the owner. If they are not, if they're willing to have someone go to their property and not be removed, then the police have no authority there to remove them. So we did not want to give any kind of spot for the protesters to basically congregate. Essentially right there at Tecumseh Road, we have very large parking lots. There's a grocery store and numerous, it's a strip mall essentially. So it's a very big parking lot. So that could have really led to some another protest area essentially. Plus we had smaller businesses, the cab company, all these places that we just did not want to interfere with business any more than we already had, and keep things under control.
Okay, so there was no option to continue protesting in the way that had been the case once the blockade was cleared.
That's correct.
Sort of going back in time to the establishment of the blockade, can you tell us how that unfolded the evening of the 7th?
So we had carried through with the plan that we had talked about with trying to control the intersection of College and Huron Church, which is the first intersection south of the entrance to the bridge. And what we did, we established control of it with traffic officers, our traffic enforcement officers, by basically just letting 2 or 3 cars go at a time. And if they went on the bridge and crossed, then we'd let another 2 or 3. So that's how we controlled it for quite a while, actually. Same with coming off the bridge. We would try and do that best we could. And then I think doing that for some time, it was frustrating the protesters. Again, we're listening to open source media, and they were getting frustrated with us. So I think the comment was, one of them basically said, I wonder what happens if I just stop my truck right here in the southbound lanes. And that's what happened. That truck stopped, a pickup truck stopped, I would say 200-300 meters south of College. Another one stopped and another one stopped. And next thing you know, all 3 lanes were blocked. And that's how it started. So from there, the traffic started to clog up very quickly. And within probably 20 minutes, there was a line of semi trucks that were just regular commuters for industry, creating a line of trucks miles into Detroit and Michigan. So that's how it started.
And I understand early in the blockade, a number of trucks sort of stranded on the bridge. Is that right? How were they cleared? How and why?
So the why would be, people were stuck on this bridge for hours. The bridge is almost 100 years old. So we were worried about structural integrity of the bridge. We were worried about commerce. We were worried about people having no, food, water, washrooms being up on the bridge. We wanted to get that bridge cleared off. So the how was very difficult. So again, the geography of the bridge, there's one main entrance that comes out onto Huron Church Road, which is southbound. There's a secondary entrance or exit, sorry. If I said entrance the first time, I meant exit. There's a secondary exit that turns to the west and goes up a small road, part of Huron Church beside the bridge towards Wyandotte. And then the only other access to the bridge is off of Wyandotte Street. It's an entrance. So at that point, again, very dynamic. There was blockages at all three at times. So we were at points we were using an entrance on the north side of the bridge for exiting. We were trying to get out that secondary exit, which was impossible because cars and trucks had clogged that small section of Huron Church just west of the bridge almost instantly. There was a decision made at one point by myself to allow trucks access to College westbound, which I didn't want to do because that was our emergency route for fire, because their fire station is just east of Huron Church. And if protesters clogged College, we were in a bad way. But there was just no other decision to make at that point. We literally had to do what we could to clear that bridge. So, and again, with negotiations through all that to allow us to essentially, open this part, open that part, to eventually clear the bridge. And I think the bridge was cleared of traffic by about 10:20 at night. So they were up there a while.
I want to pull up WPS 60356. This is an email from February 7th, and it's regarding the Ambassador Bridge Corporation, the president of the corporation. So you're not on it, but Gary Williams sent an email to, looks like M. Murphy. I don't know if you know who that is.
Mark Murphy's an inspector of patrol.
And it's essentially relaying a conversation that Gary Williams has had with the president of the Ambassador Bridge Corp. And Mark says, I will forward to DeGraff and Crowley to deal with. Thanks for the heads up. So first of all, did you get that email and sort of deal with it?
I don't know if I got this email, but I definitely got a message either directly from Murphy or from our communication center, our 911 center, that this call was coming into them as well. The bridge company wasn't happy with us. I think they thought we were blocking the bridge. And we were just trying to tell them we are doing the best we can. And my question to them was, have you stopped letting trucks on the bridge? Because that just wouldn't help us to continue to let trucks on the bridge. So at some point, they started routing traffic to the Blue Water Bridge, which at this point they had no issues there. So,
do you know why they thought Windsor Police was blocking the bridge?
I don't have a clue.
And how was this your only sort of contact with the company, or did the Ambassador Bridge Corporation weigh in or sort of get in touch with the Windsor Police throughout that week?
Yeah, I can't say I didn't have any more conversation or contact with the bridge company at that point. That was my only contact with them.
Okay. Do you know if anyone, do you know if Chief Mizuno or Deputy Chief Belair did?
No, I don't.
No. And how about just, again, generally speaking, other interests, unions? There was some evidence this morning about Stellantis, this new EV battery manufacturer, I think. But what was the sort of economic pressure like from the businesses in Windsor?
So being in the AOC, we were approximately 10 kilometers away from the bridge. So I was getting reports, but to be all honesty, the pressure that we felt, just knowing the impact of what was going on in the EOC was enormous pressure. We felt that we wanted to do more, but we were so handcuffed at this point with what was going on. But certainly, just reports in mainstream media and the economic impacts, we knew it was humongous. It was just giant.
So is it fair to say, you were aware from reading the news that this was having an impact, but you weren't personally aware of pressure being exerted on the Windsor Police Service to?
No, that was not in my realm at that point. But growing up in Windsor, I grew up my whole life. I understand the essence of how important that bridge is to our community and our country, to be honest. So it's just not lost on me the impact that would have.
Okay, I'd like to go to WPS 60609. So move ahead to Wednesday, February 9th. This is an email from you to Jen Crosby and Inspector DeGraff saying, I was asked by Jay to put something together to present to the OPP for a request for 100 officers to assist and include how, why, what, etc. Further down that paragraph, the 100 officer request does not include POU. And so the attachment, which is the next number, 610, and I assume when you say I was asked by Jay, that's Deputy Chief Belair?
No, I think that was me.
Sorry, I think you were writing that. If we can just pull that back
Oh,
up.
sorry, was I?
You were writing that email. You sent that email.
Okay, sorry, then that would be Deputy Chief Belair at the time, yes.
And so you're the one who spearheaded kind of putting together, okay, here's the numbers we're going to request and here's how they're going to be used. Is that right?
Yes. The background of that actually was before that was on the 9th. Before that, I had received a call on the 8th at about 6:30 in the morning from Superintendent Mike McDonnell from the OPP, who I was a colleague with on the Emergency Preparedness Committee. And he obviously had seen on the news what was going on, and he asked me what we needed. And I just told him we need some bodies. So his ask to me was, and this was over time, this was not on that first conversation. He said he would talk to the commissioner. And again, informal request here, right? This is a superintendent asking another superintendent. It's an informal request. So within time, he gets back to me and says, I need a plan of what you're going to do with 100 officers. And I understood that just to ask for 100 officers. So I put together a very generic plan, considering there was two 24-hour coverage, two 12-hour shifts essentially. And we are also policing a very busy city with our own resources and resources for the bridge. So that was really my ask, and I put together this very generic plan for them.
Okay, and just so I want to make sure I understood correctly, it was McDonnell who suggested the 100 officer figure to you?
No, he asked me what we needed, and just literally doing the quick math kind of right there, I said I could probably use 100 officers. And he asked me for a plan. Well, I need to know what you need 100 officers for. I said, no problem.
Okay, and so this document that we're looking at on the screen was the plan for how you're going to use the 100 officers?
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
If we could just scroll down, just so you see all of it.
Yeah, I would say it is. Yep. And this is being put together with not knowing anything about the OPP's collective agreements, what shifts they work, what I came to find out over time how this is very normal for them, and they all expect deployments like this, and this is very normal. So, but this is at a time where I'm trying not to step on another organization's collective bargaining agreement, and to try and satisfy our needs as well. So,
we saw in the covering email that this doesn't include POU units. Why would you have left those out of this request?
I think this was still fairly early in sense of this conversation happened essentially less than 24 hours after the bridge was blocked. So again, our plan at the time was to negotiate. We had set up a perimeter and to negotiate with them. And at the time, we thought hopefully we could get there at the end of it through negotiation. Again, not trying to escalate anything, but that's why, my background told me 3 days before to ask Dana, hey, if it goes this way, what are we looking at? But that was not in the plan yet. And again, knowing what was going on here and in Toronto.
And so this exchange is this arises as a result of your discussion with Superintendent McDonnell, but you're aware on the same day, Chief Mizuno sent letters to Minister Jones, the Solicitor General in Ontario, and to Minister Blair, correct?
I was not aware of that at that time.
Okay.
I in preparing for this, I found that out, and I'm assuming that ask was the formal ask because of this. But I can't confirm that. I don't know.
So, and again, just so we understand, on February 9th, Chief Mizuno did not consult you or make you aware that she was writing to those two politicians asking for 100 officers?
I don't recall that she did, no.
Now, if we could pull up WPS 60827. And so apart from seeing the letters, do you remember any discussion with Chief Mizuno or Deputy Chief Belair at the time about that correspondence to Sylvia Jones or Bill Blair?
No, I don't recall that at all. I was sending situation reports to them regularly, and there may have been conversations back and forth, but I don't recall them, to be honest.
So I'm showing you an email, and again, you're not on this email, but it's an email in which Commissioner Creek of the OPP is writing to Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP, and it's subsequent to Chief Mizuno's emails and letters to the ministers. It says, Chief Pam Mizuno and I had an opportunity to discuss the attached correspondence. Currently, Windsor Police does not require the deployment of additional police officers from the OPP or the RCMP. And so what I'm trying to understand is, do you know why the about face? I mean, that morning, Chief Mizuno had said, we need 100 officers, sent the letters directly to the ministers. And then that evening, it's, according to Commissioner Creek's email, everything's fine.
Yeah, I can't explain this. I did not know about this when it happened. I mean, if you look at the time, it's 11:20 at night on the 9th. I was working straight midnights at that point. And if I would have known this at the time, I understand there was mass confusion to a situation that we've never dealt with. So I can't explain this email. I did not know about it at the time.
And we heard this morning from Mayor Dilkens that there might have been some issue or confusion over going to the OPP and the RCMP, and that the proper channel is to go to the OPP first. Was that something that you were made aware of around this time?
No, but the Police Services Act of Ontario is quite clear that if we can't provide our own, for instance, in this case, public order unit, we need to go to the OPP. And our directive, our policy says that as well. So,
thank you, Deputy Chief. Commissioner, as I believe you know, the balance of the examination will be completed by my colleague Guillaume. We're sort of 15 minutes prior to the break. I don't know if you'd like Guillaume to start now or take the break early.
This might be a good time to take the break then, if you're going to change council then. So we'll take the afternoon break for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Well, only my diehards are left. Only my diehards are left, but I love you all. And this one's pretty dry. These aren't very exciting witnesses. What we're hearing here is really just a recap of OPS, right? The first one, the mayor, was a recap of the city, Steve K, and the Police Services Board, because he did all those roles. Now we're getting a recap of OPS, but WPS. Okay, no big surprises here. We're still in a national emergency bandwagon. We're still trying to get there. It looks like still trying to get there. There we go. All right, Goose, what do you got here? Convoy was small and did not represent a significant portion of the Canadian citizenship, but was also unprecedented. Which one is, guys? That's right. Yeah, this is a narrative we hear a whole whack of times. Goose, remember the mayor of Ottawa? They had $10 million and they were super funded. Again, they never did get the money, but they kept talking about it. $10 million, super funded. All our hotels were booked for a month. We thought they were staying for a week and then leaving. This is what happens when you're not honest. You play both sides. You forget which ones you got. Sometimes what you're trying to say on this side contradicts with something else you already said. This is what happens when you play in that territory. So, Goose, good call. Good call, good catch. The small little thing, unprecedented. We didn't really care what they had to say. We needed the EA. Come on, they can't even pick a lane. You see it. I see it. It's frustrating. Oh, yeah, no Paul. No Paul Champ. So nothing for our Windsor? I thought, Paul, your narrative is national everything, and Ottawa was a centerpiece of that, and everything was collapsing. I think it wouldn't be tough to make a stretch to get to Windsor. You've been talking about how Windsor was a stretch on the resources for Ottawa and OPP and all that kind of stuff. Paul, I'm not a huge fan of your position, but I could come up with a dozen questions that would have worked. Maybe you just are licking some wounds at this point. I don't know, but I'm surprised not to see you. Thought you could have stretched that one, no problem. Eleanor, Ninja, 100%. Yeah, you win for chat. So Ninja had that chat, and I agree, Eleanor, for sure. Unprecedented, small minority group. Come on, pick a lane, stick in it. Remember that bridge is private, right? So here's some things that maybe some of you didn't know, some of you did know. Yeah, total private. You know, we sell. Here's the thing, though, folks, about anything that's private infrastructure-wise. It has to go through a phase of whether or not it itself, under private ownership, could cause problems to the country. One example is the 407 could not go private if it was considered a major artery. But there's a 401. They had all these alternatives, so it was deemed non-essential in that manner. Well, isn't this bridge deemed essential? But they're saying here the whole national system is essential on it. Well, we don't let that be private for the very reason, like maybe in a divorce, his wife and blah blah blah, and other lawyers and blah, and then injunctions and stop and this and that. Simply put, we don't allow private infrastructure if it would be detrimental. So we now have to take over this bridge because too big to fail, right? Like, it's a private thing. So we're gonna have to take this over now. Oh, I don't like when government does that. I also don't like when government falsifies as a narrative. There's nothing wrong with the bridge being private. There's other routes. That's why it passed the whole risk assessment to begin with. It couldn't be private if it was a national security problem. So again, just like Goose said, pick a lane. Is this thing vital or not? If it's vital, it can't be private. If it's private, it can't be vital. You can't have private vital. No such thing. At least there shouldn't be. Is that what you're saying? There's no such thing. I know the risk assessment goes through that to make sure that it can't be vital. I never even knew bridges could be public. Changed my whole perspective on want to buy a bridge. Yeah, it certainly can. Yep, it certainly can. Many things could be private, including highway systems. 407's private. I think last I looked, it was Mexican or something. That doesn't matter, but it was private. Sure. But not if it's national security infrastructure, vitally important, essentially EA-able, then no, that can't be private. Owned by, there you go. Yeah, Eleanor was quick on it. What I did was I also started searching for it as well, and I kept coming back to his name. I was kind of looking for a company, but it kept putting it back to his name as a billionaire. So yeah, that's him. Yeah, he owns the bridge. And yeah, the mayor was insistent on in camera when it wasn't the normal procedure to talk to the police and stuff. And he was more worried about other people. I'll tell you this, as lawyer and paralegal and all that kind of stuff, it's super rare for you to even care about the other people. So if you really want privacy, it's really about for you. A lot of people will do that. They'll say, no, I want it behind closed doors for you. No, you want it for you. That's why you're extending it to me. Did the police even have the option to say no thanks to in camera, or was it just they walked in and there's an in-camera meeting? And to those you don't know yet, and most of you do, in-camera means private, not recorded, private. So we wanted this private on behalf of the police. Well, thanks, Mayor. You're in an elected position, and you know better than the police on what they can and can't say. No, I think you want it private for private's sake. Now I understand why. Man, this guy gets along with absolutely everybody except truckers and small businesses. We saw the small business tip of a hat earlier where he was really just big business was calling him. So yeah, we knew he wasn't small business friendly. Plus, he also put things in place that caused lots of small business problems along the road that he blocked. So no, he's not small business friendly at all. In fact, he created that corridor through small business to get to big business. He's blatant about it. He's not even trying to hide that. He's only happy with the truckers that work with them. So they're opening up the corridor for the truckers of the supplies and stuff. Happy with those ones, but not anyone that's disgruntled or complaining about something. And I'll send anywhere from to substantial amounts of people who couldn't wear a mask. In fact, yeah, Terry, this narrative is bothering me. Also bothering me is how weak they're trying to say the economy is in Windsor, and how insecure the jobs really are. They're talking about Automotive Parts Association having lots of weight, but the automotive unions are also huge. I can't imagine it's that fragile under their watch. Like them or hate them, but unions do have a way of looking in, and like them or hate them, they do expose stuff from time to time in management. And like them or hate them, I assure you that their membership is not based on a couple days worth of just-in-time interruption security. I'm sure they know a lot more about what and isn't actual possible for that. That seems to me that he's destroying the narrative. It's absolutely had anything to do with the Windsor Bridge. Well, yeah, and it wasn't. It was a different group altogether, and they had their grievances, and wasn't. And when we say convoy, like, it's such a abstract term now. Like, what does convoy mean? Does it mean Bridget, Pat, BJ, Tom, Tamara? Who's convoy now at this point? Because all of those were separate ones, right? And by the way, another thing that came up after I was reviewing my videos this weekend, Jeremy also scuttled the city deal. So we're up to 4 people that scuttled the city deal: Jeremy, BJ, Bridget, and Pat. For some reason, all 4 of them scuttled the one deal that was in play and working. Just saying. We've got all of that came out. Now, Jeremy's reason was grapevine. He's connected to truckers and stuff like that. Grapevine. Same group that would have been Pat and Bridget and stuff. So there's a lot of confusion. I don't think he picked the side or anything like that. He just had a lot of grapevine going on, so he reported it. I get it. But we now see, coordinated or not, 4 people, key. Well, Jeremy's not key. Jeremy is so fringe on the edge of this thing. He paid for parking. That's how disconnected he is to the whole thing. He even paid for his own parking. But he is a 4th person that did attempt to let a lot of people know that tomorrow's notice may not be legitimate, which also shows he wasn't really connected to the core group, because I think he would have known that maybe it was legitimate. So he's just reporting on grapevine. Happens, and usually it's right. Hearing that too. Yeah, Joe. Yeah. All right, so we're going to jump back to the live. I think they're almost done. Light fire me. What are you saying here? I got some green. I think watching inquiry end to end is so important. If it feels it lets me cross-check statements to get to the bottom of this, 100% light fire me. And can you imagine having just the summary only, and then from the summary you're cherry picking, and then from the cherry picking you're twisting, and then you're twisting to do some other narrative? Well, if you can imagine doing all of that, you can work at the CBC, because that's exactly what they're doing with this. So God bless you for sticking to all these hours, going through it all. Believe me, I understand having it in your ear. It's a lot, but you guys are amazing. So good job. Railroaded you too. I don't think you missed a minute. The only minutes you missed are the ones I lost with internet or power. But thank you all for sticking around. I see we're going back up again. All of it's important, just like Light Fire Me said, because then you can pick up things that you won't get if you listen to one or two or one side or anything like that. Well, I have a bridge I'd like to sell you. All right. Did you know that the London Bridge was sold? They thought it was the other one, the Tower Bridge. The person that bought the London Bridge thought they bought the Tower Bridge. And then when it arrived in the US, they realized it wasn't. But anyways, they sold the London Bridge piece by piece, shipped it across the ocean, and there you go. Sign for it. Here's your delivery. Cool, Railroaded. Stunned. I'm so happy that you're here too, bud. Big shout to Loblaws for not towing my big lime green van that was illegally parked in their lot for 3 weeks. Well, stunned. It's not illegal if they don't say so. It's private property. Now, potential to be illegal, maybe. But if they didn't want it moved, you're welcome. And cool. And just throw some limes on there and maybe put their current lime price per pound or per kilo next time, and maybe we'll just call it advertising. All right. Oh, light fire. Unexpectedly based. Cool. And railroaded. Never missed the minute at all. I am known for many tabs. Cool. Thank you. And thank you. And railroaded after this break. Let's do connect, because if you can keep the stream going on your end, I tested this stuff in the last break. I was able to get into the studio and do things without interrupting it. So I can't actually, maybe not now. It's too pressured. Maybe after today's stream, you and I can stick around. Please let me know. It'll be quick. It'll be about 10 minutes and you'll be in and you'll have the power. All right. So some more crosses coming up. We didn't see anything from the convoy. We didn't see anything from... No, we did see the city. It's Windsor, but not Ottawa. So who else are we going to get some crossing? What's up, Stunt? They were unexpectedly based. I was surprised. I have cameras and cart people everywhere in their lot. Nobody ever said a word to me. They weren't bothering you? Sure. Why would they? You don't need attention unless you're harming somebody, causing a problem. For a long time, Walmart will even let you camp in their parking lots for a while. It's all cool. It's all about business and staying connected to the people. So are you finding this guy much like OPS? Talking about resources, not knowing what to do? I don't buy it. They're bothering any freedom people. They weren't bothering any freedom people. Because why? These are people. Freedom. People. You're not criminals. Listen, Stanton, I think you're learning this quickly. There's a lot more support than the government ever said there was, and there's a lot less people that are complying than the government says it is, because I think the proof is in the pudding. All of us are here today doing this. We care. That is an empty room, though. Oh, that's an empty room. I'd like to see more Canadians there. But hey, at least we're recording it. We're talking about it. We're getting the clips out. We're paying attention. Goose is taking notes. Ellen's got notes. At least we were paying attention, Stunt. So I think we're in good shape. And Convoy 2.0, Stunt, did you look into that anymore? What about the artwork? What do you got in mind? Hey, Eleanor. And you have to love Stunt to tell me. Of course. Well, you don't have to. It's just natural. It's like anything else that's honest and got a good head on shoulders. Of course, you don't miss people like that. And Eleanor, you know this. There's a lot more stunts than there are chumps, right? There's a lot more stunts than there are chumps. In and out, but here, and Ellen's always around. Probably got an ear on, checking it out. And Ellen, when you're out and you need to know, we'll let you know. Chat's really good for that. I've been looking in and there's not much. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm wondering too. That's why I'm wondering if it was Stunt. And we're talking about the information on the Convoy 2.0. I'm not seeing a ton. So that's why I want to proceed with caution. Always proceed with caution when you have very little to work with. But I'm sure this information, if true and if it's happening, will shake. I will tell you, Stunt, it felt a little bit of like old and new coming together. So maybe that's where the confusion is about this. But here's our commissioner. All right. Enjoy, and we'll chat soon. Thanks all.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon. I'm Guillaume Serrois, Commission Counsel. I will be leading you from the events of February 10th. In the morning of February 10th, this is when Superintendent Dana Early from the OPP arrived in Windsor.
That's correct.
I would like to pull up WTS.000000022. While it's being pulled up, I'll just summarize what's mentioned. That's Dana Early's witness summary at page 3, second paragraph at the top. she mentions that upon arriving in Windsor, Dana, Superintendent Early, engaged in discussions with the Windsor Police Command team, including Deputy Chief Belair, and that during those discussions, the Deputy Chief Belair told her that WPS welcomed OPP's assistance, understood that OPP had more experience policing blockades and protests than WPS, and understood that all operational decisions needed to come through Superintendent Early. Were you present during these discussions?
I was not present during these sessions. I was working midnights at this point. Carl de Graaf was our critical incident commander on days, but I was not present during this. No.
And were you informed about the content of these discussions afterwards, or?
No, I mean, so Dana Early came with numerous resources. It was clear that the Windsor Police, to all of our admission, had no experience in public order. So it was my understanding right from the beginning that Dana and her team was in charge of the public order response, as well as numerous OPP resources. So that would just my understanding was we would be forming a unified command team.
And was this understood prior to Superintendent Early's arrival or once she arrived?
I would say before she arrived. That was the intention. We did not have that experience, and we were asking for help, essentially.
So it was, just to make sure I understand correctly, it was WPS command's position that OPP should take over the event in Windsor.
No, that was not my understanding. I was never told that. My understanding was unified command.
Okay.
Which again, so in my experience, before I was a critical incident commander and as a critical incident commander, when you have multi-jurisdictional command and unified command in that multi-jurisdictional command, there are times to step forward as a critical incident commander, and there are times to step back. And that's what unified command is. We learned through this process that Superintendent Early's command was, she was in command of public order response, was in command of OPP resources. Those were the times she stepped forward. Then there was operational times when the Windsor Police would step forward, be it myself or Inspector Carl de Graaf.
So you would say that OPP was in charge of the POU response and PLT perhaps, and WPS maintained control of the overall operation?
It was, again, this unified command. I can't say anyone was in charge of the overall operation. Unified command, there is consultation that goes on. Like for instance, even the POU plan, where Superintendent Early was clearly in charge of the POU plan. She consulted us on it after that it was done. She would consult us any issues, any logistical issues, any Windsor issues. So that is the true meaning of that unified command. So I was not part of those discussions, so that was not my understanding.
Okay. So in the same paragraph, we see that that Superintendent Early later called Craig Abrams and informed him that Windsor has told us being OPP, this is now ours. And Superintendent Early explained that she meant that OPP was in charge and that WPS will be working alongside OPP. That's not your understanding of how it took place?
Well, I agree with the working alongside. Yes, that's 100%. I agree with that. I don't know about this. I was never informed of this. I would say that, yes, we worked alongside each other. And again, that concept of stepping forward and stepping back in unified command was present right from the immediate arrival of Superintendent Early and her team. And I would also say that Windsor Police was always the police of jurisdiction. We never were not the police of jurisdiction through this event.
I think We can come back to the witness summary later on, but I would like to pull up WPS 00702 at page 27. Because I think I just want to understand who was taking decisions and who was giving advice and so on in the comment structure. Because I understand that the idea of coming forward and giving some space to the other command, but I just want to make sure I understand properly how this works in practice.
Okay.
In that, this is a document that the debrief, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
This is something that you prepared?
It's not my document, no.
Okay, but it was prepared after the Freedom Convoy events to make a debrief of the events and have recommendations moving forward.
That's correct.
And if we can go at page 27, please. On the right table, it's point 4. It says under CIC takeaways, CIC understand is critical incident command. We see at point 4, needed WPS to be more engaged with collaborating on operational plans. WPS members have best idea of the area and implications of decisions and should be embedded in decision-making matrix.
So this document there's a lot of opinion in this document. The way it was prepared, the superintendent that was in charge of this document of preparing it essentially sent out opinion papers to all our subject matter experts within our service. And this, I don't know where that came from. It didn't come from me, but certainly that was just part of a recommendation that somebody felt that, was legitimate.
Okay. Maybe we can talk a little bit about the comment table that was formed by Superintendent Early. Do you recall that comment table?
Yes, very well.
Can you just explain how it worked and who from the WPS was on the comment table, what was their role, and so on?
So prior to the OPP command team arriving, we had our command table. Superintendent Early came with her command table, which essentially in the positions kind of mirrored ours. So her team arrived on the 10th, and immediately that team was inserted in our command table effortlessly and seamlessly. So she had a scribe, as I had a scribe. She had another inspector involved in logistics. She had a boards person that is in charge of all the whiteboards with all the information on it that is changing throughout the event. Essentially, it was this very same setup or very similar setup than we had. But the day they came in, they had some recommendations on the actual layout of our EOC, which were taken into consideration immediately. Things like more boards, things like that. So those were taken care of right away. But after that, they hit the ground running with us, and it was a seamless transition, to be honest.
So it's fair to say that your initial comment table just merged with theirs.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Okay. More on the same topic, but more narrowed on the critical incident command questions. We can remove that PowerPoint, by the way. Just specifically on the critical incident command structure and how it works. We understood from previous testimony that the CIC's purpose was to give autonomy to the CICs to take decisions on the go and to have their own autonomy and so on. I'm wondering how did it work with Dana Early, Superintendent Early being a critical incident commander for the same incident that you and you were?
So again, that shared or unified command in stepping forward and stepping back. So for instance, a perfect example is the POE response. Superintendent Early put that plan together with her team, consulted us after. There were other times, for instance, and I don't want to jump ahead too often or too much, but On the Saturday night, for instance, there was a bomb threat. It was a tactical call. I stepped up and took the lead on that. So those are the kind of things, and again, even though if I'm making decisions at that bomb threat, Dana was right next to me and we're talking about decisions as they're made, because that's that shared command. So that's kind of the dynamic, if that helps. But that's the model.
Yes, this provides a lot of clarity. Thank you. Maybe we can jump to February 11th about the approval of the operational plan. We can pull out the operational plan just to refresh your memory. It's WPS 1440, page 2. That's not the operational plan itself, but it's an email that presents the operational plan. I'm wondering, it says that it's Inspector Yunnan who was in the planning team under under Superintendent Early, and he emails her about the plan, and he says, please reply all with your approval of the plan so that our municipal partners have the recorded approval. I just want to understand why it was necessary to have the approval recorded for your purposes.
So the part of Dana Early's team was the public order commanders. So that would be Jason Yunin, Inspector Yunin, and Angela Ferguson. The two inspectors were in charge of their OPP public order units. They would come up with a plan because they're the subject matter experts. Just like in any critical incident, that's what a critical incident commander relies upon. They're subject matter experts to come up with a plan, and then within the framework of critical incident command, the commander will either approve it or not approve it. May have questions about it, may have, may suggest things that may be added or deleted, but essentially they have questions or they'll be able to approve or not approve that plan. So it's as a critical incident commander, it's not Superintendent Early's job, or even maybe not even her subject matter expertise, to physically make that plan. So that's why it has to be approved by the critical incident commander, because the CIC is essentially in charge of every decision that's being made in that command team.
And that's why you had to have her approval for your records.
Yes, because in that planning team, though, there was other POUs involved. We had other municipalities in that public order unit. So the public order commanders have come up with this plan. They sent it to Superintendent Early because that's who's in charge of the public order plan. And then she approves it. And in that process of approval, she consults with Inspector DeGraff, myself, whoever was there, and is there any concerns?
Excellent. Can we pull out now OPP 00004557? I understand this is the overall Ambassador Bridge operational plan. Just have a few questions on it. I'm wondering, it took only 2 days, in fact, to come up with that plan. Do you have any insight as to why it was so quick?
Well, this is why you rely on your subject matter experts. So, this planning informally starts with those first few phone calls and emails to Superintendent Early, hey, we might need some public order help. So the situational reports were going to her and her team before they even came to Windsor. So they knew the geography, they knew what was going on with us, they knew what was happening with the protesters. So when they get there, subject matter experts can work very quickly to come up with a plan to essentially clear the bridge. And that's what happened.
And on February 11th as well, not only the plans were approved, but the province declared a state of emergency under the EMCPA, and there was a civil injunction that went into effect.
That's correct.
It was quite a busy day.
Yes, it was a very busy day, actually.
Did either of those, either the declaration of emergency or the injunction, have any effect on the plan or the operation itself?
I would say the injunction was impactful for us. It allowed obviously just another tool for us during the whole planning of everything, but it allowed us to really focus on exterior or perimeter roads as opposed to just here in church. So if there was parking and that came into play later, but towing cars off of side streets, the injunction was very helpful for things like that. It was another tool. Plus, of course, it was another charge that we would be able to lay if we had arrested anybody. The emergency for the under the EMPCA really, I don't think was much of a consideration for us for this plan.
And so I understand that charges were laid under the breaking of court order criminal offense under the criminal code. Do you know if these charges were laid during the operations or afterwards?
Well, the arrests were made during public order action on the 12th and 13th, and the subsequent charges were laid after that. Like, the investigators then take the files and lay the information subsequent to the arrests. But prior to the injunction, we already had reasonable grounds for criminal mischief. Like I said, the injunction was simply another charge that we would be able to lay on the protesters upon arrest.
And I would like to move to the operation itself. I think we can remove that the plan. You explained in your witness summary that there was perhaps around 730 officers that participated in the operation and approximately 500 OPP officers that were present. Is that
those were estimations? I think at my point, I was never involved in the scheduling. I was involved in some discussions with the officers. We had scheduling out of our training branch. It was hectic. We had people reporting that we didn't know were reporting, and I mean, you can imagine the logistical. It was very difficult for our schedulers. So those were estimations, judging by what we knew the OPP had sent and other municipalities had sent us.
And do you have any understanding or insight about why so many officers were sent in the end, despite the fact that only 100 officers were asked at the beginning?
I really don't have that information. I think that's probably better directed at the OPP. But I would say, like, from my point of view, the original ask of 100 officers was simply an initial response to the beginnings of the blockade. The blockade grew enormously throughout the week, and it really peaked on the Saturday night to really, and I call it the highest point of incivility that I've seen in a long time. So I would say that's probably why. The number of officers, the conditions we were working in, it was cold, the snow, public order had done their thing that morning on the Saturday. They started their action. So I would say just, and then I wouldn't say that there were 700 officers at one point. I would say there was probably in and out, because there was officers going from Windsor to Ottawa and to Toronto and all these other things. They were in and out and almost interchangeable at times, from my understanding anyways.
And what was WPS role during the operation itself? You mentioned a bomb threat. Was there any other things?
Well, we were side by side with OPP and RCMP and other municipal officers. So we would have, say, like, for instance, it came up earlier about swearing RCMP officers in. So before we could swear the RCMP officers in for provincial legislation, we would have to pair them with a municipal officer or an OPP officer to ensure that they would have those abilities to enact provincial offenses. So we had, at times we had an OPP cruiser with 2 Windsor police officers in it. Like, it was shared resources for perimeter control, for any kind of uprising that we might need, like the bomb caller. We had an abandoned house fire at one point in the area. So these are the kind of things that we were trying to manage, that perimeter with the boots on the ground, those initial officers other than POU.
Okay, and the operation lasted from the February 12th to the 13th?
That's correct.
And would you consider the operation a success?
Yes, I would consider it a very successful. We had eventually, I think we charged 44 people. I think that was the number. We had no injuries, no property damage, and we were able to clear that bridge relatively quickly, in my book anyways.
And now moving on from the operation, on February 13, I understand that WPS, the Windsor Police, and the OPP both adopted a joint traffic plan.
That's correct.
We can pull up the plan if possible. It's WPS 00000711. At page 2. So the goal of that plan was to prevent a further blockade.
That's correct.
And if we go at page 2, there's that mission statement, which is basically the same of the February 9th operational plan, about establishing and maintaining a safe flow of traffic, respecting individuals' charter rights. If we move, yeah, it's here as well. The immediate action plan, it says what you mentioned, that if members observe an imminent highway blockade and form reasonable grounds of an offense is about to be committed, officers will intervene to prevent a blockade if it is safe to do so. I'm just curious as to how both interact, preventing a blockade and respecting individuals' charter rights and freedom.
So at this point, when we had basically control of the area through Jersey barriers and police presence, we had no problems with protesters that were still in the area on sidewalks. And there wasn't very many of them, but there were a handful, mostly up at the Tecumseh Road area at Huron Church. And that was okay. So that was still respecting people's right to come out and protest on the sidewalk. We don't want you to block critical infrastructure. And then relying again on the OPP's experience in these long drawn out, protracted demonstrations, we adopted this plan that mostly was from their experience. And so we were able to control that area from essentially EC Row Expressway to the bridge through Jersey barriers. And if there was protesters out on the sidewalks or even on foot in some of the parking lots, we just allowed it.
So the limit, so to say, is blocking an infrastructure or a highway. That was a no-go, but as long as it's off the highways on.
Well, at this point, we were dealing with like probably under 10 protesters. Again, I'm still working midnights at this point. So the crowds at night were, 4 or 5 in the morning, people were sleeping. So you might have 5 or 6, 7 protesters on the corner of Tecumseh and Huron Church. That was okay. We weren't going to remove them. They were off the road. They weren't, in any danger, and they were allowed to protest.
Understood. So you briefly mentioned the plan itself on the ground consisted of establishing Jersey barriers all along Huron Church Road. I think Mayor Dilkens explained it this morning as a pipeline to allow the trucks to go directly from the 4-1 to the Ambassador Bridge. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had left a safety out in case somebody accidentally got up and tied up at Tecumseh Road, but we didn't advertise that. If somebody came across and said, hey, I really don't want to go on the bridge, I'm just here on accident, there was an out for them. But essentially it was a tunnel of Jersey barriers from the expressway to the bridge, yes.
And members of the public were not allowed to just go on the highway without a lawful reason or justification on Huron Church Road?
No, the bridge was open. If members of the public wanted to go over to the States, they could have used that. But once they would have to enter at the expressway, which was very, a few kilometers south of the bridge.
Okay, but they had to move forward and go towards Ambassador Bridge, or else they could not just hang on Huron Church Road.
No, yeah, they could not stop, and no, but we didn't have that problem. We didn't, not to my recollection at this point, anyways. We had anybody stop and try and block that, but there was numerous threats of it, And that's why we would reevaluate every single day to where the traffic plan was and when can we start demobilization of that traffic plan. It was very measured and very conscious of what the intelligence was and what the potential threat of protesters coming back to block the bridge. Again, open sources where we were hearing people asking other protesters from Ottawa and Toronto to come down to Windsor. We're going to come at them again. We're going to block the bridge again. This was daily. So we would reevaluate with our intelligence, our information every day, and then act accordingly from there.
So were there any situations where the traffic management plan was helpful in preventing any blockades?
It was helpful every day.
Yeah.
I know it was a major inconvenience for the citizens of Windsor. And I think the mayor explained it well. People on the West End trying to get to the other side, of the east side of Huron Church was very difficult. I would hear it on the radio myself of our local radio stations and, the frustration of the people because that was closed, or not closed, but that was, we were controlling those roadways for a considerable amount of time. So we understood the frustration, but that's why we would reevaluate every day. We really understood the importance of maintaining that posture there by the bridge to ensure that we wouldn't lose it again.
And just moving on to February 14th, the day there was a declaration of emergencies by the federal government. I'm wondering if you had any, because of the injunction was enforced, the AMCPA was in place, you had a traffic management plan. Is there anything that the Emergencies Act added to the situation or helped you in any ways in preventing further blockades?
I can't say operationally that we didn't use the Emergencies Act after that, but I can't imagine it didn't dissuade people from coming back. But that's just a speculation. We did not use the Emergencies Act at all.
So you would say it may have had a dissuasive effect, but it was not used on the ground.
That's correct.
And moving further down the timeline, just to wrap up the Windsor story, the WPS and OPP adopted a demobilization plan as well, which it lasted until March 13 to fully demobilize. I think OPP, it seems a bit long. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, if I'm a citizen of Windsor trying to cross, yeah, it seemed long, but we really felt it was necessary. And again, we're relying on the experience of the Ontario Provincial Police in these matters. So we would take their advice. We did, in the demobilization, we did modify the plan more than once because of those reevaluations daily of, hey, are we at a spot where we can open up a little more than the plan says? And we did that probably 3 or 4 times throughout those weeks. And but it was very important to us, especially when we got up to Tecumseh Road, to take a very measured approach on reopening. We were very paranoid about it happening again.
Was there any threats, any intelligence about a possible blockade happening further down?
Just on open source. So I don't recall any credible intelligence or information from law enforcement, but that's just my recollection right now. I could be wrong. Stand to be corrected on that. But certainly on open source, on all the social media, we had heard numerous pleas and numerous threats that it was going to happen again.
Now that the Windsor story is complete, I just want to go to lessons learned, concluding questions for just a few questions. Would it be possible to pull up WPS 000002? It's the same documents that we viewed earlier about the debriefing by WPS about the Freedom Convoy event. If we can go on page 19, please. there's a mention about it's areas to improve about the initial patrol response, which I understand is before the blockade happened or before OPP arrived. It mentions areas to improve, issues with the operational plan. Is that in reference to the February 4th plan?
I can't answer that at that point. That's not my document. I don't know what that's referencing. I would assume that that's what it's referencing. But again, we were a medium-sized service trying to police the city and deal with this at the same time. So, and just because everyone didn't know about an operational plan and the ins and outs of an operational plan, you know, some of these opinions may come from that, right? Like they didn't know what the, you know, we weren't communicating what the operational plan is to everyone in the organization.
In your witness summary, you mentioned that if WPS had a public order unit at the time, it would have been able to come up with a better plan in responding to the initial stages of the blockade.
We may have. It was very, even I think the protesters were disorganized at the very beginning, probably at the height of, because we talked about this fractured leadership that they had, they were probably as disorganized at the beginning as throughout the whole protest. So if we would have had a public order unit in place and the experience and the subject matter experts, I would think that we might have been able to act accordingly because of the just the state of that initial few hours. But again, that's an assumption by me. I don't know. I don't have that experience of public order.
And it says also on that same slide, on the second point on the left side, extremely resource intensive, only a fraction of patrol officers remained to take calls. Patrol personnel were totally burned out. So it was not just a POU issue, it was a resource issue as well.
It was an enormous resource issue. Again, this is an opinion that someone had, but certainly we had nowhere else to draw from other than our regular patrol and investigative personnel to police the bridge. So were our patrol personnel very tired and getting very burned out? I imagine they were, as were the OPP and all the other municipal officers that came into town for sure.
I would like to pull up COM 0000822. It's the adequacy and effectiveness of police services regulation, which I assume you're familiar with.
I didn't quite hear which regulation is it?
Sorry, it's the adequacy and effectiveness of police services regulation. It's under the Police Services Act.
Yes.
Okay, and under section 18, it mentions that police forces shall have a public order unit. Despite subsection 2 says, despite subsection 1, a board may enter into an agreement to provide the services through another police force. Are you aware of any agreement with another police force to have a public order unit dispatched in case of a public order event?
We do not have a formal agreement with another police force. I think what in our policy is mirrors this adequacy standard and this legislation. Essentially, what our policy says that we shall enter into an agreement in the event we need one. Like for instance, the London Police had one right away when we asked for help, and we signed it. Well, the mayor signed it, I think. So it certainly, no one asked us to do that, but certainly we are ready to, upon requirement, we would enter into an agreement for sure.
I think I have the policy you're mentioning. Can we pull up WPS 00001877? I think that's a policy about public order units deployment and the possibility of entering into an agreement.
That's correct.
Do you recognize?
Yep, that's correct.
Is that the one you were mentioning?
Exactly.
Okay. And is this the version that was enforced during the Freedom Convoy events?
Yes, I'm assuming it is, yes.
Okay. Can we go at point D on page 2, please? As you mentioned, it says that the service shall provide a service of a public order unit through the provisions of an agreement with the OPP.
That's correct.
I'm just not sure I understand why such an agreement was not entered upon prior to the Freedom Convoy events. And
so that is very explainable. So the OPP provides many services to many municipal services throughout the province. For instance, we don't have a dive team. We don't have an agreement to use the dive team. When we need to use the divers, we have a formal request, chief, to the commissioner. We would like to use your dive team for this this investigation. No problem. They get sent down. There's no agreement. We need a technical expert in, say, in vehicles with extracting information from the computers. The OPP have those. Informal request goes to our chief, to the commissioner, comes back, no problem. Here you go. So there's no agreement for any of that. It's a chief-to-chief request, and certainly this is no different. If the commissioner would have come and said, "Hey, we have an agreement. Would you please sign it?" I'm pretty sure our board would have signed it immediately.
But this offer from the commissioner never came to.
No, we never. As far as I know, we never received any agreement except from the London Police Service.
And you mentioned formal versus informal requests for assistance. I just want to make sure I understand what's the difference between the two, especially as it relates to public order units or assistance at large to a public order event. In your view, what's the difference between a formal or informal?
Okay,
request?
so perfect example of informal request was this emergency preparedness committee that I sit on for the OACP. Again, we're meeting at least 2-3 times a week on Zoom or Teams or whatever it was. And the discussion at this time before our blockade was focusing on Ottawa and the Toronto weekend protests that were happening every weekend. So amongst police leaders at our ranks and superintendent, inspector, those were the requests saying, okay, who can send people to Ottawa? It necessarily wasn't POU specific, but it was who can spare some bodies for Ottawa or who can send people to Toronto. So after our blockade was concluded, months went by, Ottawa had 2 other pretty robust protests, Rolling Thunder, and there was another one, I don't remember the name of it. But we sent people from Windsor because they needed people on ground. We don't have public order, but we sent resources because, you know, that was the right thing to do. And we felt that we really had a debt to actually pay for a lot of the other services. So that's just an example of an informal request. They would eventually be formalized through the chiefs, which again is covered in the Police Act. Chief makes a request to the commissioner, and that's one of the ways that those formal requests are made. I can't see that a superintendent is going to authorize these requests without the chief knowing. So,
and on February 4th, we know that Chief Mizuno had a call with Commissioner Carrick asking for assistance with that. But I think you mentioned it was not a formal request for assistance. Do you know why?
No, I can't really comment because I didn't know about that directly. Like I wasn't involved in that conversation. What I did get, well, I think my testimony was that Chief Mizuno asked me to contact Chief Superintendent Thib because that was a small request and that wasn't a POU request. That was a local request to get local resources from the local detachments. And I don't think that is something that necessarily the commissioner was concerned with, a local request to the local detachments.
And however, your request, when you reach out to Dwight Tibb on the same day, would that be considered a formal request under the Police Services Act?
Yes, I would think that just the formal request of resources locally, and the commissioner knew about it through the conversation with the chief. And but that was my direction. I was told to call Chief Superintendent Thib, and that was my direction, and that's what I did.
And under the Police Services Act, I'm sure you're familiar, it's not necessary to pull it up, but the commissioner of OPP has to provide the resources it deems he deems or she deems necessary in response to a formal request for assistance. I'm wondering, there was no request provided on February 4th. I'm wondering, do you have any idea why is that?
I don't know. I don't. I think at the beginning of that process, we didn't have as big of an event on our hands.
Perfect. I have no further questions. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, so first up is the City of Windsor.
So many of our questions, this is Jennifer King, Counsel for the City of Windsor. Most of our questions have already been canvassed. I do have a series of questions on one topic, the Windsor-Detroit Marathon. Deputy Chief, you are a longtime resident of Windsor, Essex?
That's correct. Yeah. My whole life.
Then I would expect you're familiar with the Windsor-Detroit Marathon.
I am.
And you're familiar with the road closures and restrictions during the marathon?
Yes.
Mayor Dilkens was asked some questions about the closure of the Ambassador Bridge during the marathon this summer.
Yes.
Yes, and you were here for his testimony?
I was.
You'll agree with me that generally during the marathon, traffic is only restricted on the bridge, not entirely closed.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know that. I've never run the marathon, so I don't know. I would like to, but no, I don't know if it's restricted or completely closed, but either way, it's for a very small period of time.
Okay, and so that's generally early in the morning on a Sunday?
It's always on a Sunday. I've worked it. It's always on a Sunday. It's usually very early, like 6, 7 in the morning, yes, for maybe a couple hours.
Okay, well, it's our understanding that generally it's only entirely closed this year. It was only entirely closed this year because there was construction at the same time. Were you aware that there was construction on the bridge this year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all of my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, my name is Andrew Gibbs, and I'm one of the counsel with the Government of Canada. Just briefly touching on some of the testimony you've given already, you mentioned that the leadership was quite divided and you used the word faction.
Fractured.
Fractured.
Yes, that's how I would describe it. Yes, that was my opinion.
Okay, and so there were in fact multiple leaders and it made it very difficult to determine who was in charge.
That's correct. That's what it seemed like.
You also described the situation as dynamic. Would you say it was fluid?
Yes.
Unpredictable?
Yes.
Volatile?
Yes.
And aggressive?
Yes, at times.
At times. On February 10th, were there threats made to block or blockade the Windsor Police Services headquarters?
Yes.
And why would that have been a concern to you?
Well, I mean, it impacts our daily operations greatly. Our fleet vehicles are parked in the basement. I would imagine exiting and entering the building, if it's blocked, would be very difficult. It would impact our employees coming in and out of work, I would imagine. It would just impact every piece of our operating, our operations every day.
And for those of us who are not police officers, that would mean you couldn't come and help people if they called 911.
That's exactly right.
Were there also threats to block the Windsor-Detroit tunnel?
Yes, there were.
And the Windsor airport?
Yes, there were.
And those threats did not materialize?
No.
But you couldn't ignore them?
No, we had to deploy resources to all 3 of those places that you mentioned, as well as very concerning, that whole corridor where our headquarters is, it has hospitals and essential services that if that area got blocked, it would have caused enormous problems for us, and not mentioning the tunnel with what the mayor said was thousands of people going over there to work.
You also mentioned, just in terms of general public safety and officer safety concerns, there was a bomb threat at the mayor's house
Yes.
That also took resources. I believe he mentioned 2 to 3 police cars were there for a week or 2.
Yes, that's correct.
There was a bomb threat behind the police lines on February 12th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it turned out to be not credible.
That's correct.
But the threat was made.
That we had to deal with, yes. It was
And it was
made and we had to
investigated.
put resources to it, investigate it, and yes.
Was there also a drone flying over, a protester drone flying over the police enforcement operation on February 12th?
I imagine there was. I don't know for sure, but I imagine there was all kinds of live footage that we were watching in the EOC that was open source, and that was part of it.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned that it was cold and there was snow. The officers were putting in a lot of overtime.
Yes, I canceled the days off from, I think I'd have to check the dates, but I canceled a week of rest days of our own officers, let alone the ask from the OPP and the municipal forces to be away from home and cancel their days off as well. So yes, it was long days.
So there was a lot of tension.
Absolutely.
And I think you said people were burnt out.
Yes.
There are also mention of children being involved. I believe the mayor mentioned that children were involved at the protest, and particularly when the police enforcement action was scheduled to take place on February 12th.
Yes.
What impact does the presence of children in a mass protest have on police operations?
Well, the unpredictability of any crowd gathering is a enormous consideration for us. But in something like that, we had to make plans with Children's Aid Society on arrest plans. We had resources dedicated to just Children's Aid. Obviously, there's a huge safety concern. There was talk on open source communications that they were going to use children as human shields at one point. So there was all kinds of considerations for us to keep the welfare of children, very, safe.
Mr. Clerk, can we please turn up OPP 404539 and go to page 41 on this point? So Carl de Graaf, you know who this is?
Yes, sir.
And this is an email from Carl de Graaf to Dana Early, the OPP Joint Commander, the Unified Command you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
FYI regarding using children as a defensive tactic, and this is sent on February 11th. If you'll scroll down, please, Clerk. This appears to be an exchange of tweets. Thank you. As more children are with us, as less option to power for police, children is our best weapon against them. And someone responds essentially that this is an evil strategy. Children are not. With guns, cold water, and gas. Is that consistent with the information that you were receiving with respect to children being used as what you said, human shields?
That's correct.
Thank you. I only have a few minutes left, so I understand that in summary, you've answered a lot of these questions already, but I think you'd mentioned that they were burnt out, the officers were burnt out. I believe you said they were spread very thin across the province. Is that correct?
That was my opinion, that police resources across the province were getting spread thin, yes.
So that would involve all police resources?
Certainly, because of the asks on the EPC committee and the public order being spread thin, and for sure.
And so there are a series of documents, I won't go through them, but you were taken at one point to the justification for the 100 officers. And if that, Mr. Clerk, is at WPS 60610. And Commission Council took you to some of the basic numbers. I'd like to go to page 2, where you mentioned that, scroll down a bit, I think there should be a reference that says that currently officers are being outnumbered and surrounded by protesters when confronted or approached. Yes. Is that an accurate description?
Absolutely. I watched it myself on open source YouTube channels.
And you mentioned that you were trying to continue the regular Windsor policing at that time.
That's correct.
Because regular city life involves all sorts of things that sometimes require police assistance.
Yes, we have a very busy police service, yes.
And would you think it would be fair to say that every city in the province of Ontario would involve that type of requirements for their police services?
Absolutely.
And they were also being stretched thin?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this would happen essentially across the country, would it not?
It's my opinion, yes, for sure.
And so, turning lastly to the resurgence, you've mentioned that you were quite concerned, or the Windsor Police Force were quite concerned, as was the mayor, that they could return, the protesters could return.
That's correct.
And in fact, Interim Chief Belair submitted an affidavit in support of the Windsor City motion to extend the injunction indefinitely. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I won't pull it up, but Interim Chief Belair swore an affidavit, which is found at WPS 6049, and in particular at paragraphs 44 to 54. He states that based on, and I'm paraphrasing, but based on monitoring of social media, demonstrators are asking more locals to join, more vehicles are traveling to the area, social media indicating further action from protesters expected, quote, it's not over, quote, regroup, quote, we are not done, quote, slow roll is next, and finally, quote, civil wartime. Anti-police comments are also observed, and the February 15th convoy of several transport trucks from Ottawa en route to Windsor was intercepted by police.
That's correct.
And in fact, Justice Morowitz, based on that evidence and other evidence, granted the interim injunction indefinitely.
That's correct.
Now, you stated that you did not use the Emergencies Act, sir, but is it fair to say that that's because this resurgence did not materialize?
That's what, yes, that's a fair to say for sure.
So in fact, we don't know if it would have been needed.
Absolutely.
And finally, with all of these local protests in all of the cities that you'd mentioned, including Sarnia, Toronto, Ottawa, Cornwall, Quebec City, Emerson, Coutts, and Surrey, British Columbia, and others, when the location and duration of a blockade is unpredictable, and when police resources are stretched thin and the officers are exhausted, would you agree that this leads to an increased risk of safety and security for the officers and the general public?
Certainly could.
And that would exist wherever those protests may pop up?
That's correct.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund. And Citizens for Freedom.
Mr. Commissioner and Deputy Chief, aware of the 10 minutes allotted here and brief as possible. Mr. Registrar, can we pull off WPS 60102? Again, Deputy Chief, it's Antoine Dailly, Councilor for Citizens for Freedom. In the interest of limited time, if you could answer yes or no where possible. Is it your understanding that there's CCTV cameras posted along the various intersections on Huron Church Road?
Yes, traffic cameras, yes.
And those cameras include at EC Row in Huron Church, which is about 4 kilometers away from the mouth of the bridge.
Not aware of EC Row. Could be.
How about Huron Church at Tecumseh, about 1 kilometer from the bridge?
Yes.
And then Huron Church at College, which is about 50 meters from the foot of the bridge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this photo here, is this from a CCTV camera?
I'm going to say that's probably a drone picture.
That one's from a drone?
Yep.
Was somebody monitoring the CCTV cameras during the demonstration?
Yes, they were actively being monitored.
And was this happening at the EOC?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that live CCTV footage, or at least, frequent screenshots, are normally available to the public online of some
yes.
of the CCTV cameras? Correct. And was there ever a decision made by Windsor Police Service to restrict access of these cameras to the public?
No. To be honest, we didn't. This CCTV camera was not very helpful, and the one at college was old, and we had to put up our own camera, to be honest.
Okay, but there was no decision to deliberately restrict access. No. Understood. This looks like the beginnings of what may form a blockade, and it looks like the police have vehicles there. Is this the Tecumseh and Huron Church intersection?
That's correct.
And so this is about 1 kilometer away from the foot of the bridge, is that correct?
Approximately.
And do you have any idea of when this particular photo was taken?
No idea. This was a dynamic intersection as well. It would be like this. It would be 50 cars there. It was dynamic.
Would it be fair to say this would be closer to the beginning of the protest activity on Huron Church?
I don't know.
Okay. You spoke earlier about this bear hug strategy and indicating that there's almost like this plaza around the mouth of the bridge. Is it fair to say that there's 2 ingress points and 2 egress points from the border itself?
I'm only aware of 1 egress, or sorry, 1, no, wait, 2 egress and 2 in. Yes, sorry, you're correct.
Right, and so you've got the northbound and southbound lanes coming out that main entrance, and then 2 ancillary roads coming out to Wyandotte Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we heard earlier in terms of the police establishing a circle of control or a perimeter. Would it be fair to say that that perimeter would be then set out around those points of ingress and egress?
That was part of it, but it was expanded to, the intersections on Huron Church, and expanded that way. But for sure, those would be part of it.
And do you have any indication when that initial circle of control was established?
No, I don't.
Is it your understanding that on February 10th, a plan had already been put in place for Windsor Police Service to remove the protesters on Saturday, February 12th?
There was discussions amongst the POU plan of what day it would be actioned, but I don't know exactly when it was. But that was one of the initial plans, one of the initial days.
Mr. Registrar, can we pull up WPS 7042 and page 2 of that document, please? I understand these are notes by Superintendent Carl DeGraff. We're unable to see who this email was sent to or from. Did you ever have a chance to see this email or the contents of Mr. Inspector DeGraff's update?
I probably saw this at some point, but I don't recall it.
And so is it fair to assume that this was indeed produced February 10th, that Inspector DeGraff reports there's no significant issues with managing the protesting and the numbers have remained consistent compared to the last 3 days?
It could be. So Inspector DeGraff worked mainly days, and at night, I put myself on nights because of this. My experience in these kind of situations, that's when it ramps up.
Understood. And can we scroll down a little bit further here to the 6th point? Right. And so on February 10th, so this is before the city or the AMPA apply for their injunction, there's already an arrest plan in place. There's already an idea that removal is going to begin on Saturday, and there's already indications that Children's Aid will be involved. Is that correct?
It was probably in the development of the plan. That's correct.
And you had indicated that at some point right around February 10th, there was a shift to this joint command with OPP. Are you aware whether or not this plan was produced before or after joint command was established?
Well, this would have been after, because OPP was in charge of the POU plan of developing it.
Understood. Mr. Registrar, can we pull up CFF 50106? So, Deputy Chief, you spent some time in the EOC and had a good visual in terms of what was going on throughout the week.
21 days.
All right, and so is this an accurate depiction, I suppose, of the protests and the police on February 12th, being the Saturday.
That looks accurate, yeah.
And can you identify which intersection this is at? Would that be Huron Church and College?
It looks like to College to me with the berm on the top left there. It looks the university property, but I can't say for sure, but that's what it looks like.
And it does look like there then on the northbound lanes, there's a number of police cars in those 3 or 4 northbound lanes there. And behind the police line, there's a number of police vehicles there as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it appears there may be a small number of protester vehicles in the southbound lanes, both in front and behind that police line. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me that the police reports that were produced indicated that a towing plan was successfully executed on February 12th and 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And earlier you mentioned multiple threats that were made or received. Do you agree with me that although resources are required to investigate and respond, not all threats and social media posts are credible?
Yes, for sure.
And would you also agree with me that the threats, whether it's to the airport or the police station or these bomb threats, by and large, did not materialize?
No, but credible or not, we still have to
understand. The resources have to be dedicated.
Yes, for sure.
If I could pull up 2 multimedia database videos, you had indicated earlier that police were in general respectful of protesting on the sidewalk and that you understood that this was part of the injunction that lawful protest was still allowed as long as you're not impeding traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if we could put this first video up again, that's CFF 6015. It's a 30-second video here. Meanwhile,
To inform you guys all, you are currently within the exclusion zone that we previously had this morning. POU is going to come arrest everybody for mischief if you do not leave. You need to get past the traffic point down to Tecumseh Road. Sidewalk. It's part of the exclusion zone.
You guys told us to come here.
We're telling you now. You're contradicting yourself now. We're telling you right now.
We're giving you the chance to move. You're putting your foot in your mouth now because you told us.
That's fine. You can stay here and get arrested. That is fine. That's up to you.
You have room for all that.
okay, and then if we could pull up one more video as well, CFF 704. And while that video is coming up, Deputy Chief, would you agree with me that the records indicate that there was at least 44 arrests and that the majority of people that were arrested were charged with both mischief and for disobeying a court order?
That's correct.
Let's watch this video here.
Back. Back. Pressing. Whoa. Move back now. Back. You'll be arrested.
Would you agree with me that it appears that there's a woman sitting peacefully on the grass there being arrested?
Yes, but the roadway here under legislation is fence line to fence line.
Okay,
We're trying to establish a perimeter in a controlled area. That's what we're doing.
But the sidewalk and the grass are both on the interior of the fence lines that you're alluding to.
Yes.
Do we agree that she's not impeding vehicular traffic from her location there?
I can agree with that, but we're trying to clear out an area, so that's why she is getting arrested.
Understood. And would you agree with me that both of the videos we just saw are in police enforcement probably on the weekend, either the 12th or the 13th of February?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, in terms of the past protests, I understand police were in charge of monitoring. They went back as far as June 24th, 2020. Do you recall about 100 protesters outside of the Windsor Essex County Health Unit when the first mask Section 22 order was implemented?
Yes, I do.
And do you also recall hundreds of protesters in front of City Hall when the city implemented a more restrictive mask mandate than the health unit did?
Yeah, I believe so.
And more than 100 protesters in January of 2021 marching down Olette, one of the main streets in Windsor, on the road towards the health unit with concerns about serious adverse reactions to a segment of the population from these vaccination mandates.
I don't recall that that's why, but I recall the walking on down Olette, yes.
And do you recall thousands of people, or at least 1,000 people at the flag, August 28th, 2021, 2021 with concerns about risks of serious bodily injury, talking about myocarditis and pericarditis, issues with vaccination.
I don't recall ever being a protest of 1,000 people, but weekly there was protests at the flag, yes.
Okay, what about September 29th? Do you agree that there was reports that there was hundreds of people protesting across the street from Windsor Regional Hospital because of the termination of nurses, doctors, and other frontline hospital staff?
Yes, I recall that.
And do you also recall a silent protest with at least 1,000 people at the flag on September 18th, 2021 in response to the termination of first responders and city employees by the City of Windsor?
Again, the reason I don't know, but yes, protests were happening weekly.
And do you also recall that instead of placing employees on a leave of absence until the end of the COVID-19 period as provided for in the Employment Standards Act and the infectious disease emergency leave, that the City of Windsor made a choice, an intimidating choice, threatening the economic security of many of its employees, that they would be terminated rather than on a leave of absence if they refused to accept the government's medicine into their body?
I remember a vaccine policy, but I don't know anything about that. I had nothing to do with that.
Are you aware of any Windsor police officers that no longer have a job because of their medical decisions?
No, I don't think so.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, next is the OPP.
Commissioner, good afternoon. And good afternoon, Deputy Chief. I'm Janine Cabersi, here representing the Ontario Provincial Police today. So we've heard your evidence further to questions from Commission Counsel regarding intelligence that the Windsor Police Service, you and your colleagues were aware of and receiving in late January and early February. You recall discussing that?
That's correct.
And so it seems to me it's accepted or well established at least that as far as you're concerned at the Windsor Police Service, that the communication flow, the receipt of the intelligence information prepared by the Intelligence Bureau at the OPP was, it was an effective communication system, the distribution for the Hendon reports.
Yes, I would say it's very effective.
Yes. And so in addition to that intelligence that you were receiving from the Ontario Provincial Police, I understand that Windsor Police Service also had some of its own intelligence and information that was being locally gathered.
That's correct.
Right. And would it be also fair to say that with all of that intelligence and the benefit of that information, it was still not entirely clear or certain what was going to happen as these slow rolls proceeded in the area of Windsor?
Yes, I agree with that completely.
Right. And so Windsor Police Service planned based on the information that you had.
Correct.
Is that fair? And also you were in regular communication with a number of your OPP colleagues at different levels across the organization.
That's correct.
Right. And so can we say that there was effective communication, information sharing, and cooperation that was taking place between the OPP and the Windsor Police Service throughout this time period?
Yes, I could say that.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a bit about the discussions that we've heard took place at the emergency committee. I'm not sure if that's
the preparedness committee, yes.
Emergency Preparedness Committee at the OACP, I understand.
Yes.
Yes, and you're a participant in that committee.
Yes.
And we heard that there was some discussion about what was happening in the region.
Mm-hmm.
And in particular, were you familiar with what was happening in the area of the Blue Water Bridge?
A little bit. Are you talking, you're referring to right before hours started or right in that same time period?
Right around that same
little bit
time
of-
period.
yes,
I
a little
believe a document was pulled up earlier today indicating that on around February 6th, there was some activity around the Blue Water Bridge and that the OPP had restricted or blocked parts of Highway 402.
Yes, I recall.
You're familiar with that?
Yep.
I expect we may hear a bit more evidence about that from Superintendent Dana Early from the OPP, who will be appearing here tomorrow. But from your awareness of the situation, I'd just like to ask you, is it possible or was it considered as an option in Windsor to try to execute something similar to what was done in the area of the Blue Water Bridge? Or are there simply differences in the situation that, lead to different decisions about planning?
Certainly, yes. We had those conversations. So to my understanding of the Blue Water Bridge, I'm well aware of the 402 coming off the 401. It's a one exit when you're going westbound. And there was farm equipment, from my recollection, trying to block that area. Police took a proactive stance there, the OPP, and stopped that one road coming off the 401. And like any highway, there's exits and entrances along the way, but limited. So a little bit more manageable from an emergency preparedness and emergency management, lens, where our infrastructure is kilometers long, side streets everywhere. So we did discuss blocking access to Huron Church. That leads to blocking access to the other, where the 401 splits at the Huron Church goes to Dougal. Well, Dougal goes right to our tunnel and the hospital and all these other things that we wanted to keep the traffic away from. We did not want to put any focus on the tunnel because that was our main access for our citizens that work in Detroit and in Michigan. Plus the hospital was a very big concern for us as well. So in those initial discussions, we did not have the resources. We couldn't, it was just logistically, there was no way we could block all those intersections and shut down Windsor essentially from incoming traffic like they did at 402.
Mm-hmm. So from what you're describing, even those of us who don't know the geography of Windsor as well as you do, it seems clear that just the geography and the nature of the approach to the Ambassador Bridge just gives rise to a lot more complications with any effort to stop the flow of traffic in that direction.
Absolutely.
So I understand that a plan was developed on around February 7th, I understand, to focus on the intersection right at the entrance to the bridge.
That's correct.
And would it be fair to say that based on the information that you knew at that point, that seemed to be a reasonable approach?
It was reasonable and really we, other than the fact that we didn't know what the tactic might be, that was the most reasonable tactic that we could use.
Right. And so ultimately that plan didn't prove to be successful in dealing with the blockade entirely. And then, as we've heard in the evidence, things started to develop very quickly and conversations were happening at different levels within the OPP regarding the provision of resources to assist Windsor in dealing with this developing blockade.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And we heard that a team of PLT officers was among the first of the officers that were deployed to Windsor to assist and lend their expertise.
That's correct.
And then in addition to that, there's been some discussion of the request for 100 officers. So I'd just like you to make clear for us when we're referring to those 100 officers, is it correct that you're referring to frontline uniform officers who might be described as officers who could take on general duties.
That's correct.
Patrolling, monitoring intersections.
That's exactly what
those sorts of duties.
Yes, that's correct.
So that number of officers certainly doesn't include the number of officers that might be required for a public order unit operation.
Absolutely not.
Right. And those determinations came later after the shared command or unified command, as it's also been referred to, was established starting on around February 10th when Superintendent Early arrived.
Correct.
Okay. Commission Council, moving to that time period, Commission Council referred you to an email, WPS 1440, that was the email that was sent to Superintendent Early seeking her approval for a public order unit plan. Oh, thank you for pulling that up. And you just reviewed this document with Commission Council, but I'd like to just pull up what I believe to be the attachment to this email, which is WPS 1441. Clerk, if you could please pull that up as well, just so that we can see that attachment. And Deputy Chief, I'd like you to just take a quick look at it to confirm that this is the public order deployment plan. It's dated February 12th.
Yes, that's it.
So this was developed by the planners that arrived with Superintendent Dana Early, and we're working with you.
That's correct. Like, yeah, they developed the plan. For sure.
Right. So there was, when you speak of the shared command or the unified command, it appears that an effective way of putting that into operation was to play to the strengths of the different organizations.
Exactly right.
Right. And since the OPP had POU experience and then some other planning experience, that was taken care of by the OPP team.
Absolutely, 100%. That was the again, especially with my background, that was the ask. That was the ask for them to come in and provide us their experience, and that's what they did admirably.
And given your local expertise in the city of Windsor and policing in the city of Windsor, obviously your focus might have been on issues that require that kind of expertise.
That's right.
Is that also fair? Okay.
But that being said, a lot of consultation went, afterwards of both ways. So.
Of course. I'd also just like to refer as well to OPP 4560 and ask you, Deputy Chief, were you also, or I expect you also had the opportunity to review the full set of plans that was prepared by the team?
That's correct.
So this is a package of documents that were prepared by the OPP, but if you scroll down, Clerk, I just want to bring this document to attention. If you could scroll down further, please, several pages. It also will include a copy of that public order plan, as well as some other supporting documents that supported the planning process. Okay, we can leave that for now. I expect we'll look at that in more detail with Superintendent Early. I'm mindful of the time, Commissioner. So I would like to also ask you, Deputy Chief, so as the plan was then, ready to be implemented, as determined by the command team, and this happened fairly quickly, as I understand it.
That's correct.
Some might be surprised to see that a plan containing all the required elements was produced within a matter of days, but that is the reality.
Well, that's a testament to the experience that they bring.
Okay. And we've heard some reference to the effectiveness of the OPP PLT officers who came onto the scene to support the work that some of the Windsor Police Service liaison officers had also been working towards in developing rapport and communication with the protesters. Yes?
That's correct.
I take it you became aware that on the 11th of February, there was an effort to come to some kind of resolution with the protesters who had indicated through a PLT officer that the protesters would like to speak to someone from the provincial government, and they were asking for a letter essentially to that effect.
Yes, that's correct.
You're familiar with that? Yes. So I'd just like to pull up that document, Mr. Clerk. It's WPS 1454. I believe my friend, Mr. Curry, I think alluded to this earlier, but I just like to pull it up on the screen and Deputy Chief, have you take a look at it. Right, so if we scroll down a little bit, we see that this is February 11th. It's addressed to Commissioner Parikh. And if we continue to scroll down, it's from Sylvia Jones. And it says the Government of Ontario is proposing that a meeting occur within an agreeable time period with a select group of protest leadership and so on. So you're familiar with this resolution attempt that was undertaken. I understand that this letter was delivered to the protesters on the evening of February 11th.
Yes, I'm
correct.
aware of that.
You know, but ultimately, it unfortunately did not lead to a resolution of the blockade.
That's correct.
Of the bridge, and in that regard, what I mean is the bridge continued to be blocked.
That's correct.
Okay. I might just have one moment. Deputy Chief, you were taken to a debrief document by Commission Council that had a number of comments about the experience that had taken place throughout the protest and the blockade, and then the resolution of the blockade. And you noted that you thought it was, you know, expressing opinions of particular individuals that were present there. I'd just like to ask you what, in your view, if you were asked to debrief, what would you say were the lessons learned, the things that worked or things that didn't work?
I think that a lot of the document is true. Like, you know, like this document is all about transparency for us. We're trying to improve. We're trying to develop policy and procedure that can maybe at one day mirror the experience of the OPP. So these kind of things like internal communication was a big one. Improving that, improving who was actually in the EOC, not at the command table, but in the EOC for, like, say, for finance and for maybe the executive officer, the chief should have been there for a better communication, for internal communication. These are the things that, you know, we right away realized that, you know, we're learning, and certainly there would be some changes, but the things that worked were when the OPP came into town, we were completely welcoming, and that seamless integration of Superintendent Early's team with our team, everybody was pulling the rope in the same direction. And that was what helped us. That was our success.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next is former Chief Slowly's counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Chief Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. Just a few minutes and just a few questions.
Okay.
Just to get your help as a person who's been in policing as long as you have been and holding the roles that you are holding, the positions and ranks that you have held.
Mhm.
You mentioned the limitations on the service's ability to act on information as opposed to intelligence. Do you recall that?
I don't. No, I don't. Like, if that's what I said, I don't know if we had an inability to act on information. It was the inability, or maybe the desire to act on information at times that was not legitimate or confirmed or things like that. That's
Fair
maybe
enough.
what I meant.
Maybe I can ask you about this. Your colleague, who's in the role now of chief, Chief Belair.
Yes.
He gave a statement to the Commission Council. I'm not going to turn it up, but can I just read you this? He isn't going to testify, so I'm just going to get you to see whether he has captured the idea that you have, that I understood you were expressing. And this is in relation to the February 6th information about the slow roll and the possibility that protesters had threatened to block the Ambassador Bridge. You recall that on the 6th, learning that.
Yes, sir.
What Chief Belair said, and this is just for reference on page 2 of his statement. He said, however, he stated that he was reluctant to interfere with the flow of traffic to and from the bridge in the absence of compelling intelligence because of the importance of the bridge to international trade.
Okay.
Is that a sentiment that you agree with?
As a critical incident commander, I mean, I can't disagree with it, but I certainly was not willing to interject in that point to escalate the situation.
Right. In other words, you weren't going to be, on the basis of what you had heard of a threat, you weren't going to go closing roads all over town and disrupt things. And I don't know how, when you say earlier that you were following the events in Ottawa, you understood that that was a much larger, much more significant and complex protest than the one that you were dealing with.
I would agree.
The number of vehicles that actually blocked this critical infrastructure strikes me as a very small number. Do you agree?
Well, compared to what Ottawa was dealing with, I would say yes. But I mean, we at times we were estimating up to 100, 150 vehicles.
150. And the low end, for the commissioner's purposes, sometimes I saw numbers that were below 50 even as they came and went.
I'd have to trust you on that. I don't.
Okay. No, that's we'll.
I mean, my intelligence was going by drone shots and things like that. I'm 10 kilometers away, right?
Very hard to get actual information about it. Tell the commissioner, if you would, please, where were these plates? Where were these vehicles coming from? What do you got on the plates?
Ontario. Most of them. There were some locals as we ran plates. The officers on grounds running plates. There was different areas of the province.
Right.
I would say mostly Ontario, though.
And were there any from outside of Ontario?
I don't recall. Sorry, I really don't.
Okay. And therefore, we wouldn't know, you wouldn't have any good intelligence as to whether any of them had originated at the protest in Ottawa and then come down to Windsor.
No.
A couple of then just very quick things, resources. If I understand what you were telling us, when resources were required, and it was obvious that, first of all, the Windsor Police Service was overwhelmed by this, couldn't handle it itself.
Yes.
The main goal is to get the resources in town, and you can formalize the requests afterwards. I think you talked about inspector to inspector, and then having a more formal request go from the chief to the chief as needed. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
And you were asked by my friends from the commission about whether you knew about the fact that the chief, that is your chief, had sent a letter to the minister, to Minister Jones, and or Solicitor General Jones and Minister Mendocino on February 9th, and you indicated that you did not know that at the time.
Yeah, I don't think I did. I mean, I was working midnights at the time. I don't think I
did. And it reflects, doesn't it, what might be euphemistically referred to as the fog of war. There was a lot going on.
Yes, sir.
And the environment was very complex and complicated.
It was.
You couldn't be expected to know every single thing that was going on in the service.
No, I mean, we all had our roles. My role was critical incident command. I was either working or sleeping at that point.
Probably very little of the sleep.
The last, yes.
And then finally, can I just ask you a question about critical incident command?
Certainly.
First of all, you remain the police of jurisdiction. You've told us that.
That's correct.
Superintendent Early's, and she's coming here, but Superintendent Early described in her statement, and I anticipate she will say, that there was a delay in undertaking the operation as a consequence of the letter that that you've heard about and that you saw.
Okay.
Were you aware of that?
No, was not.
And did you know that the decision to delay the operation was reviewed by Commissioner Carrick and a Deputy Commissioner Harkins, who I'm going to use the language overruled, or at least expressed the view that Superintendent Early should not pause the enforcement out of concern about the potential impact of that letter from the Solicitor General. Were you aware of any of that?
I wouldn't know. I was not aware of that. I was aware of a possible date change, but I was not aware when it went back to the 12th.
And did you know that what Superintendent Early was concerned with was that if a letter was going to go to Windsor protesters from the Solicitor General, that it might have an impact up in Ottawa, and that maybe she thought we better get that letter up to Ottawa, which she did. Okay. Were you aware of any of that?
No, not at the time.
And then finally, am I right that you became aware that in terms of the chain of command and who needs to approve what, that before an OPP public order unit operation is rolled out, that it is not just up to the critical incident commander, but rather a deputy commissioner has to authorize that?
That is, I don't know that. That may be an OPP policy, but that certainly wasn't the Windsor policy.
Okay, right, understood.
Okay.
We can ask Superintendent Early. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Crowley. My name is David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Afternoon.
You served as the critical incident commander during the day shift. Is that correct? Or during the
night shift?
Night shift,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And in that regard, am I correct that you had operational autonomy to make necessary decisions under the incident command system?
That's correct.
And so you would be operating at the operational level?
That's correct.
And the level above you would be the chief at the strategic level?
That's correct.
But there's only one level above you, correct?
That's correct.
And so unlike in Ottawa, where we had an incident commander, an event commander, and a major incident commander, and then a chief, that wasn't comparable to the situation in Windsor, was it?
No, you're correct in saying that.
And Chief Mizuno and Deputy Belair respected your autonomy and didn't interfere with your operational decisions?
No, completely respected it, yes.
And that's an important aspect of how the incident command system is supposed to work. Am I correct?
You're correct.
And you shared command with the OPP, but that's because the Windsor Police Service recognized that in an operation of this nature, the OPP obviously had much more experience and expertise than the Windsor Police Service.
That's correct, yes.
Lessons learned from Ottawa. I believe you learned a number of lessons based on what had happened in Ottawa, and these are things that you would not otherwise have known. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And so in fact, I won't call up the document, but I believe in one of the documents, you talked about benefiting from the hindsight of Ottawa's experience, of enjoying the benefits of the hindsight from Ottawa's experience. And that impacted how Windsor decided to proceed, correct?
On certain things, the things that I talked about earlier, certainly, but not everything. I mean, like for instance, when the OPP came down and we started to share command and work as a team, that was just the way it went. Like that was an accepted practice in my book. That's how I want it to work.
Sure.
And I'm sure Superintendent Early will say the same thing, or should say the same thing, because it just worked that way.
And Another example of learning from Ottawa was, I believe we saw in one of the documents, again, I won't turn it up, when it came to looking at the message to be given to demonstrators. I think it was a bit of a cut and paste from what Ottawa had done, correct?
I can't confirm that, sorry.
I can call up the document if that'll help. It's WPS 401017. And so you'll see this is simply a prepared statement if required for future use. It very much mirrors what Ottawa Police put out, and I made very few changes to what they had. And then underneath, if you scroll down, you'll see that was the message given to demonstrators.
Okay, so just judging by the time, I was not at work yet. I was still on midnights of the email, but I certainly can't disagree that maybe it is the same.
Thank you very much. You can take that down. Thank you. From the outset, as I understand it, Windsor Police Service tried their very best to respect the right to peaceful assembly.
That's correct.
Keeping lines of communication open.
That's correct.
And very importantly, using police discretion.
That's correct.
And using police discretion means sometimes officers need to retreat when crowds get aggressive. In fact, I think you told us an example in which you witnessed that, correct?
It's part of their use of force model, yes.
And I want to just briefly conclude by talking about the intelligence. And I understand that the first Hendon report that has a possible reference to a blockade in Windsor was January 31st. But there wasn't a lot of information about it, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't know numbers, you didn't know dates. And although I understand after that, then on February 4th, I gather there were some social media reports suggesting a possible blockade. But again, not a lot of information.
That's correct, sir, yes.
And I understand that although you had some advance information then about a possible blockade on January 31st, February 4th, the specific operational plan wasn't in place when the bridge initially shut down on the 7th, correct?
You're talking about the public order plan?
Yes.
Yes, that was not in place, no.
And it's not always possible to be completely prepared in advance. Is that fair?
It is fair, yes.
And so I believe on February 8th, there was a general request we heard to the OPP for officers. And that was followed on February 9th with that letter that we saw earlier for the 100 officers, which gave some information. But that didn't provide a complete plan, was it?
No, it was not a complete plan at all.
And ultimately, what was required was a POU operation was necessary to end the matter.
Yes, sir.
And that means there's going to be arrests, there's going to be criminal charges.
Likely.
And it's an escalation.
That's correct. It is an escalation for sure.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, next are is the National Police Federation.
Hi there, this is Lauren Pierce for the National Police Federation. Our questions have been asked already. We have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next are the convoy organizers.
Good evening. For the record, Brendan Miller, appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in the city of Ottawa in January, February. Sir, if we could first, Master Clark, just the document that my friend referred to, OPP ending bunch of zeros 4539, could we bring that up and go to the page that he was on, page 42, where that tweet is? Okay, so that's the tweet that my friend put to you earlier. Fair?
Fair.
All right, and can we scroll down with the commentary? Okay. Who is that individual? Do you know who posted that?
I have no idea. I don't even know if I ever saw this back then.
You don't know if they even were at the Windsor Bridge?
I don't know.
Right? You don't even know if that's a real account?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you agree with me? I just want to put sort of as I understand, and these are not my words I'm about to put to you, but I want to know if you agree with the following with respect to online social media and spaces. So the anonymity of an online space allows individuals to post commentary that they would not normally say in public. Many posts in this space are best articulated, and again, this is not my words, as shit posting. Confirmation bias. Strategic analysis must be driven by direct evidence collection and assessment as opposed to reliance on social media posting as it lacks context and where the poster's bias may not be considered. Would you agree with that?
Potentially, yes. But I can say that, like I said, I don't even think I saw this. But when it talks about real evidence, when I heard the protesters themselves on the open chat talking about human shields, children as human shields, and seeing a picture with children holding hands across the intersection at here in church and college in the early stages, that's hard evidence for me.
Okay. And of course, you followed up on investigating that and making sure that, you know, that wasn't an issue?
Our special investigations unit was definitely involved, and they deal with the children, the crimes against children, along with CAS for sure.
Okay. Can we scroll down to page 44, please? Okay, and so this is your an OPP intelligence assessment of Windsor. Can we scroll down? And do you want to just take a minute to read that?
What's the date on this, sir? 12th. Okay, thank you. 4 in the morning.
And you can agree there that the report there from the 12th from OPP says no persons were observed outside. There was no children were observed, but believed to be inside a camper. If we can scroll down. Only Canadian flags observed. That's it. So you can agree based on that report, as of the 12th, according to the OPP, that wasn't really an issue.
Not at this time, for sure.
And again, you agree possibly with what I said to you with respect to essentially the validity of relying on social media alone, right?
We did not rely on it alone, but I would agree with that. You cannot rely on it alone, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Hi there, Christine Johnson for the Ottawa Residents and Businesses. We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, next is the City of Ottawa.
Good evening, Deputy Chief. My name is Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa. Mr. Clerk, if we could put up WPS 60216. All right, and if we could go to page 8. Well, actually, let's just identify the document first. Oh, there we go. Deputy Chief, these are the scribe notes for the critical incident commanders during the period in question. Is that correct?
These are the Windsor scribe notes, yes.
Sorry, the WPS scribe notes, right, for the Windsor
Oh, sorry, I
CIC.
didn't hear you say that. Yes, they're
Yes.
WPS scribe notes for the, yes.
I may not have said it. It's late in the day, and
Yeah, I
thank
hear
you
you.
for that. And so these would have been scribe notes for you during what we're calling the midnight shifts and Inspector DeGraff during the day shift. Fair?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And we've heard some evidence from the mayor this morning about he's being reminded or advised at some point that he perhaps should not have made the concerns about making specific requests for additional resources public. And I just wanted to go to page 8 of this document first. Just to situate us in time, do you see the date there, Deputy Chief, February 9th?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to page 11, it'll be still February 9th, but just to situate us. At timestamp of 11:35, please, Mr. Clerk, if we could scroll down. Do you see there, it says CIC, Superintendent Mike McDonnell, and he's superintendent with the OPP, correct?
That's correct.
And then it says comms OPP liaison via phone, CIC relay message from him, being Superintendent McDonnell, to Chief and also to Mayor, not discuss any requests for additional resources, goes against / contrary messaging from OPP and RCMP, prompts protesters to gather strength and intensity, that should perhaps be intensify, presence. You see that?
Yes.
So I take it that Superintendent McDonnell from the OPP was asking the Windsor CIC to relay to the Chief of Police and to the Mayor their advice or their request that any request for additional resources not be discussed publicly. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And if we scroll to the 11:35 timestamp, that message, I guess, was relayed, correct?
I'm assuming this was a day shift, so I wasn't there for this, but I'm assuming it was relayed, yes.
If it's in the scribe notes, fair to assume that
It's
it was
fair.
in fact relayed?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next call on the government of Alberta.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Stephanie Bose, appearing on behalf of the government of Alberta. I just have a couple of questions today. You've already been taken to the letter that was sent by Chief Mizuno to both Minister Blair and Minister Jones. I don't intend to call that up again, but I understand from your responses to Commission Council's questions earlier that you were not aware of that letter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of the requests within that letter was a request for tow trucks, including heavy tow trucks for large transport vehicles. Is it fair to say that you were not aware of this request for tow trucks as well?
It could be. I don't recall, to be honest. I know that we were in need of those kind of services. We only had the one contracted service in Windsor, but I can't say that if I knew that or not.
Do you recall if you received any assistance in the form of tow trucks?
At the POU Action Day, we did receive help from the state of Michigan. They ended up sending a handful of tow trucks over to Windsor. They were staged at Micmac Park, which is approximately 4 kilometers from the bridge, but we did not use them.
Okay. And are you aware if there was any response ever received by the Windsor Police Service to those requests from Minister Blair or Minister Jones?
I'm not aware of any.
All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions today.
Thank you.
Okay, next call on the Windsor Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I am Tom McCrae for Windsor Police Service. Can I ask you to go, please, to a document that was shown to you earlier, WPS 501441, please? Could you please tell us whose flashes are on that first page?
That would be the Ontario Provincial Police, the Windsor Police, the London Police, and the flash of the RCMP.
In addition to those police services, who else assisted Windsor Police Service in its operations at the Ambassador Bridge?
We had assistance from the Hamilton Police Service, from the Waterloo Police Service. Off the top of my head, that may be it.
Thank you. Could I ask Mr. Clerk that you call up a witness statement of Catherine Diodati? It's 6062. For context, Ms. Diodati is a protester who is present in Windsor. I understand the commission does not intend to call her, but intends to submit her witness statement in evidence. Could you go please to the third page, about halfway down? A little more. That's perfect. That's perfect. It says at 7 p.m., the injunction came into effect. Ms. Diodati said that by 7:30 p.m., a young police officer was handing out sheets of paper which explained the terms of the injunction and the potential consequences for failing to comply with it, including fines and confiscation of property. Can you assist the commission, Deputy Chief, by advising us as to the best of your knowledge, what other efforts were made to inform the public of the terms of the injunction and generally the legal consequences of the protest?
Certainly. So we utilized mainstream media. We utilized social media. We printed the documents, put them on telephone poles, jersey barriers, anywhere we could. We handed flyers out to the protesters. We made every effort we could with every source of media that we could to educate people on the existence of it. And the consequences would be, of course, charge of a criminal charge of disobeying a court order.
Thank you. The statement continues, Ms. Diodati said she asked the officer, what does this mean in terms of legality of protest? Will someone arrest us? She observed that the officer was shaking, which surprised her. She said that she thought that the officer must have heard that the protesters were violent, so she told the officer, you're safe, it's okay, none of us have ever been violent. Was there violence during the context of, or during this blockade at the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
The next paragraph, it says, on Saturday, February 12th, Ms. Diodati went to Huron Church Road near College Road. Ms. Diodati said the area was barricaded by police and the intersection looked like a war zone, which did not fit with the joyful atmosphere. Ms. Diodati recalled that she also spoke to a police officer from the East Coast. She said, look at these heavy armored vehicles and firearms. What are you planning to do with us? On the 12th, were there armored vehicles in the neighborhood of the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes, sir.
What was their purpose?
Well, they potentially have numerous purposes. They can be used to block intersections to assist us in that capacity. In this state on the 12th, they were there to, you can imagine the unpredictability of an event of this kind at this point. So in critical incident command, there's a saying that would rather be looking at it than asking for it. So typically those are held for a higher ground. An officer can be at the top of, it's a very high vehicle, can see the crowd from a better perspective. And also it is essentially sat back in case we need it for crowd control or anything worse.
Other than these policing purposes you described, was there any other purpose for these vehicles?
No, not at all.
You told my friend, Mr. Michikowski for the Ottawa Police that the chief and the deputy chief did not get involved in your critical incident command. Was there any political involvement in any of your decisions with respect to the Ambassador Bridge blockade?
Zero.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any re-examination?
None, Commissioner.
Okay. I haven't got much. I just, one thing I'm confused about, and that arises from the videos that were shown by Citizens for Freedom, and you saw in the arrest of the person who was on the ground. How does that fit in? I thought you testified that they could continue to protest on the sidewalk, and this person doesn't seem to have been on the street, and I'm trying to understand exactly, maybe I don't know the geography.
Yes, sorry, sir. So there, let me explain. When I said that about the protesters on the sidewalk, that was outside of the area of control that we had tried to establish. So once after the 13th, we established basically from the bridge to Tecumseh Road and a little bit to the east. So there's a Canadian Tire, for instance, right on that northeast corner. If they're on that sidewalk outside of our Jersey barriers, we had no problem with that. If they're inside the area of control that we were trying to establish, they were asked to leave, and if they weren't, they were arrested. So that arrest and that video that we were shown, that is in that area of control on Huron Church, north of Tecumseh Road, between the Tecumseh Road and the bridge. That is the area that public order was clearing of vehicles and of pedestrians, essentially. So again, once that area of control was determined and established, anyone outside of it could stay on the sidewalk, no problem. That video was not in that area that I'm talking about on the sidewalk.
Can you just remind me then again, and I've lost the map from my mind, the area of control, if you call it, was from the bridge to Tecumseh Road, is that?
That was the area that POU cleared, but south of Tecumseh Road was part of the traffic plan with the Jersey barriers. But that was another area of protesters if they were on the sidewalk in that area, which they weren't. But if they were, no problem. They were out of that area of control south of Tecumseh Road. So that's, yes, from Tecumseh to the bridge was the area that we were trying to maintain no protesters.
And how far is it from Tecumseh to the expressway?
2 kilometers or so.
So the bridge to Tecumseh would be about 1 kilometer?
I'd say 2 or 3, maybe, yeah, 2.
So about half of the Huron Church Road would be, if you like, not available on the sidewalks for protesters, but the other half would be.
That's correct. Based on their areas of protest for that week, because they had areas at Tecumseh Road, at the south side of the bridge and the north side of the bridge. That was the area we were trying to clear.
Okay, and you talked about being at the Emergency Preparedness Committee of the Chiefs of Police and discussion there.
Yes.
Were there meetings of that group during this period in early February when the protests were going on?
Yes, sir, there were.
And
by Zoom.
Oh, so you weren't a party to those meetings?
I wasn't personally because, again, I was on midnights. Inspector DeGraff would have tuned into those. But when I flipped over to days about halfway through, I would be on those meetings when they were scheduled, yes.
Okay, and were there discussions at those meetings about the available resources for POU units across the province?
That's correct. That's correct. There's a POU hub. That's how we try and work it within the province of distributing necessary resources in these cases. Yes. So there was those discussions at those meetings.
And were those discussions, did they include what was needed for Ottawa? And were there enough POU units to deal with the Ottawa situation in Ontario?
Yes, in my opinion, and being a part of that committee, it seemed like there was.
And so were you part of those discussions?
I was on those meetings, but because Windsor didn't have POU officers to offer, because we don't have a POU, I was just a part of it. I wasn't an active part of it because I had nothing to offer at that point.
Okay, thank you. So I think that completes the evidence. Thank you for your attendance and your evidence. And we will adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
That is an empty room. That is an empty room. Nobody cares about Windsor. What happened there? Because Windsor was a mini Ottawa. We heard Ottawa for a week. You didn't even hear residents from Windsor. I do believe there's a business person, though, coming up for Windsor? Let me go look at that list again. Yeah, Paul Rouleau. So it looks like tomorrow. It looks like a business owner. Dana Earley, Superintendent Earley from the Ontario Provincial Police is tomorrow. And then Paul Rouleau, something like that. Well, today was, we didn't really learn much new, kind of corroborated a bunch of things. The mayor of Windsor admitted to circumventing the OPP, working with Marco, working with a business within the first hour. Some of the things we kind of heard already and just corroborated it. Threat to his house, himself, all serious. We do take that stuff seriously. People shouldn't be doing that. But that's not something to harp on and do the actions that they did. We're going to do this one quick, folks. It's 9:02 on the recording. If I can do this under 10 hours, saves me a ton of time of downloading and doing other things. But the most important thing is to get the information out. So if it's 10:01 or 10:02, that's fine. But I do have some stars, and we can go through them quickly if you want to stick around for that. Let me just see what you said here. Yeah, there's a couple of new lives. So I would have to agree with you, Dave, today. I would have to agree with you today. Today definitely felt like a lot more lying. There was definitely some lying. Not having plans. Was there violence on the bridge? Yes. Okay, let's move on. Like, what violence are you talking about? This whole thing's about violence. Why don't we have a charge, a broken nose, a picture, a report? The report we do have, Brendan pulled up and says, Canadian flags, only Canadian flags. The dude actually said children holding hands across the intersection was a situation. I actually put a quote on here for that. Children holding hands was a situation of something. Like, wow, how could you say that? Like, they were not going to stop a tank. Were you going to throw a tank at them? Were you guys going to throw bullets at them? What are you talking about, human shields and children? What were you planning? The children were there, sure, waving flags. This is an event. My goodness. And boy, they stumbled on that grass stuff at the end. You arrested somebody on the grass. All right, folks, let's go through the stars. Be able to get out here a little bit early and get some things done. All right, don't they have body cams? You would think. He complained about the cameras not working in the intersection. One was old, one was crap, like all these excuses. Complaining about drones in the air, but yet the best pictures we have were from drones. These people. All right, okay, so to the comments, starred. Here we go. The first one's from Jason. Jason, you're on fire today. Here we go with the unified command. There we go. Yeah, we heard that a lot with this witness. A lot. Unified command. Working with other police departments and stuff like that. It seemed like at first he was saying we only had London, but then he was bragging later about even Halton and Hamilton and other police forces being there. It's kind of weird, right? Earlier, they brought up this whole, you have this agreement with other police forces under the Police Services Act, right? Yes, but only London. Then later, when it was the Windsor Police Service lawyer asking questions, he brought up the badges. And he said, oh, look, all these ones that were there, right? Yeah. Anybody else? Oh, yeah, Hamilton and blah. And all of a sudden, the whole whack of police forces were available and around. Convenient. But national unified command, there was a lot of talk early on that one. Again. Hey, Stunt. Yep. I think this one's put a fork in. It sniffed this way when I first looked at it too this morning. A couple things, Stunt. I think that was a quick giveaway. Was we're going to hear more about it. I could only find it on one site. Very, very thin on information. And that one picture that I showed you, that little poster, it was cut off on the bottom where it had the date and stuff. I'm not saying it was like a op or anything weird like that, but I really love how this group sniffs and sniffs and sniffs and keeps going and doesn't just call it a spade when it's a heart and then says, I want a spade, so it's a spade. Do we want a second convoy? Yes. Do we want it to start from Alberta? Yes. Do we want it to have Danielle support? Heck yes. Are we going to go around telling people it's happening when we don't know the details? No, not this group. Thank you, Stunt. Thank you very much for all your extra work. Is Trudeau planning a second bungee jump anytime soon? I started this one, Norman, because I love the sense of humor behind this. I even love how it was annoying to a lot of people that even did that. Yeah. I think it was funny, Norman. See, I'm not alone. Stunt loved it too. Amazing how well our groups did just there. This is what journalism looks like. There we go. Yeah, so I'm talking about how we are not falling into the narrative path. We're not an echo chamber. We're not here to just toot each other's horn, right? Honk, honk. But we're here to get to the truth. We want truth, good or bad. And if that means we misunderstand something and we have to correct it, that's exactly what we do. And if that means we take cautious steps, that's exactly what we do. We don't need to sensationalize anything. We're here for the truth, not hyperbolic rhetoric or anything like that. We're here for the truth. So again, amazing group. You guys are awesome. Let's keep that going. It really helps. And I also think this guy should not be an interim chief, night shift or not. I thought it was very weak. He was complaining about snow and there was officers. Then he also said, I think he was implying OPP. There was officers moving from Ottawa and Toronto and Windsor, and it was hard to keep track because there's so much going on. And then at the end of that particular sentence, he goes, but I may be corrected. I'm not quite sure. Well, you were pre-corrected on that one. The OPP was very clear. They were not shuffling around resources at all. Yes, maybe they had to pull from areas and move them, but they were clear that they were not moving people from Windsor to Ottawa and vice versa. There was none of that going on because it was unnecessary. Ontario is a very large place. So quite a few times, this particular witness threw in just statements of my facts is what I call them. It's when people throw out their facts and there's nothing else there. So statement of my facts, violence on a bridge. Oh, okay. This whole thing's about whether or not there's violence, and there's not a shred of evidence other than in passing at the very end, he says, yes, there's violence on the bridge. Yeah, sure there was. I know I want more proof than that. I certainly do. Yeah, I was on fire. I had a few of these. We had an abandoned house fire. So he was being asked to cite some of the things that was going on. And it was about trying to get emergency services around and 911 and all this concern around that. And he said he had an abandoned house fire. People, it's abandoned. Nobody's in it. So this is not a safety concern. This is just maybe environmental smoke. Maybe it spreads to the tree and the fence. But again, he also didn't say that they couldn't get to it. It's just that's the one event that he could recall. And why? Well, he's night shift. There's nothing going on at night shift, even when there's a protest in the day. There's nothing going on. So the best he can come up with is an abandoned house fire. Sure. Detroit, Windsor. Sure. There's a lot of abandoned houses there. Not EA. And then he actually made the statements. The peak of civil unrest was like that Saturday or something like that. He goes, the peak. We're at the peak. And then he explained what peak meant because he goes, after that, it went down. Well, thank you. A peak. Okay. You thought it was going to be bad, but it turned into a nothing burger. All right. And then after they cleared the bridge, he made the statement, there was no property damage, like not even paint on the road, and cleared pretty quick. So there we go with the double narrative. Super horrible, thousands of people, peak of civil unrest, and then the second half of the sentence, no property damage, cleared pretty quick. They're not working with Navigator, this particular group, because they don't have a consistent message even. Tough. Yeah, we all saw that little line in that report, huh? 912, 1900 or 912, 912. That would be AM. It's on the 13th. It's a good 24 hours before the EA. Freed of all blockades. All of them. But yet Trudeau said still blocked, right? That's why he invoked it on the 14th. Yes. Charlie, welcome. Goose, independent journalist. Yep, caught that. No issue, nice and clean operation. Yeah, again, cleared the bridge super quickly. No damage. Nobody even changed themselves. Blah, blah, blah. I hope our real enemies aren't paying attention to this. It wouldn't take them long to take over if this is all true. That's what it was used for. We didn't use it. Oh, yeah, he has a quote of the day, too, right? We didn't use the EA at all, he said. We didn't use the EA at all. All right. Okay, let's go home. Can we tell the commissioner we go home? Not national if Windsor's saying they didn't even need it. Coots is going to say the same thing. So where's your national issue? It's gone. Good question here. He's making good points. Did you use it? There we go. So this is when Freedom, Citizens for Freedom. I really want to get their names right. They deserve all the attention they can get. Yeah, Citizens for Freedom. Points for Jay. He was talking to him about resources, neighboring resources. Turns out they didn't need any more. They didn't even use the EA, so they didn't even need any more. But once again, we're establishing in Canada cooperation with police forces. We don't need another centralized anything. Could have called, picked up the phone. Sometimes they call you and see if you need help. Totally cool. Don't need the EA. Right? The whole day's testimony could just be that question. One for the mayor and one for this guy. Did you need the EA? The answer is no. Let's just go home. It's a lot of talk. We're not getting anything new material. And I can tell the commissioner himself was feeling the same way we were. All right, we got 3 more weeks of this. That's what was going through his head, because this is what we're going to be getting. A bunch of people covering butt, a bunch of people covering the other person's butt. I thought that the OPP and him needed to get a room the way they were covering each other's butt so much. Like, you couldn't have done anything better, right? It was a massive event. Neither could you. You couldn't have done anything better. You were a great resource. Come on, we're not here for that, people. We're here to find out whether or not there was any other option. Here goes the control. Yeah, you caught that, Dave. Yeah, 1 control unit. Yep. I think this is the power grab that's going to come out of this one. Lots of people are smelling that and feeling that one, Dave. There you go. See, Clay's on it too. Totally. And Clay's been catching this a lot. He's been watching these a lot. That's definitely the theme here, underpinning. Totally. It's come up too many times. Witnesses, question askers, Government of Canada, Paul Champ, OPP, OPS, everybody except for the Convoy and the Civil Liberties Union or any of the civil liberties groups are saying that. Everybody else is saying that. And the commissioner has asked a couple questions around whether or not that might have helped the confusion, because there was a confusion between OPS reporting and federal reporting, and OPS was better than federal, but nobody knew it, or at least they're claiming that. In either case, even the commissioner was asking about that. Why is the OPP the only one doing that? Shouldn't that be a national thing, was his questioning. So quite a few of them are leaning that way, for sure. The world is watching, and this is, yeah. Remember Portland? Or was it? It was Portland, right? Was it Portland? It was one of the West. Portland, Oregon, where they had Chaz. Hold on. Something's telling me it was near Portland. Where was Chaz? Let's find it in 1 second here. Occupied Hill Zone. Washington, Seattle. That's why we looked it up. All right. Okay, it didn't feel right because I almost moved to Portland. I wouldn't have gone to Chaz. Seattle. So they had Seattle Chaz. That was like a month long. It was brutal. There was actual people that passed. There was actually people that were hurt. There was actual reports that the police couldn't get in. There was actual reports of the stuff they're claiming happened in Ottawa. Happened in Portland. They even had a report that were trying to cement the backdoor police station before they lit them on fire. Like, my goodness, the level of actual violence was high in Chaz. Here in Windsor, they're talking about having an underground garage at the police station, and they were concerned that the path leading out of it could have been blocked by a vehicle. Yeah, you heard me right. This is their level of scared. And this came out of the Government of Canada as he was leading this witness into painting this narrative. This is the level they were at, folks. I know you heard it. Quite a few comments about it. Their underground garage, they were concerned it might get blocked. But in Seattle, they're cementing doors shut as they torch the police station. Quite the narrative. Snow, cold, long hours. These are the things he listed off in a row. Snow, cold, long hours. For the protesters too. No, let's not forget them. But that's what I call a Monday. It's snow here. It's cold here. It's long hours, and it's Monday. Come on. We're professionals. We can handle work. Let's do it. And then pathetic, really. At this one point, he was asked, were the other police forces around the province getting thin because of all the things that were happening all over the province? And his response was, in my opinion, and then he gave his opinion of, yeah, it sounds about likely. But then the government moved on like that was a state of fact. We now have a factum. We now have a state of fact, undisputed, completely stated fact, that the other police forces were thin because this officer on the night shift had the opinion. I don't like stuff like that. And I really hope the commissioner is way beyond stuff like that. His experience would indicate he would be way beyond stuff like that. So let's see. Human shields, that won't bug me. I have kids. Not a single Canadian that had anything to do with the protest at one moment in their entire lives for a second thought that their child could be used as a shield, and they were fine with that. Baloney, that's just trash beyond trash. What is true, and what is in that open source message, was, yeah, the police would think twice about storming into a crowd that included children. Sure, that's true. That's not untrue. And why are they storming into a crowd would be the bigger question. The children can't be committing crimes, especially if they're under 12. There's very few crimes that a child under 12 can legally commit. So that's not it. So they're not illegals. So what is it? Yeah, you just wanted force, and you don't want to use force on children. You don't mind women and people sitting on the ground, but yeah, children holding hands in the intersection. I hope I started that one, because that quote that he gave on that one was silly. All right. And you watched YouTube as a police officer that worries you. Yeah, he said, I saw it myself on YouTube, these threats. Maybe if he said he watched it on Rumble or somewhere else that wasn't super kid-lovey with the community guidelines and the level of hate and stuff that gets taken down and the sensitive subjects that are censored. Like if YouTube wasn't known for being the marshmallow community and platform for sensitivity, then maybe I would give you a little bit of credit that maybe a video on YouTube scared you. But there's nothing on YouTube that should scare a single human being. They're very good at clearing all that out, right? So as soon as he says YouTube, watching a video, I'm like, okay, well, we know that there's no music in it. We know there's no talks about vaccines in it. We know there's no inquiry video that has somebody talking about doxing, because all that stuff is removed. So maybe if you said I saw it on the dark web, or I was on Rumble, or I was on Telegram, or something else, maybe. But if you found it on YouTube, I assure you there was no hate or violence in it. It wouldn't be there. And then if you found it, push that report button. It would be gone. So nice try, bud, but your marshmallow cushy platform isn't the one to be looking at if you want to try and convince anybody you saw hate. You're not finding that on YouTube. So this guy. So Canada was basically a war zone, and these extremists were using children as shields, so you couldn't shoot them. Goose, you get it. You get it. It's really silly, that particular one, but they used that in Ottawa too. The children in the trucks were an issue, and Child Protective Services kind of threatened for a moment there. I don't believe we had any reports of children actually being taken away. I do know that we had one RV where CPS were there because they knew there were children inside of the RV, but I don't know what happened to the children other than CPS was there. If they were taken away and placed somewhere else, maybe for a couple of days, totally possible, as their parents were arrested. But local family would have taken them as a first choice, and we would have heard more evidence during this inquiry that children had to be relocated in foster care or otherwise as a result of this, and we didn't get any of those. I do know that particular family did have Child Protective Services there. You could see them; it was in the video, but I don't know what happened after that. And is this a realist argument? Goose, yeah, at this point, you were getting really annoyed at the way the government of Canada was talking, by the arguments they were making and the scare tactics they were using. It was pathetic. Just pathetic. Oh, my. He even brought up the Civil War, something along the lines of, he made a leap from just protesting to Civil War. But, dude, Civil War requires the country to split and then fight itself, to fight each other. This is not where Canada's at. We're far closer to a revolt than a civil war. We're far closer to pushing back at power than we are each other. So even throwing out those kind of words was, an intentional misrepresentation of the actual environment of Canada. We're not close to a civil war. I don't think so. I think we're definitely upset with the government on various levels, but that's a revolt, not a civil war. And just to be clear, it's only a coup when the army does it, not when the people do it. It's when the people convince the army to do it that it becomes a coup. Well, I knew the feds had nothing. His inquiry only contains reinforced FU. Yeah, this is one of those days. It's kind of like, this was just a compressed version of Ottawa City, the entire city of Ottawa in the first witness, and then the entire police force of Ottawa in the second witness. The next witness is OPP, which is likely going to deflate a lot of that narrative because he was warned that the OPP was going to come and have a different take on some of it. But they handled protests. We saw one of the reports, only Canadian flags, not even F. Trudeau flags. So, I think we're going to hear a lot tomorrow morning about how the situation could have been handled differently, faster, less violence, no EA. Actually, we're going to hear about how it was tackled. Very little violence, even on the police, and done before the EA. We should hear nothing more than that tomorrow from the OPP. And then this business owner, they didn't call Stellelis. They called, he's a cabinet maker. I'm not diminishing his role, cabinet maker or not. Paul. It looks like his company is called Lakeshore Custom Cabinetry. Look, they might have been the nation's largest cabinet maker completely. But Paul, I think it's going to be very difficult for you to convince anybody in Canada that your business required the EA. Not trying to diminish you at all, but your LinkedIn shows like you're not large, so I'm not sure how that will have some sort of impact. Or maybe you're on the other side. Maybe you're on the side that says, look, wood is important to me. I get maple from this certain area of the United States to do my cabinets, and I could have handled it. I don't know. I doubt you're there to destroy the narrative. If anything, you might be called upon to show how business owners were affected. But I am keen to see what you have to say tomorrow, Paul. So we'll meet you tomorrow, it looks like, right after the OPP. All right. Dave, twisting the narrative. Isn't it weird to watch that happen real time, Dave? Isn't it weird to watch that? This guy did 4 years of school, articling for a year. He was an apprentice for a while. He was an associate for a while, worked his way up, got a job, got selected. To do that, to embarrass the profession and the Canadians he's representing through the government he represents, it's embarrassing. I really, guys, look, I know what happened, so I get it. But there's a big piece of me that really wants to find that my government didn't screw us as bad. Like, I really wanted to come out of this thinking, oh, I get it now. Okay. But, geez, maybe I'm just a fool, a little too naive on that one. But I'm hoping, and it's just not there, Dave. You see what I see. This is not a problem that had to have this kind of response to it. Freedom stunt, you got it, bud. We're still free. We're just dealing with a weird government right now. That's who's trying to take more and more of that away from us. What is she doing? Yeah, so this is where the OPP questions were coming out. She was, at first it was weird. I didn't know if she was massaging him, kind of good cop, bad cop type of behavior. Was she getting him comfortable to then just hit him with some, yeah, but here's a report where you signed off and said you don't need help type of thing. But then after this, it turned into a lot of, you did a good job, we did a good job, you did a good job stuff. I don't think the OPP really hit him as hard as we've seen before. And I guess it's better than hearing the other OPP guy just say I have no questions. But still, maybe OPP is holding off a little bit. Maybe tomorrow is going to be all the legwork for the OPP. Because we're going to find out from the OPP Windsor what was going on down there. They are not pleased. They are just paid for security guards for big business. Doesn't it feel that way, Dave? Doesn't it feel that way? Hearing that businesses can call them up within the hour and get them to move. Doesn't it feel that way? He's even dropping how much the business is investing, $6 billion. Like, are they bragging? What are they doing? It certainly feels like they're just security guards for big business. And without jumping into the WEF too deep here, because my screens, I don't want to go black again. That's their mission, to blur the lines between public and private. So business. And Dave, one thing that I was feeling that I didn't like, especially with the Ambassador Bridge talk, was it was sounding like businesses wanted a way to invoke enforcement by the local government for issues they find to be their issues. We're not crossing that barrier. We're not blurring that line where business has a direct phone number to enforcement. This will make them their security guard, Dave. You'll be 100% right if this is exactly the direction they already are or heading. It looks to me that they're already there. They got action, didn't they? Hard to say. They're working the plan. They tried to make things better. However, the mayor of Ottawa just didn't. Oh, we're being asked what was missed. Jive with the city's effort. I think the city is trying to show that. Right. So the city of Ottawa was asking questions of Windsor. And it was kind of like, where is she going to go with this? Or what was she doing with this? And city of Ottawa, their position, minus the mayor. So just Steve Kay and the chief of staff. And even a little bit Councillor Deans, the board chair, did seem like they were dealing with a couple police issues where they were not working together, but the city itself was going to work an issue out. So I think the city's position at this point is not necessarily to blame a whole bunch of people. It's to show that they were in a situation that was very, very difficult. Maybe she was trying to get the Windsor police to say something similar, that she can understand why things are so weird. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But that's where I was thinking with that. The city was trying to show that they did what they could, and maybe kind of asking if Windsor felt the same way about their work. For or against the police. So you're asking about her. It's tough. It's tough, Dave. I don't know. It's tough to know if she's for or against the police. It's also tough to say that there's those two sides, because OPP is police, and they definitely are not. They're not, in my opinion, writing the same narrative or digesting the same narrative as the other one. So I think there's the one group who overreacted with force. There's that group. And that exists in Windsor, and that exists in Ottawa, and that exists on the federal level. The group that overreacted with force, I would put them onto one side. And then everybody else that was either witness to it or a victim of it would be on the other side. And that's why the OPP would fit on that side, because they witnessed it. The overuse of force, the request for illegal activity, the request for snatch and grab, that kind of stuff. They witnessed it. And then there's everybody else who was actually affected by it. That's how I would separate these two groups, because that even puts the city on like in the middle ground, because the city, yeah, they did barriers, they didn't move them, but it wasn't the city who was, grabbing people and hitting people. So I would put them maybe in the center on that one, Dave. It's hard to say. City of Ottawa, yeah, we're just identifying for you. Hey, Stunt. All right, so Stunt found the words. He did the sleuthing. He did the reporting, and it is what it kind of looked like. We're not saying it's nothing, but it certainly looks like an event that happened a couple of days ago. It got twisted a bit into a Convoy 2.0, and I'm just really proud that our side doesn't take that kind of bait, and they do have a skeptical mind, so we do look for the truth, even if it's stuff that we would be excited about. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, so discuss the turnout and the pushback. There's people running with it a little bit more. Clickbait was a good term. I still don't like that kind of information, of course. We want truth. I just said at a point there were 40 arrests, Jay. Yeah, but they didn't break them down. And during that period of time, like, here's one thing railroaded. I think I covered that in my next point. Yeah, like, we hear 40 arrests. But were they 40 arrests in the city? Like, did they just give us the number of all the arrests for Windsor for that day? And does that mean when protesters are in town, crime goes to zero? There's no more crime anywhere else, and all crimes attributed to just protesters when they're in the city? What are the 40? And what kind? I think there would be a lot more details on that if they were serious, right? But yeah, thanks, Railroaded. Thanks for keeping a good ear. And when I miss stuff, it's amazing that you dropped that into me. And did you poke around in the back end? You got the invite? You were able to get in? Okay, so folks, we got less than half an hour. Look at that. Half an hour went by so quick. So I'm going to do my best here. A lot of laughing and stuff. I'm gonna guess that those are all my amazing jokes, and you guys think I should go on the road. And watch out, dying along. Another comedy group, maybe some memeing. Maybe we'll meet someday. Take care, Jeremy. I hope you get out of there soon, bud. Don't know what happened. Don't know what's going on. Not condoning any bad things that you may have done. I just don't believe that people should be held without bail unless there's some circumstances that require it. And he doesn't even have the details of, why he's still there. So hopefully it either comes out that it's justified or not. Let's get this done. Families, friends, would we be considered to be planning something violent? Pillow fight. You didn't even throw snowballs, Railroad. Didn't even throw snowballs. And no, what's the point of violence? Violence bestows violence. You're going to give violence, you'll get some back. We don't want violence back. We want freedom. Freedom. Honk, honk. The User Humane Society threatened to take dogs. They did, but the Humane Society are the first that said no. And the same thing happened with CPS. CPS did go there. There was rumor that they were there, but CPS also quickly said, look, we're not seeing any problems here. And CPSs are not pawns, and they know they get used as pawns all the time. Mad neighbors, mad spouses, mad grandmas, all the time. CPS is getting false reporting all the time. And it's sad that it happens, but God bless them because they still follow up on every one of them. And even though it's a repeat from the same one, they have to check because that one day it may not be a false alarm. But they did go. They did go and check out the conditions children were in. Very few children were actually there. A lot of the children involved were in rooms staying with their parents, and very few children were there. And the ones that were there, pillow, bed, heat, as long as the government didn't steal all their gas, they were doing all right. Not a single frostbitten toe. Okay, people? And not just in a testament. Go after the people that took away their bouncy castles. Look, we had a place for the kids to be safe and fun. It was called downtown Ottawa. Safe and fun, the entire place for them. Yeah, I remember threatening to take their kids. Grrr. Yeah, kids and dogs. Those came out, and that upset people. But again, this is all part of the provoking. Every single step was to provoke them here, provoke them here. See if they'll go. Well, let's do it now. Are they going to move the kids out? Are they ready to fight? Like, this is a lesson for everybody. The inquiry said Children's Aid Society was upset that they were 100% stunt, 100%, and that came out at the time. I just said that too. That came out at the time. The CPS was not pleased. They did go. They checked out a few places because I think maybe a resident or maybe somebody with the last name Fleury or McKinney or somebody like that was showing them around or something like that. But no, they were displeased because they got better things to do, quite frankly. They do care about children, and this was not a situation for them. So yeah, that's right, stunt. That came out right away. CPS came in and then left. They didn't even take a doll. They were not pleased to have been summoned like that. As upset the rest of Canada was about it, why didn't they stand up and say no back then? You know what? Railroaded, not a lot. Not a lot was even looking at the truth, railroaded. Not a lot. And Ottawa is full of residents who work for the government. Number one employer in Ottawa is the federal government. Not a surprise there, but it is. So you can actually understand why even residents would be quiet. Can't speak up too harsh unless you're speaking up against what the government's fighting. So look, even the lack of lots of people speaking up is a testament to people who were for it. But look, this is tough. And then Railroad, I go through this one all the time too, because you think it should be just as easy to stand on guard for these, is what we should be doing. But even for me to make the decision to go from private to public was hard. And my first instincts are to be selfish, like take care of yourself and take care of your family. But on a micro level, that would be very selfish. On a macro level, where you zoom out a bit, it is what I'm doing. I am being selfish because I want to take care of my family long term more than just tomorrow. This is why I have to go into public life, do what I can to protect them long term. It's not for everybody. And especially when you have government doing things like freezing bank accounts. That was a big one. That was a big one for a lot of people. Even when I put up my own donation page, I was worried that people would be worried about that. Canadian Constitution Foundation, at the end of their videos, they say, please donate, help us out. We're fighting for you, but don't worry, your money's safe and your account won't be blocked. That was a big one, railroaded for a lot of people when the government did that. To this day, there's still a ripple effect on that one. Hey, Dave, you will not be told if kids were taken. One, it doesn't suit their narrative and they know it would create uproar. No, Dave, the complete opposite. They would want the uproar, and they would have told us if there was a single child with a dirty diaper. They definitely would have told us that, because then all of the truckers would have been painted with that brush. So if CPS went on the TV and said, we relocated one toddler, that would have been everywhere. And to create uproar with who? The people outside of Ottawa or the people in Ottawa doing the protesting? Because the people outside of Ottawa wouldn't have done a darn thing about it, because even the fact that their rights were being violated wasn't enough for them to speak up. So they wouldn't have spoken up for one of these occupiers' children. No, they wouldn't have. I believe that the federal government, had there been a child that they could have put in front of the camera and said, we rescued this child, they would have done exactly that, blurred the face or talked about it. But no, CPS came in, stomped away because they were annoyed that they were called in for that, because they were in for real stuff, and this is not real stuff. Those children were loved, of course. They were taken care of course. Plenty of food, of course. Plenty of friends to play with, of course. Nothing wrong. It was dirty pool. Yeah, that's the way I think railroad. They were doing everything to provoke. Name calling, children, jobs, turning Canadians against Canadians, turning families against families, pushing them, threatening them, bank accounts, insurance, your actual trucks. We're going to do all of these things to you if you continue to complain to us. No kidding, dirty pool. That's a nice way to put it, railroad. I'm about to post some indirectly from... go ahead. Yeah. Clear it up. Nothing better than correcting the record and making people comfortable with the truth. We don't need false information out there, Stunt, so thank you very much for doing that. To my knowledge, no one is planning Freedom Convoy 2. Correct, I agree with you. I'm not planning it. No one I know is planning it. And to my knowledge, the Premier of Alberta is certainly not planning it. I agree with that, Stunt. I think it'd be very clear. There'd be no confusion around it if that was the case. If that article was anywhere near the truth, there'd be no confusion about it. I think they're just dovetailing on her stance, clickbaiting a bit for the clicks, and recycling some more old information. And for me, the stunt going to that one website, that Freedom whatever website, and seeing it so stale, it was so old news, that's kind of where I started to stop the path, because it looked like recycled information. It happens. I suspect there's a representative who was confused by the Trudeau Must Go convoy that took place on Saturday. Confused? No, nobody's perfect. So TFI Global, if you're listening to this, go take a look. That article seems to be very sus. Unless, Stunt, there's more that they have that we don't have. Maybe the people didn't update their website, but yeah, they did call CTV and say, yeah, no, we are doing something. This is just a start. But nothing official. And when I say official, I mean accepted within the community that it's happening. I don't see that part happening right now. I am not serving as Danielle Smith's close aide. With that being said, it sounds like a great position. If I was offered the position, I certainly would consider it. Stunt, you would be awesome for it too. Oh, you'd be awesome for it. But Ottawa needs you too. And don't turn your back on Ontario. We might need you there too. If it's Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, we're going to need all of us everywhere. But you rock, Stunt. They'd be honored to have you. It would be their pleasure. I find that the value that Danielle Smith emphasized resonates. Her words do. Okay, so look, same here, stunt. You know, it was like music to my ears. But her major press conference where she came out and listed off all the things that she was going to do, one thing that she did say that I didn't like was that she's going to continue with ESG scores. That is a social credit system. Okay. So I think either she doesn't know what the ESG scores are because she named it. She said environmental, social, governance scores. Either she doesn't know what they are or there's trouble in the henhouse because that's a WEF thing. Like it's a major driver on how they control corporations and businesses through the capital markets using ESG scores. So I'm pretty hopeful that she was just stumbling through the whole, I don't want to shoot everything my predecessor did, so let me try and grab one program that I can kind of put my hooks into, feeling a little bit good about. And then she heard environmental and thought, oh, okay, well, that's somewhat green. Doesn't say carbon in it, therefore it's probably safe for me to attach my name to. Threw her hooks into it, thinking that that was something decent, without realizing she just put her hook into one of the ugliest fish there is, ESG scores. So hopefully she and her team said, oh, misspoke there. I meant not liking ESG scores. That and Henshaw still has a job. Stunt. So that and Henshaw still has a job. Henshaw should be fired. She should be fired. Her bonuses alone should have her fired. She made $250,000 in bonuses, something like that. And we have 3,362 unexplained deaths in 2001. And that's a 640% increase from 2019. That needs to be explained. Henshaw's to explain it. Henshaw says nothing. Henshaw should be fired. But stunt, other than those two flags, because don't ignore flags when you see them. Yeah, she is saying everything that sounds right. I could say the same thing about Pierre, though, Pouvelet. He says a lot of things right, but there's some actions that he should be taking that would resonate better with me. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still cautiously optimistic, stunt, and I will stand behind her on this fight if it's real, for sure. She's saying the right things. On Tuesday, October 11th, you're going back a little bit, the day that Danielle Smith was sworn in as premier. Holy smokes, already. Really? That was fast. That month went by fast. She pledged to govern Alberta with the core values of freedom, faith, family, community, and free enterprise. True. And she also said within 3 months, she'll be updating the Human Rights Code of Alberta to include medical procedures as a protected ground. It's a lot of words for saying an employer can't fire you for vax or non-vax. Straight up. If it's in the Human Rights Code of Alberta, that will affect employers, housing, and a few other things that are essential and key. You can't discriminate against. And if health is one of them, your vax status cannot be asked in Alberta. She said within 3 months she'll do that. Well, she's 1 month in. Got 2 more to go. Stunt. So let's see if she follows through with that. I want her to. I totally want her to. If she does that, other provinces might do it too. Furthermore, when possible, go right to the source of the story, the actual persons involved, and get the story right from them rather than merely the media. Double-edged sword? Double-edged sword? Stunt, that's a double edge. People lie. Go right to the source and say, did you say? And you can get a no comment. So, but your spirit is correct. What you're trying to do there is 100% correct. So stick it up. Keep doing it. But be willing to also accept that the sources lie too. But if it smells like a duck and walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, fire up the barbecue. You're going to have some duck for dinner. Thanks, Stunt. Good job, Railroad. Good job, Stunt. Yeah, you guys are a great team. You guys are awesome. We're going to do what we can to get the message out truthfully. And we're going to even redact and not redact, but fix up. There's a term for it. When the media screws up and they have to write a redaction. Retraction. There we go. I had to write a retraction. Some of you were sending it to me. I could hear it. A retraction. So even if we have to do one from time to time, no shame. That's just your ability to admit that you make mistakes and that you catch mistakes and then move forward. No big deal. Just don't keep making the same ones over and over again. That's what we got to watch out for. It's not bad news. Correct, Stunt. I like your silver lining. It means that we don't have to go buy a truck tomorrow. Cool. And it's still Convoy 2.0, but it's not. But you know what? This went through my head too, Stunt. I don't want to sound too selfish and admit to it too much. But I was like, I'm not ready to join a convoy. Like, I got some more things to get squared away first. But I'm not going to be in my timeline's not going to control much. So if there is a convoy, I'm going to do what I can to get involved in this one. Love you guys. I want to see this firsthand this time. Big heart. Big heart. Any particular reason why the green heart stunt? Just curious. Any particular reason? It's a Grinch. He turned out to be a good guy. Oh, well, not the first time that we had to get to the bottom of that, rumor has it. Probably won't be the last. May not even be the last today's railroad, but good job on us for doing that. We all know that there's a particular side that would have just ran with any narrative that kind of worked. So good job to all of you for wanting the truth and clearly demonstrating that. Nah, the lead was good. Her crews are ready for one. They'll be added to the list. Yeah, I think there's where the smoke to this fire maybe at this one stunt, but there's no fire yet. Yeah, there needs to be a good message to Washington, Ottawa, that the provinces are fed up. We're ready to take a stand. And Ford, if you were telling the truth this morning, that would be really cool. That'd be really cool if Ottawa hears from Ontario, Alberta, Saskatchewan. You'll see BC and Manitoba follow quickly. Quebec is just chomping at the bit to get there, and the East will get there as well. When the East understands just how much resources, how much oil, how much money they actually have been restrained from working with, you guys will be fine. What's the name of that? Ewan oil? Yeah, you guys know. You know that if they can get restrictions lifted, you guys are going to employ like the entire East. I forgot to hit the like. Yeah, please, if you don't mind, hit the like. Today was a bit of a slow stream. Not as big as the convoy draw. I don't mind. I'm here for the truth. So if there's 1 or 100, I'm absolutely happy to do the same thing here. But anything you can do to help us find more people would be great. It's not an ego thing. It's a trust and messaging thing. The more that gets out there, the better. And then as you saw with today's chat, the more sleuths like Railroaded and Stunt going out there, getting info and bringing it in for us, the better. This can only get better with sharing. Sharing is caring. So go ahead and share that one for me. Thank you. And Dave, I think it was a mayor that had all the decision-making. That's why everything was in camera with him. So there were minutes of the meeting. A mayor? Oh, the mayor. Okay, I get it now. So I think it was the mayor that had all the decision making. Yeah, no, police board chief, mayor. Whew, who's gonna try and cross this guy? He's got the bald, the look. He's got the look of somebody with authority. Yeah, who's gonna cross this guy? Don't think many people, because he likes to just do what he wants, right? I don't mean during the convoy. I mean now, even now. Yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. So in camera, even now, he had enough power to say, hey, here's a meeting with the police that we're not going to record. It's quite a bit of power. Okay, folks, I got less than 10 minutes, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. That info is directly from Benetta. I'm quoting her. Yeah, thank you, Stunt. I think you got it from her Facebook, is what you're saying. You went and looked it up. She's the one who owns the Stale website, and she's saying that all the stuff you're reading because CTV's story is fake news. Wow, even... I guess we shouldn't be surprised that CTV is doing fake news. So CTV trying to seed a new false narrative about Convoy 2.0 Alberta? Interesting. Let's keep an eye on that one, Stunt. We may have to make it true on them. That could be a backfire. Federal government employees in 2010. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Oh, wow. They grew quite a bit in just 10, 11 years. Okay. Time to downsize that beast. You're right. My first instinct, Norman, as I saw those numbers, that's large. That's large. And look, before we start worrying about people and their paycheck, if we have federalism roll back and pull back, there will still be work on the local levels and lower levels in government. So just because we shrink our federal government, it doesn't mean we're going to shrink the need for people who have the skills of government. We're just going to need them on local levels more, which is fine. You should be working on a local level anyways. So if you're in government, you enjoy public service, you should be doing it more for your riding, your region, than it is some national agenda or global agenda. But good point there, Norman. That's a pretty large employer. And quite a few of them are in the Ottawa region. Not all, but quite a few. They are the #1 employer for Ottawa, #1 taxpayer. Jim bragged about that on his testimony. The things these people brag about. I used to make mechanic content and did builds for Discovery Channel. Congratulations, Stunt. You're working with Discovery Channel. What's the name of that company? Chorus Media? Chorus was in Toronto, down in the in that district. They used to make all the beer down there. Distillery District. Yeah, there you go. Chorus. Quite a few friends down there. I used to work just down the street from them. My builds got sponsored by a screen printing supply company, and their company color was called Cat Spit Green. Cool. Yeah, and Stunt, I'm really glad we met, because you were somebody that got red pilled at the convoy, and you're a special human that can really, even with your mask in front of you, still see the truth. Thank you for that, Stunt, and thanks for sharing that. I had to paint everything that color for the sponsorship, and it grew on me. Cat Spit Green. Yeah, shake the name of the hand that came up with that name, because my favorite color. That's cool, Stump. Maybe you should do some merch or something with it. I also lost my voice screaming freedom at the convoy, and subs were saying I sounded like Kermit. The Honk Army was originally Kermit Army. So he sounded like Jordan Peterson then. He sounds like Kermit, doesn't he? The green hearts came from one of our others, from one or the other. Nice. Okay, so there's a green Kermit Army heart. Well, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing what the green heart means. All right, you have about 5 minutes. Cat Spit Green is my daughter's fave color now for years and years. The Juice's fave too. He likes green. Hey, Juice, I think you're in here sometimes, right? Yep, the green ones are for Stunt and Honk. Cool. I've done shows with Chorus Media too. Yeah. Do you remember Bill Wichka from Much Music? Oh, no, he wasn't the temp, was he? No, the temp was another guy. The temp became a permanent. Oh my, Much Music, when it was a good station, played music, had good content, had Speaker's Corner. It was fun. Oh, I kind of wish those days could come back. I kind of sort of wish and don't at the same time. I kind of like our high-tech world. It's pretty cool too, but there was something great about Much Music, having TV stations, having to go and check something out at 7 o'clock because it was a premiere. Those times were fun. Sure, it's kind of neat that Netflix gives us everything in a go, and we can rewind and pause live TV, and I guess, but oh, the more I go through this kind of stuff, the older I get, the more I kind of reminisce back to when it was just way simpler, way simpler. And if you're in Saskatchewan, my real simple time was Saskatoon. I think about grade 9 is when I moved to Manitoba. Yeah, grade 9. Prior to that, it was Saskatoon. Gosh, it was such a simpler time. You could walk across the entire city, and it took just hours. It took hours. I remember doing that as a kid once. It was lovely. Bill was one of their fave VJs. Yeah, what was that temp one name? It's bugging me now. Let me look it up. Something the temp. Not Peter the temp. Temp. Rick the temp. There it is. Rick the temp. Yes, Rick the temp. He was a temp and he became permanent. It was like there for the longest time. But yeah, VJing when it was a real VJ thing. That was neat. Good times. Thank you all. Lots of green hearts. A great group. We'll spread Jason Levine everywhere for the upcoming coverage. Like COVID, spread me. Yeah, thank you so much, Eleanor. We do have a good time. It is fun. Sorry about the hiccups with the Starlink today. Today was not a power issue. Looks like we're getting the hang of it. And I'm going to keep you there, Railroaded. We're going to chat after I close the end broadcast, so you don't have to go live. Stick around, Railroaded. I'll take us offline. Stunt. There was also Master T. Master T. Yes. Yes. And there was some good high school sock hop music back then. They would come to your school and put on shows and stuff. I remember that. Oh my. Good old days. Those were the days. Hanging with Bill was really cool. All right, Stunt. Everybody, you guys have some green hearts. You guys have some great time. Have a great night, everyone. We'll all see you tomorrow. Just to give you a recap on who we're expecting tomorrow. We're expecting Dana Earley, Superintendent from the Ontario Provincial Police, and Paul Letscheid, a cabinet maker. All right. So have yourself a great night. It was fun. Oh, one more from Goose. Bye all. Great stream, Jason. Talk later. You got it, Goose. We'll all see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Inquire starts at 9:30. We'll be there. We'll have a chat. We'll see what's available to recap with. We'll keep an eye on this Ford thing. Sounds like it's not coming. We'll keep an eye on Convoy 2.0. Sounds like it's not coming. But at the end of the day, wonderful chat, wonderful group. You all have a great night. Take care, Clay. And God bless.